on the route connecting China and other northern and possible Far Eastern countries with the rich markets of India, Sugas, that they may have served as shelters for caravans. Evidence supporting this includes the structure of the oldest caravanserai studied in the Turan region, in particular the structure of Aultepe. The first known caravanserai supports this theory. Aultepe, long studied as settlement, was re-evaluated with approaches concluding that it served as a caravanserai. Aultepe, dating to the 5th and 16th centuries, is located in the southern Sokt region on the connecting Samarkand with the cities of Nakshap, Kesh, and India. Its structure suggests that the tradition building caravanserais may have been influenced by Buddhist architecture. In this respect, the Aultepe monument can be an important object in the study of Turanian Buddhist architecture. In later periods, caravanserais built on this plan appeared not only of ancient Turan, but also in other areas. Among these is the caravanserai discovered in the ancient city of Kanka. In the region, in the Tashkent region. Unlike many caravanserais located outside of sites at trade road interests, the Kanka caravanserai is in the city center. This is Aultepe caravanserai. Kanka caravanserai is in the city center, although only the 10th and 20th century layers of the building have been uncovered. The second direction, the role of Buddhist monasteries, is important centers of education and cultural sagas, that their structural design may have influenced the layout of higher education centers or madrasas in Turan from the 20th to the 14th centuries and beyond. Notable the Ibrahim Tamgachkhan Madrasa in Samarkand, though not fully preserved, shows a structure which the rooms near the entrance resemble those in Buddhist monasteries intended for student accommodation. This is caravanserai, is Poykent and Daya Khatun caravanserais. Please, next. This is Kanka city. Next. This is caravanserai is Kanka. He is located outside seats, located in the city center. Layers of the building have been uncovered. Please, next. This is Madrasa Ibrahim Tamgachkhan and Madrasa Khoja Mashat. In conclusion, although Turan Buddhism gradually lost its religious significance due to the rise of Islam in the Middle Ages, Elements of Buddhist structures can still be observed in the preserved architectural monuments. Can be said that the architectures of the Buddhist era had a significant influence on the development of Islamic architecture. Future research might reveal additional insights, challenging the prevailing hypothesis that Buddhism influenced only southern Uzbekistan and not other neighboring regions. China's source, for instance, mentioned that the image of Indian rulers was painted no one well of the Kushan Palace, which has yet to be found. Additional, if the Old Tipa and Kanka caravansarais are examined down to their earliest layers, new Buddhist era monuments may be uncovered. This suggests that Turan's cultural connection with India during the Buddhist period were stronger than currently known. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. Professor Shavkatovic just explained to us how we can use architecture to understand cultural transformations, particularly in Turan Buddhism. He explained how Buddhism entered Central Asia through the Silk Road, and the kind of buildings and architectural styles can be perceived there. He also mentioned that much work has still to be done. And the surprising direction he took was to indicate how Buddhist architectural elements influenced Islamic structures in the region. So thank you very much. Our next speaker is Venerable Junsei Tersarawa. He is a founding teacher of the Buddhist community in Moscow, Altai, Ukraine, as well as Central Asia in Kyrgyzstan. And Reverend Junsei Tersarawa is acting as chief resident monk in Mumbai with mass Buddhist movement. He came to India with Fuji Guruji, engaged in the Kalinga Shanti Stupa project in Bhubaneswar, and completing the 2 Shanti Stupas in Milton Keynes and London in the 80s as leading peace prayer movement across East and West Europe. So let's hear Professor Tersarawa, Reverend.
I wish to express my appreciation and congratulation for this inspiring initiative of International Buddhist Confederation holding this first Asian Buddhist Summit. Our time is so crucial. Therefore, the response of the Buddhist world to bring the new path and new era of peace to start with. And I sincerely pray for this summit can fulfill this responsibility for the future generation. First, let me introduce my Dharma lineage background. I belong to the school of Saddharma Pundarika Sutra, which is taught by Buddha Shakyamuni at Varucha peak of Rajgriha of Magadha for the duration of 8 years. And this Saddharma Pundarika Sutra was practiced and studied in India. The literary evidence was the reference by Nagarjuna about Saddharma Pundarika Sutra in his Mahaprajna Paramita Sutra Shastra, which was fully translated in Chinese by Kumarajiva. Unfortunately, there is no more existing the original Sanskrit text of Mahaprajna Paramita Sutra Shastra. There, Nagarjuna referred about this Lotus Sutra as a very special, sacred teachings, very different from the rest of Mahayana teachings. Because in this Saddharma Pundarika Sutra, assured all Arahat disciples can obtain Buddhahood. Not only that, then the women's Arahat also can obtain Buddhahood. And also, Buddha assured Devadatta, symbol of Ichintaka, against Buddha himself, he also will attain the Buddhahood. Which means, in the ultimate realization of the Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi of the Buddha, revealed in the Saddharma Pundarika Sutra, all sentient beings will become Buddha. So this is a speciality of this contents of Saddharma Pundarika Sutra. And another evidence was Vasubandhu. He wrote on the Saddharma Pundarika Sutra and composed this Shastra. This original text also lost, but Chinese translation remains till today. And it is an important Shastra for the all Mahayanists to study. So, Vasubandhu was the Dharma Guru of Kanishka, responsible for Fourth Buddhist Council in Srinagar, which means in Kashmir, Saddharma Pundarika Sutra was practiced and taught. Not far from Kashmir, the present Pakistan side of Baltistan, Skardo, Gilgit, Hunza. Those are deep valley of Indus Valley. And this Indus River and valley is a connecting route of Saddharma Pundarika Sutra spreading to the another side of Karakoram Mountain. Today's East Turkestan and West Turkestan. Now we call Xinjiang Uyghur and Central Asia. Connecting between Indian subcontinent and Central Eurasia was always remained the same route. Follow the Indus River of Valley or another river valley crossing the pass, then reach down to the Central Asia. Later, Chinese famous pilgrims like Shenzhen, Fengjiang, they also take the similar route to connecting from the Central Asia to Indian subcontinent. Here I read in the brochure of this Asian Summit how Buddhism came from India to Central Asia. There is a precise 3 events which were recorded. First is when Buddha attained the enlightenment in Buddha Gaya. Before he proceeded to Sarnath to turn the first wheel of the Dharma, he met 2 merchants from present Afghanistan, Tajikistan side. There, 2 merchants was very moved and attached and asked Buddha, as a memory, please give his hair and teeth, nail. They want to bring it and want to build the stupa. And Shenzhen of Chinese pilgrimage recording this episode when he was traveling from Tajikistan, Uzbekistan to Afghanistan. Here, there still remain the stupa which two merchants enshrined the hair and the nail of the Buddha. This is the first episode, direct connection between Buddha Shakyamuni himself and Central Asia. You know, it's very strange to mention there are two evidences. They speak, communicate. So it means they are similar language. Central Asian merchant and Buddha could communicate. Second, stupa. They ask how to enshrine the hair and nails. Then Buddha show how to make the shape of the stupa, which means there's a common understanding between Central Asian people and Buddha Shakyamuni to honor the great enlightened one, to build the stupa. This idea also shared already at the very time of the Buddha. Second episode of connection between India and Central Asia is Vishwakarman. He is famous to first create the statue of the Buddha. When Buddha went to the heaven to meet his mother, Maya Devi. Then in this world, nobody can meet the Buddha. Everybody missed Buddha. Then Vishwakarma went to the heaven and imitate the Buddha's image and create the Buddha statue. It is, according to our Buddhist literary, it is the first Buddha stupa, Buddha image, first created. In honor of the history of the Buddhists from Buriyat, is there anyone from Buriyat today? Not far from Buriyat capital, Ulaanbaatar, there was a legend. They keep this statue. Vishwakarma created the first Buddha statue. And now this is kept in Buriyat. This is what I learned. Third episode, seems to be more real one. King Ashoka had a son, Kunala, the beautiful prince. He was sent to Takshila as a governor. He was so beautiful. And the stepmother wanted to be affair with the son, Ashoka's son, Kunala. Of course, Prince Kunala refused to any request from the stepmother. And she made a conspiracy to blind his beautiful eye and expelled from the host of royal prince of Ashoka. And he blinded his eye by himself, and he was expelled and became a blind beggar and walking back from Takshila to Pataliputra, his palace. There, Father Ashoka discovered this sad story. Then Ashoka punished all administration who participated in this conspiracy in Takshila. And those people were expelled. They went to the present Hotan and created the first Buddhist kingdom of Hotan. And it is the first history how Buddhism came from Takshila to Central Asia. This is also 3 episodes. I like to say, in this way, Central Asia and India, and as I mentioned, this Skardo and Hotan, and this route is a very route connecting always with India and Central Asia. First, Saddharma Pundarika Sutra was translated in Chinese by great translator monk Kumarajiva. He is a prince of Kucha. He was first the Hinayanist monk. He studied all Theravada doctrines, but he met his first Mahayana master. His name is Surya Soma. He is also Prince of Yarkand of Uyghur. And when teacher Surya Soma gave Saddharma Pundarika Sutra to Kumarajiva, he said, Buddha passed nirvana like a sun set in the west. When sun set in the west, last light will illuminate the east sky. In this way, the last great teaching of Buddha, of Saddharma Pundarika Sutra, will go from the west to the east. You should bring this teaching to east direction. This is how Saddharma Pundarika Sutra and many Buddha's teachings went from the west, from Central Asia to Japan. But of course, connecting between India and Central Asia is present Pakistan and Afghanistan. Historically, Alexander the Great came up to the border of Punjab, but their strongest military stopped to fight. But many Greek soldiers remained in present Uzbekistan, Afghanistan, Pakistan, and present Taxila, Gandhara. After 100 years later, great King Ashoka, after seeing the cruelty of the Kalinga War, he renounced the war and he pursued the way of the non-violent, peaceful, compassionate Dharma governance, not only within his kingdom, but send this message up to present Alexandria of Egypt, Athens of Greek. So after Alexander, after Ashoka, there was a great historical achievement of the different civilizations renouncing the military conquests and follow and realize the victory of the Dharma. This is a brilliant, fast model of success, of peaceful, mutually enriching, creating the rich Dharma civilization, which became a fruit realized as Gandhara Bodhisattva civilization. This model came from the Central Asia, China, Korea, up to Japan. Our Buddhist we receive is the fruits of this great success of civilization and fusion by the Buddha Dharma. Gandhara spirit. This is what we received. I belong to Nippon Zambia Hoji Buddhist Order, disciple of Fuji Guruji. I came to India more than 54 years ago with Fuji Guruji. And my first work as a monk was building the Kalinga Shanti Stupa near Bhubaneswar. This is a battlefield of the Kalinga War. Here, Ashoka awakened and chose the path of Dharma victory governance. Most successful, peaceful global governance model that started in Kalinga, where we built Shanti Stupa. 3 years we built by our own hand. In those days there was no machine. Only by hand we built Shanti Stupa. 3 years. It is my work as a monk. This Nippon Zambia Hoji's, Fuji Guruji's work was Buddhism spread from the west to east, 2,500 years. But the time of the age of the decline of the Dharma, 2,500 years later, Dharma will return from east to the west. This is exactly the words of Buddha Shakyamuni in the Saddharma Pundarika Sutra. Wisdom of the Buddha will return home, India. It is a Buddha's words of prophecy. But for last 2,500 years, this prophecy was never be tried to be realized. And I am a little bit honored to say my teacher, Fuji Guruji, a Japanese monk, who are the first Buddhist monk in 2,500 years, to bring this wisdom of the Buddha of Saddharma Pundarika return to home India. He is the first Buddhist disciple. When he came to India more than about 100 years ago, it was a time India is struggling to attain independence from British Raj. And once again, I would like to say, during the independence struggle, there was only one or two Buddhist disciples from outside of India came to India to pray with the Buddha's teaching and support the independence of India. In those days, there was no monk who came to India to support freedom struggle. My teacher is rare few who came before independence and prayed the Nam-myoho Renge Kyo drums to support and achieve the new birth of India. And in relating with this, I would like to make a few episodes. After 3 years, Mahatma Gandhi invited Fuji Guruji. Gandhiji first time heard this drum and sound when he returned from London round the table conference back to Bombay. Here my teacher, after 3 years of visit and praying all around India, came to the Bay of Bombay and receiving the ship of Mahatma Gandhi returning from London. He beat drum and chanted the prayer of Buddha. This is the first time Mahatma Gandhi saw and hear this prayer. Gandhiji asked the people, वो कौन सा स्वामी जी है, बजाता है, प्रार्थना करता है, वो कौन है? Nobody could answer. We don't know. But this monk is every day and night walking the street of Bombay and beating drum. I don't know. Nobody knows. Who are him? He is maybe from China or Tibet or Korea. But everybody knows. He beat drum and pray all the street of Bombay day and night. Gandhi, what he felt after he returned from London. It was a big question for Gandhi. Because
Reverend Terasawa,
okay.
we are
I
up in the
couldn't
time.
complete anything, but I would like to say a few things. When World War is approaching and Japan is attacking China, it's a big controversy. Here, Gandhi and Fuji Guruji met at the last meeting. Gandhiji is returning, and Fuji Guruji is returning to Japan during the wartime. Gandhi said, it is wrong, any military action that Japan is doing in China. China and Japan, great Asian neighbor, shouldn't fight. It is wrong. If you now return to Japan and China, it is worth it to return. After this terrible war will over, you should prepare the ground that in near future, Japan, China, and India, together on the legacy of the teaching of the Buddha, we should work together and create the new era of peace between all Asia, working together on the Buddha's legacy. It was the last words of Mahatma Gandhi to my teacher Fuji Guruji. It is a vision Mahatma Gandhi already expressed. This is exactly what Asian Buddhist Summit for today.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Reverend.
So
Thank you.
I will over. Unfortunately, detail of the Central Asia situation, I couldn't have time. But one my friends must be in present. He is a Uyghur, presently stay in Kazakh. He is keeping the ancient Uyghur Buddhist sutra and literature. He wished to translate and publish it for over 20 years since I know him. And today I like to congratulate, if he is here now, he translated the Uyghur Buddhist Sutra into present Kazakh language and published this new book.
Reverend Terasawa, we are happy.
Yes.
Thank you. All the topic is very interesting, but we have some time. Reverend Terasawa has told us about the way the Saddharma Pundarika Sutra was transmitted from India to Central Asia, quoting names like Ashok, Alexander, Vasubandhu, Kumarajiva, as having important roles in it. In fact, I myself have spent some time with Mahagosananda, who was a disciple of Fuji Guruji. So I'm very glad that someone representing the Shanti Stupa movement is here present. So thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mr. Yakubov Nabi. He is a Tajik professional with extensive experience in finance and public relations. He serves currently as a PR manager and journalist at LLC Inrus News Agency. And prior to this role, he was also the head of the investment lending division. So his career began as an analyst in the corporate finance department, and he provided economic analysis and financial risk assessments. So he's from Tajikistan. So please, Mr. Nabi.
Thank you. Thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear organizers, first of all, I would like to express my gratitude for the opportunity to participate in this high-level event and the hospitality of the brotherly Indian people. Thank you. Well, dear Sensei Terasawa just on detail explained regarding Central Asia. I would like to add just a little. Spiritual heritages are the basis of the intellectual formation of the Tajiks, which is connect the past and the present memories of this ancient nation. Tajiks had a special status and contribution to the progress of world civilization with its material and spiritual achievements. In this regard, I would like to outline in more detail the historical period of the Tajik civilization in the era of the formation and development of Buddhism in this territory. As my colleagues, Professor Kubayev and Sensei Terasawa, has again on detail explained the formation of Buddhism in Central Asia, I would like to on details explain the Buddhism, how to spread in the modern Tajikistan. Buddhism spreads to the territory of modern Tajikistan during the reign of the Mauryan king Ashoka in mid-3rd century BC, who sent Buddhist preachers to the Bactrian kingdom located in the south, modern Tajikistan, and the northern Afghanistan. And Buddhism was one of the most widespread beliefs of the Greco-Bactrian kingdom, which was replaced by the mighty Kushan Empire, what was mentioned by Sensei Terasawa, thanks to whose influence the word of the dispassionate Eastern prophet became the most important part of the religious picture of the world in Central Asia. Later, Buddhism spread to the Sakdiana, it's northern Tajikistan and southern Uzbekistan, modern territories. The Chinese pilgrim Huan Zhang, who lived in the 6th century, reported that there were 2 large Buddhist monasteries in Sakdiana. Buddhism also penetrated into the cloud-height heights of the Pamirs, where the unique monastery from the 4th to 7th centuries was excavated on a high cliff above the Vahan village of Rang. It's hard to reach mountain territory bordering with China. With the spread of Buddhism, cultural exchange between Central Asia and India increased sharply. In Muslim Central Asia, the name of Buddha was not forgotten. Dissidents of Buddhist clerics occupied high position in the Caliphate. Buddhism has a major influence of the ideology and practice of early Sufism. Traces of Buddhist influence can be found in the literature, art, and artistic crafts of Muslim Central Asia, Iran and Afghanistan. The significance of this faith is demonstrated by numismatics during the imperial period of the reverse of gold Kushan coins, along with Eastern Iranian and Greek deities, recognizable images with the inscription Shakyamuni Buddha appears. In the 20th century, the ruins of Buddhist monasteries were found during the excavation in the south of Tajikistan, in Ajinatepa, which is a hill of genies, translated. In the 5th and 6th centuries AD, the population of Central Asia and Afghanistan professed several religions and cults. And in the southern Tajikistan, Buddhism was professed for several centuries. The Great Silk Road connecting Central Asia and India also ran here. The Vaksh Valley was one of the pilgrimage routes from India, and that is why archaeologists find hundreds of ruins of Buddhist temples there. I would like to dwell in more detail on the sanctuary of Ajinatepa, which is hill of genies located in the valley of the Vaksh River in the southern Tajikistan. A skilled architects built sacrarium. The architecture of these monuments is characterized by amazing harmony and proportionality of composition, free and bold use of architectural forms and elements. The walls and walls of many rooms were covered with paintings. Large and small sculptures were placed on wall pedestals and in niches recesses into the wall. The surfaces of the pedestal as well as the walls of the sanctuaries were painted, and in one case an image of an offering stand was preserved. In the central sanctuary of the temple, half of a large number of fragments of clay sculptures were found in a rubble depicting various characters of the Buddhist pantheon, made in different scales, from the figures of the size of men to very small ones. Some of the sculpture was located on wall pedestals. Others were part of the multi-figure high relief compositions and decorated the wall of the sanctuary. A large number of paintings and large sculptures were also found in the corridors of the temple section. The walls of the corridors were covered with paintings from top to the bottom. The monastery was richly decorated. During the excavations, more than 500 monuments of Buddhist art were found, including masterpieces of sculptural art, images of Buddha, Bodhisattvas, divas, demons, monks, dignitaries, and others. very important issue, everybody should know this, that one of the most legendary exhibits of the National Museum of Antiques of Tajikistan is the 13-meter statue of the reclining Buddha, the so-called Buddha in Nirvana. And yesterday on the short video, probably you could see this Buddha, molded from clay 1600 years ago. This is the largest clay statue of the deity in the world. After many years of oblivion, it was restored and took its place in a museum. The 6-stone clay statue was found by Tajik historian and archaeologist Boris Litvinsky during excavation of the Buddhist temple in the, before I mentioned, Ajinatepa Hills in years of 1964 to 1968. Now viewing Buddha in Nirvana is included in the program of visits of all head of states, of governments, head of authoritative international organizations, scientists and culture figures visiting Tajikistan. The mysterious smile of Buddha attracts visitors of different religions and different ages. Unfortunately, I cannot show the pictures or the video because the security measures around the Buddha are very strict. Photography and video shooting are prohibited, which according to our archaeologists and the experts adversely affects the exhibit. Excavation of Kalai Kafirnihan settlement, which 80 kilometers southwest of Dushanbe, also testifies to the widespread distribution of Buddhism in the southern Tajikistan, in the early medieval area. The settlement is multi-layered. The upper layer dates back on the 6th and 7th centuries. In the center of square sanctuary is a niche cut into one of the walls was a figure of a seated Buddha. In corridor, there were also a pedestal with a large figure of a seated Buddha. Excavation in the Kalai Kafirnigan, the site, in addition to art monuments, yielded in vast complex of find various items of material culture. I would like also to know the unique clay statue of Shiva Parvati, 5th century AD, found during excavation in a Penjiken settlement in the north of Republic, which is also exhibited in the Museum of Antiques of Tajikistan. The best preserved stupa of the cruciform pyramid can now be seen in the Pamir, in the village of Rang, right in the border with Afghanistan. In the 8th century AD, when Islam came to Central Asia, all Buddhist temples and monasteries were destroyed. But thanks to the effort of archaeologists, some of them have been restored and close to the original as possible. Unfortunately, in the modern world, there are radically minded structures, pseudo-experts, pseudo-historians, who want to rewrite or even erase the history of entire civilization, pursuing their extremist, fanatical, pseudo-religion ideas. A striking example of this destruction of the unique cultural monument, 2 giant Buddha statues, 55 and 37 meters high, carved at the dawn of our era in the rocks of the Bamiyan Valley in Afghanistan, by order of the Taliban leader Mullah Ammar on February 26, 2001, which literally shocked the entire world. According to the decree, statues classified as cultural heritage of humanity were to be destroyed as symbols of idolatry. God is one, and these statues were erected for worship, which is wrong, says the decree of Mullah Ammar. They must be destroyed so as not to be an object of worship now or in the future. The UN, India, and even Iran the Islamic State asked it to spare the unique monuments. The Taliban needed more than 200 kilograms of explosives to destroy the monuments. After the explosions, the huge cloud of tiny particles of destroyed Buddhas hung over Bamiyan for several days. Also, let's mention in the Middle East, as a result of endless conflicts, there is destruction of artificial of global significance. Immediately after the destructions of the giant Buddhas in Bamiyan, the world learned of a fact previously known only for historians and some experts, that 400 kilometers from Bamiyan, in the neighboring state of Tajikistan, there is a 13-meter statue of Buddha in Nirvana, carefully restored by the hands of Tajik and Russian restorers. In 1999, the Buddhist complex of Ajinatipa, together with statue of Buddha, was included of UNESCO Cultural Heritage Sites of Tajikistan. Nowadays, Buddhism in Tajikistan is professed by no more than 0.1% of the population of the country, which consists of 7,000 to 8,000 people. But despite the small number, Buddhists of Tajikistan actively participate in the development of national economy of the country and deservedly take place in the society. More than 97% population of Tajikistan today are Muslims. The careful attitude towards artifacts and ancient objects of worship of the pre-Islamic era speaks of tolerance and respect for other faith and demonstrates the true faith of a Muslim. The leadership of Tajikistan is pursuing the open door policy and considers it necessary to adequately present the cultural heritage of Tajikistan to the entire world, in connection with which a multi-vector, balanced and pragmatic foreign policy is being pursued. Friendly ties and fruitful cooperation with varying countries of the world are expanding and strengthening. Dear ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I would like to thank again the organizers of Summit and invite everyone to Tajikistan to visit the sanctuaries and ancient settlements and accept our hospitality. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nabi. Mr. Nabi revealed to us how spiritual heritage serves as a connection between past and present for Tajik people. He explained that the region today known as Tajikistan knew Buddhists from the time of Emperor Ashok and noted the influence of Buddhists on early Sufism and in the art and the literature of Islamic Central Asia, Iran and Afghanistan, in spite of the neglect and the destruction in the past by extremist groups. So thank you, Mr. Nabi. So now our next speaker is Geshe Yonten Lodoi. He is chairman of the Central Spiritual Administration of Buddhists in Russia. He himself is from Kalmyk, Elista Kalmyk, and well, he has a long curriculum, so I will make it short. He was appointed head of the administration of the Central Kuru of the Republic of Kalmykia. He is a member of the Public Chamber of the Russian Federation, member of the Interreligious Council of Kalmykia, member of the Public Council under the Federal Penitentiary Service of Russia in the Republic of Kalmykia. So please, Geshe Yonten Lodoi, give us our speech.
Thank you very much. Respected Sangha, esteemed scholars, participants, and guests of Asian Buddhist Summit. On behalf of the Central Spiritual Administration of Buddhists of Russia, I am delighted to welcome you to the sacred land of Bharat, the beautiful city of Delhi, and this significant event that has brought together representatives from many countries and peoples. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to each nation participating in this great gathering. I would also like to express my special gratitude to the International Buddhist Confederation and the Minister of Cultural of Government of India for organizing this important event. It will become a new milestone in the development of Dharma in the world, a new starting point on our path as Buddhists who seek wisdom, harmony, and the end of suffering. Buddhism is the greatest and priceless heritage of mankind. Dharma teaches us compassion, wisdom, and the path to ending suffering. In the modern world, where we face many challenges from social and economic to environmental, the principles of Buddhism, they are becoming particularly relevant. They can become the basis for the formation of a more harmonious and just society, a more prosperous and happy future. Therefore, we are faced with the most important task to preserve the Buddha's teachings in its purity, in all its depth and breadth. Thanks to the great teachers of the past, we now have good fortune to study and practice Dharma. But we are also responsible for making sure that the next generation have this opportunity. The question of preserving and strengthening the Dharma, it is multifaceted, and there are many areas of work. I would like to highlight some of them. One of the key tasks facing us is to strengthen of unity of Buddhists in Eurasia. In Asian Buddhist Summit, I would like to emphasize that I am not limited to the Asian region only. There are also regions in Europe where Buddhism is the main traditional religion of people. For example, the Republic of Kalmykia, located in the South Russia. In the Kalmykia, the International Buddhist Forum will be held in 2025. So now I am happy to invite everyone to participate in this event. So, okay, thank you. Our Eurasian continent is home to many Buddhist traditions and schools, each of which makes its own unique contribution to the common cause. There is a growing interest in Buddhism on other continents. All of us should strive in dialogue and cooperation between different branches of Buddhism. We need a single platform for sharing knowledge and experience. So one positive example is India's initiative to establish the International Buddhist Confederation. The second aspect of preserving the Dharma is to strengthen the institution of monasticism. Monasticism in Buddhism plays a key role in preserving and transmitting the teaching of Buddha. Buddhism is a teaching that requires deep understanding and practice. Monks who have dedicated their lives to following Buddhist ideals become the custodians and distributors of this knowledge. First, monasticism provides stability and continuity of teachings. Monks live according to the strict rules and regulation of the Vinaya, which allows them to study and practice the Dharma in depth. This contributes not only to personal development, but also to the creation of a community where knowledge is passed down from generation to generation. Secondly, monks play an important role in the spiritual life of the laity. They perform rituals, teach meditation, and share wisdom that helps ordinary people integrate Buddhist principles into their daily lives. This interaction between monks and lay people promotes the spirit of Dharma and strengthens the Buddhist community. In addition, monasticism serves as a role model. Monks who live in accordance with Buddhist ideals inspire others to strive for spiritual development and moral life. Their dedication to practicing and studying the Dharma creates an atmosphere of respect and commitment to excellence. This monasticism in Buddhism is an integral part of preserving and transmitting the Dharma. It is also important to note the role of education in strengthening Buddhism. We need to develop educational programs that will help the younger generation learn and understand the Dharma. Since the time of Nalanda Monastery, Buddhists have had education programs, but for various reasons, not all of them are fully applicable in modern conditions. For example, the full educational program at Dripungamang Monastic University lasts 16 years, while the standard in higher education in Russia is 4 years of bachelor's degree and 2 years of master's degree. We in Russia are currently working hard to adapt our Buddhist education programs to the standards of secular higher education. To do this, on behalf of President of Russia, Vladimir Putin, a foundation for the promotion of Buddhist education and research has also been established. In emphasize that I am talking about Buddhist education, not Buddhology. The Buddhological school in Russia has existed for a long time and quite successfully, but a Buddhology does not mean Buddhist. Therefore, it is Buddhist education that is important in preserving and developing in the Dharma. I know that many countries have good education programs on Buddhism, and it would be nice if we could share our best practices with each other on such forums. One of the most successful examples is Nalanda Buddhist philosophy courses organized by Tibetan House in Delhi. Talks by the Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdul. Equally important is the implementation of modern technologies in the dissemination of Buddhist teachings. We must use all the resources available to us, internet, social networks, artificial intelligence, and neural networks, and others, in order to convey to people the ideals of compassion, non-violence, set the right moral guidelines in order to strengthen traditional spiritual and moral values in society. In addition, it is necessary to strengthen ties with other religion and spiritual tradition. In the context of globalization and multiculturalism, it is important to find common ground and work together for the benefit of all humanity. We must be open to dialogue and cooperation with others to build together a world based on mutual understanding and respect. In conclusion, I call on all of us to take active action. Strengthening Buddhism in the world is a task that requires the efforts of all of us. Let's join our efforts to make Buddhism more accessible and understandable for people, so that the Dharma will always exist on our worlds, bringing benefit to living beings. हमारो साजो मिशान को मजबूत करने के लिए ये शिखर सम्मेलन एक नए पहल पे पृथ्वी पर Tharam sadev sabhi bashaon men palta pulta rahe और प्राणियों को कष्ट से बचाए। धन्यवाद। Thank you.
Thank you, Geshe. Geshe Lodai, he stressed the role of Buddhist teachers in the promoting of peace and harmony in society. He noted the importance of considering Buddhists not only in Asia but also in Eurasia. He also talked about the importance of monasticism and their participation in the life of lay people, and so raised important points on Buddhist education. So thank you very much, Geshe. And our next speaker is Mr. Ruslan Kaskenov. He is a consultant specializing in human rights and civil society. He has extensive expertise in democracy, refugees, migrants, and political process, particularly in Central Asia, Afghanistan, the Middle East, and Eurasia. He serves as a member of the Human Rights Commission under the President of Kazakhstan and as a member of the Expert Council for the Commissioner for Human Rights in Kazakhstan. So, it's your floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Ricardo. Yeah, good morning. Good morning, brothers and sisters. And let me also thank the government of India, the people of India, and especially International Buddhist Confederation for organizing this important event. Yeah, and let me start. My topic is Tengrianism and Buddhism in Kazakhstan. And let me tell you a little bit of the history of Kazakhstan and also something about Tengrianism. Kazakhstan is a country with a rich historical and cultural heritage, where various religious traditions intersected. And one of the most significant beliefs in the territory of modern Kazakhstan were Tengrianism and Buddhism. And in my speech, I will look at how Tengrianism, as a traditional religion of nomads, interacted with Buddhism, which came to this territory in different historical periods. Tengrianism as a basis of nomad spirituality. Tengrianism is an ancient religion based on the worship of Tengri, the Supreme Lord of Heaven. The belief was spread among the Turkic and Mongolian peoples of Central Asia, Altai, and Siberia. The ancient Aryans, Huns, and Sacs, or Saka, worshipped the sun. In the 6th millennium BC, all pagan beliefs began to be dominated by the belief in a single god, a single sky. In Kazakh, it is Birtanır, with its symbol, the sun. The ancestors of modern Turks used to wear a solar symbol in the form of an equilateral cross as an amulet on their chests. Crosses discovered by archaeologists in the layers of the earth, as well as in Turkic graves, in the territories from the Altai region to the Danube in Europe, had the so-called Maltese shape. However, on the territory of Europe, including Malta itself, in the same historical period, under study, not a single cross was found, either in the earth's thickness or on the graves of ancient Europeans. Tengrianism comes from the attitude to the surrounding world, which was divided into the upper, middle, and lower worlds. Of particular importance was the upper world of Tengri, the sky, which was deified because heavenly people rode on heavenly horses and heavenly chariots in the heights of heaven, and they should be worshipped. The middle world is the world of people on earth, in Kazakh, Zher, where water flows, Su, which is why there is a double worship of Zher Su, or earth water, who became object of deification in this world. The middle world depends on the upper world, so Zher Su depends entirely on Tengri. Because of this subordination, there is hierarchy of deities who need to be thanked, because rain comes from the sky and irrigates the earth. The earth in turn feeds a person, and water quenches his thirst. And all this together makes up the sources of his existence. These good gods save us from famine and calamity. The sense-giving instinct leads to deification of everything that surrounds people: forests and fields, rivers, mountains, trees, all living things. But the main thing that people worship is the sky, earth, and water. The main one of them is Tengri. In the ancient Turkic worldview, along with Zher Su, there was also a female deity, the goddess Umay, the patron of the family, home, children, and arts, which is similar to the ancient Indian Umay, which is assigned the same functions. The lower world also occupied a special place in the beliefs of the Kazakhs. In the lower world, yearly reigned the god of death and the dungeon, where the bodies and souls of the deceased were sent. So the basic principles of Tengrianism include nature worship, belief in spirits that inhabit mountains, rivers, and forests, symbiosis with nature. Nomadic people developed a harmonious relationship with the environment, and shamanic practices. Shamans played a key role in religious life, acting as intermediaries between people and spirits. So, Tengrianism and Buddhism are two very different religious traditions, but each of them has its own unique features and historical context. Here are some key points for comparative analysis. Origin and history. In Tengrianism, which originated among the Turkic and Mongol peoples of Central Asia, it is based on the worship of Tengri, the heavenly god, and natural spirits. Tengrianism is closely connected with shamanism and the way of life of nomadic people. In Buddhism, we know, founded in India in the 6th century BC by Siddhartha Gautama, it has spread all over the world, adopting to different cultures and traditions. Core beliefs. Tengrianism, belief in the unicorn god Tengri and many spirits. For example, the spirit of our ancestors, Arwah, still plays an important role in the life of Kazakhs. Nature plays an important role in spiritual life. Strong connection to nature and the cycle of life. It had all the necessary religious attributes: the hierarchy of the celestials, the priesthood of various ranks and preachers, a well-developed set of liturgical rules or canons. These canons are largely repeated in Buddhism, the founder of which was Gautama, also known as Sakyamuni, or a hermit from the Sakya family, since in India in those distant times, people from Proto-Turkic Saka tribes were called Sakya. Kazakhs consider Saka to be their ancestors. In Buddhism, it focuses on the teaching of suffering, its causes and the path to liberation, the Four Noble Truths, and the Eightfold Path. It does not recognize God as creator, but instead focuses on individual experience and inner enlightenment. you can find concept of karma and rebirth. In Tengryanism, you can find rituals related to nature, such as sacrifices and festivals celebrating the changing seasons. Shamanism plays an important role in spirit communication practices. Compare, in Buddhism, mediation as a key practice for achieving enlightenment. Rituals and practices may vary depending on the school. About Buddhism in Central Asia, Buddhism, it is arrival of a new phase, as previous speakers said, especially Terasawa-san. Buddhism began to enter Kazakhstan from the east through the trade routes such as Silk Road. I will skip it something because, and the main characteristic of Buddhism that could attract at that time the local population were the idea of rebirth and karma, because attracted who sought an explanation for suffering and misery. Moral code, the principles of non-violence, compassion, and wisdom resonated with the values of many nomadic people. Interaction of Tengryanism and Buddhism. The existence of two religious traditions on the same territory contributed to their mutual influence. Please consider the main aspects of this acculturation process. Syncretism of beliefs. Many elements of Buddhist philosophy and practice have been adapted to local traditions, creating unique forms of worship. For example, rituals of ancestral worship and natural spirits could be combined with Buddhist meditations and practices. Cultural exchanges. Buddhism, which penetrated through the Silk Road, not only brought new ideas, but also promoted the exchange of cultural values and goods. This increased the cultural diversity of the population of Kazakhstan. Political connections. Some rulers and Khans used Buddhism as a tool to expand their influence and strengthen their power, which encouraged the adoption of new religious practices among the local population. The religious philosophical view is that there were elements of assimilation, acculturation, or interrelations of culture, and adaptation. In the worldview of Buddhism and Tengryanism, we can find anthropology, axiology, or value system, ontology, the science of being, of life, cosmology, that is communication with the cosmos, astronomy and ecology. Okay. Buddhism in Kazakhstan, just some historical aspects. I think I will skip it because that was done by previous speakers, especially by Terasawa-san. Let me just mention that in the ancient time, Buddhism appeared on the territory of modern Kazakhstan in the 1st century AD through the Great Silk Road. It influenced local cultures and religious practices, especially in the southern part of the country. Among the Turkic people, or Turkic-speaking people, such as the Uyghurs, adopted Buddhism, and Buddhist communities emerged among them. Now, in the modern period, during Soviet period, of course, Buddhism, like many other religions, experienced persecution. However, Buddhist communities, especially among the Kalmyk, have preserved their traditions. After 1991, when we gained independence, interest in Buddhism began to recover. Buddhist centers and communities began to appear in the country. Nowadays, interest in Buddhism in Kazakhstan is reviving, especially among young people who are looking for alternative ways of spiritual development. Modern Buddhist communities in the country actively engage in dialogue between cultures and religions, promoting mutual understanding and respect. One can find Buddhist centers in big cities like Almaty and Aktau. International cooperation. Buddhist organizations in Kazakhstan establish links with international Buddhist communities and hold cultural events. one of the most famous missionaries or pilgrims is a Buddhist monk from Japan, my friend Junzai Terasawa-san, whom I have known since 1991. In conclusion of my official part, let me state the following. The history of Tengrianism and Buddhism and the territory of the Great Steppe, Kazakhstan, is an example of dynamic interaction of religions and cultures. Both traditions have left a significant mark on the spiritual life of the people and continue to influence their identity. The study of this process helps to understand in depth not only the history of Kazakhstan, but also the patterns of cultural exchange in a global context. Buddhism has influenced the arts, architecture, and cultural tradition of the region, including elements of Buddhist art in historical monuments. In some areas, especially in the southern Kazakhstan, one can find Buddhist artifacts and monuments related to early Buddhism. In general, also Buddhism is not the main religion in Kazakhstan, but it plays an important role in the cultural and religious diversity of the country. Both Buddhism and Tengrianism are united by congeniality or a similar way of thinking. The common features are hospitality, tolerance, and non-violence. And the conclusion of my official part, of course, let me suggest the following. As a representative of civil society of Kazakhstan, I don't have the right to officially propose holding the next Asian Buddhist Summit in Kazakhstan, but I can encourage the International Buddhist Confederation to address the Kazakh authorities with such a proposal. For my part, I will contribute to this. And there are good prerequisites for holding such a summit. Since 2003, Kazakhstan has regularly held congresses of leaders of world and traditional religions. Some of you had participated in these congresses. I know that Terasawa-san had participated in 2 of them. In 2001, the Catholic leader John Paul II visited Astana. The leader of the Russian Orthodox visited Kazakhstan many times. So you understand that Kazakhstan is open to do it, but the most important thing is the last thing, is the attitude of our people to Buddhism in Kazakhstan. The attitude is very positive. The main thing that the Kazakhs remember at some genetic level that Buddhism is also part of our history and is also part of our identity. Yeah. And Mr. Chairman, if I have 2 minutes for my personal part, please. You know, I'm a leader of the Civic Peace Association, that is a non-governmental organization in Kazakhstan, and I had visited Afghanistan 3 times for the last 2 years, and managed to open or register at least a representative office in Kabul of my association. And every time when I come back, I tell the stories about this beautiful country to my family members, especially to my daughter, who is a first-year student of the Russian Academy of Gneshin in Moscow. She plays very good violin. She's young, but last time when I came and told her about Afghanistan, about the destroyed statue of Buddha, she said, actually, she asked me, Papa, can I play my music performance over there? Because she believes that her music, she plays very good. But she thinks that her music can help to change the world, to change the minds. Excuse me. As father, I couldn't say no at that emotional moment. I said one day, and I hope that without thinking, because thinking about it is very strong in Buddhism, and I hope that the dream of my daughter will come true one day, and she will be playing the music of Buddha, the music of Islam, the music of tandem. She will be playing the music of peace, of the restored statue of Buddha. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kaskanov showed us that Buddhism, though not being a religion of the majority, even so it plays an important role in the art, architecture, and cultural traditions of Kazakhstan. Such an important and not well known was the theme of Tengrianism. He raised as it can connect Buddhism and more primal cultures of the world. So thank you very much, Professor. Well, we should be ending 15 minutes ago. So I'm not sure if we have time for a special speaker. So maybe someone can enlighten me. Huh?
You mean wait for the special address?
We can do it. Yeah. Okay. So it seems that we have time for one or two questions now, and then we'll have a special speaker. So, okay, there is one there, and the second one there and there.
Before that, please, excuse me.
Oh, yeah.
Just for Theravada monks, this information is they may leave for their lunch because they have, it's time for their lunch. So Theravada monks are requested to have lunch. But rest of the audience will remain here and we will continue with the question answer, please.
Who has the mic?
Microphone दे सकते हैं बीच में?
The first person was that the gentleman there. No? Okay. Where is the mic? Yeah.
You take the microphone. Take the microphone, please. Please continue.
Thank you very much. I am Reverend Ceylon Stero from Buddhist Society of India. I have a clearance about the Buddha hair relics. About the Buddha hair relics, it is mentioned in the Vinaya Pitaka when the Buddha was spending 7 weeks, that Tapasubaloka has come and they was given the Buddha hair relics. But there we can't find that any nail relics was given to the Tapasubaloka. And so I have heard here that also one nail relics also established in a stupa in Tajikistan, which was received to Tapasubaloka. I want to know some clearance about that. Also, it is these hair relics was established in one of Sri Lanka, one of a stupa at natural harbour of Trikunamale. And also Burmese also believe that there is another stupa, the Tapasubaloka has established in Burma. What is this controversy? I want a clearance.
It's
And I want to add another question, just taking forward this. There is a Kesa and Nakha Stupa of Tapasu Bhalika at Jajpur in Odisha. So Ukkala, they were from Ukkala Janapada, that is mentioned in this Buddha Vamsa and also in the chronicles of Sri Lanka. So Ukkala Janapada is considered to be modern day Odisha. So Tapasu Bhaluka who offered rice cake and honey from Ukkala, they were merchants and they were merchant traders for which Odisha has been famous, and there has been maritime trade also, and they had established in many places. So Odisha also has the Nakha and Kesa Stupa. So please, taking his question forward.
So it
please
seems
tell us.
that the question is related to Kazakhstan. So if anyone from Kazakhstan wants to reply. But the question was not so clear to me, so maybe. Yeah.
Don't worry.
Yeah. Maybe you could make it the question simpler, because nobody could understand what was the question.
Where are they originally from? Because Lord Buddha had given number of hair, I think around 8 numbers of hair and nail relic. So they may have been established in different places. So
But
how can we place the origin of Tapasu Bhaluka, who were the first 2 disciples of Lord Buddha after he attained enlightenment?
But this was related to what? To Kazakhstan? Because this is a Central Asia session, so it seems that you are asking something about Odisha. Odisha is in India, so what's the question about Central Asia? No, so.
The question should be related to the Central Asia region. That will be better. The experts and the scholars or speakers may be able to answer or respond to those questions.
Good afternoon, everyone. My question is to Reverend Junsai Terasawa. I would like Reverend to kindly complete your statement about after Mahatma Gandhi reached the Mumbai harbor, how the monks' drumbeat, which was coming from, if you could kindly continue and let us know the historical facts which were not known to us, we shall be greatly honored.
Actually, there is a time limitation for that, so we need to conclude this session. And before that, we have a special speaker also. So maybe later on we may have opportunity to talk to Honorable. But before that, please, we may invite the special speaker.
So I would like, because of the short of the time, I would like to invite a special speaker this now, Venerable Dr. Jojo Senyum from the Chogye order. Is he here? Yes? Oh, good. So Venerable Jojo Senyum is a monk in Chogye order of Korean Buddhism. And he was sent in 1991 to Soviet Union, where he began teaching Buddhism and has continued to do so to this day. And since 2012, he has operated a Buddhist missionary center in Tuscany, Italy also. So let's have Venerable Jojo Senyum.
I think they forget me because I'm poor English. So even if that I'm attend the traditional religious leaders of Kazakhstan 16 years, but they don't know me. Yeah. So okay. I'm a monk of the Jogyo of Korean Buddhism and have been active in Buddhist activities in the former Soviet Union since 1991. While doing missionary work in Central Russia, I learned that Central Russia was a location of the Anshi Kingdom at the Daiyuechi, and the Kushan during the Han Dynasty of China. Since 2001, I have been exploring and excavating Buddhist sites in Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan in cooperation with the Archaeological Society of Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan and the Hamja University of History of Arts. The Buddhism of Korea, China, Japan, Mongolia, and Tibet, commonly referred to the Mahayana Buddhism, is known to have started when Buddhism was first introduced to the Han Dynasty of China by a country called the Great Yuezhi. Some people even thought that the Great Yuezhi was northern India. Central Asia, including the Great Yuezhi, was the starting point and completion point of Mahayana Buddhism, Buddhist culture and Buddhist philosophy in ancient times. And this Buddhist culture and philosophy introduced Buddhism to East Asia, including China, and also introduced Buddhist culture, philosophy, and political ideology. Most of the Buddhist scripture translated before the Tang Dynasty monk Huanzhang were done by the Great Yuezhi or Parthian and their descendants. Therefore, most Buddhist scripture translated into Chinese are the philosophy, understanding of Buddhism, and the effort to spread Buddhism by these Central Asia monks. In the process, the Zoroastrianism faith in Central Asia and the thought and the language of the so-called Taoists who live in China played a significant role in the translation of Buddhist scripture into Chinese, which were Sanskrit. However, it is no exaggeration to say that Buddhist studies or the study of Buddhism was conducted not by those who studied and drew conclusions that were close to historical facts, but rather by those who were not Buddhist or had a sufficient understanding of Buddhism. Perhaps by those who tried to justify the colonial rule of European colonial rulers, or by those who had a superficial understanding of Buddhism. Strictly speaking, I think it is no exaggeration to say that Buddhist studies began in the 16th and 17th century to satisfy the educational needs of European colonial rulers. I think that the existence of Buddhist relics discovered by chance was not due to consideration of the Buddha's teaching or deep reflection on Buddhist culture, and that they were not Buddhist, and that in a sense they were used as decoration to justify colonialism. Thus, I think that Buddhism has not been able to escape from the errors in its own history, culture, and philosophy, and is wandering within the framework created by non-Buddhists or people who have a love-hate relationship with Buddhism. Therefore, it cannot be denied that there are still misunderstandings about the culture and history of Buddhism. Unfortunately, India did not have much written culture in the past. And in such a situation, I think that Buddhist historical sites and relics were largely based on the perspective of European colonists without any consideration of Buddhist doctrine and philosophy. As you know, Buddhism began in India and developed into two major branches: Mahayana Buddhism as it spread northward, and Theravada Buddhism as it spread southward. And if you want to understand the Mahayana Buddhism, you must study the regions where Mahayana Buddhism began, developed, and spiritual. In other words, you must study the regions of today Pakistan and Afghanistan, which are said to be a starting point of Mahayana Buddhism, as well as Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, and the Central Asia region along the Il River, Xinjiang, and others, which were Parthian territories. These regions are known as the Great Yuezhi, Parthia, Hui, Xie, and Northern India in Chinese records. Unfortunately, however, the Central Asia region, which was an important bridge in the Mahayana Buddhism sphere, was restricted from access due to Islam, and in recent times due to Russian Soviet communist regime. The origin of the stupa, as commonly known, is that of Roland Carr, who believes that the stupa is a result of the common burial customs of India. Scholars believe that the stupa was originally in simple tomb with a mound like the pre-Mauryan tombs found in Lorraine. After Buddha died, his body was cremated and his ashes were placed in a mud and brick mound according to the funeral customs of nobles and merchants. The stupas, which were made more numerous by Ashoka, not only had various miraculous powers from the Buddha's remains, but their worship led Buddhists to believe in the reality of Buddha, who had long ago disappeared into the world of nothingness called Nirvana. By offering reverence and respect to the Buddha's remains, also the stupa itself came to be accepted as a miracle and a visual manifestation of Buddha, which is the origin of the popularized Buddhist pagoda claimed by Anglican priests. However, there is not a Buddhist viewpoint or a fact that has been handed down based on the sutra or the field trip of Xuanzang of the Tang Dynasty in China. It is as follows. The history of the pagoda that was handed down in Buddhism began when two merchandise from northwestern India went to Central India to do business. After starving for 49 days and practicing diligently, the Buddha attained enlightenment and sat under a charina tree to relieve his hunger. At that time, two merchants from northwestern India came to Central India to do business, made a lot of profit, and on their way back offered a sacrifice to the mountain god to ask for his thanks and protection. However, the mountain gods declined and said, "The Buddha is here now, so we should offer the Buddha first." So two merchants tried to offer rice flour and barley flour mixed with milk and honey to the Buddha at that moment God's recommendation. However, the Buddha had no vessel to receive it. The four heavenly kings quickly noticed this and offered bowl made of gold, silver, glass, agate, and gemstone it is. However, the Buddha rejected them all and accepted only the stone bowls, using which to put food and eat. After the Buddha had finished the offering, he blessing the two merchants. The two merchants were deeply moved and said to the Buddha, "We have made offering to the Buddha now because we have many blessings. But when we return to our country, we will be far from here, and we do not know when we will see the Buddha again, so we are very sorry. So how can we always serve the Buddha without forgetting him?" It's already that the Venerable Junjay Theravada explained. Can you show that this one, the upside is Tajikistan, and the downside is Uzbekistan. They are about maybe the people centuries. It's very important to who make the stupa Buddha the first times. When they asked the Buddha for the robe, he had down into 3 layers, overturns of a bowl on which he had received offering, and set up a step, saying, "The 3 layers robe represents the living beings of the 3 realms. The bowl represents me, the Buddha, and the step represents the teaching of the Buddha. Make offering and pray with this as if you were looking at me." This is the origin and the transmission process of the pagoda, as described by Huinjang in his Great Tang Western Region Chroniques. If you look at the record of Huinjang wrote while passing through the ancient territory of Bactria south of the Amudarya River, there are 10 meters tall tower in the northwest of castle. That tower is the tower that 2 merchants built when they returned into their country, and that is the first tower. If you look at this, you will see that the Buddha's tower is not a tomb right of the extant Brahmanism, but a Buddhist symbol that symbolizes Buddhism. Yeah, this one. There's the left side is Vajratepa, and the right side, the 8th century is changing the stupa. So I explain as my for English. So the tower of this area have a double structure. So you can walk inside them or practice, however, because the temperature of this area is so hot, the tower gradually becomes symbol, and the pedestal symbolizing rivers becoming higher and larger, and the pedestal becoming buildings like this one. This changing can be found in the tomb of Ismail Shamani, an 8th century building in Bukhara, and the tomb of Hakim al-Tirmizi, and which was built in earnest in the 7th centuries, was also built on top of Buddhist temple. The tower of Tirmizi, Vajratepa, and other tower were built in the manner described in the sutra. Therefore, it is more likely that the tower in this area were built based on traditional Buddhist value rather than the existence theory that they were built according to the tomb ritual of India. It is a symbol representing the three jewels of Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. And the meaning of the clothing being folded in 3 layers is that the number 3 is the Buddha declaring the truth that it is constant and constant. And the meaning of the lotus root relieved in the robe is the Sangha, the root of Buddha, and this pedal means the sentient beings that the Buddha looked after. And the bowl represents the Buddha receiving offering from the heaven and humans. And the step is the central axis that show that the Buddha's Dhamma is the true everywhere, and it is the middle ways. So it can be said to symbolize the Buddha's Dhamma. Hyunjang in the Great Tang Western region chronicles the country of in this way, the definitions given by European scholars such as Roland and the definition of history given by Buddhists are completely inconsistent. This will not be limited to just one pagoda. It is not a time fan of press definitions cannot be made due to distance, politics difference, or external religious environment as it passed also. Since the development of communications and the internet and the comparison of various archaeological development and literature are possible, we must actively participate without our Buddhism. And so excuse, I'm very poor English. So these systems changed the Islam's madrasa. The professor Uzbekistan, who came Uzbekistan professor, explained that the Buddhism changed to Islam's. Another picture, please. Another change the another. Yeah, it is no another. The madrasa. As a madrasa, change please. Change madrasa, the building. Yeah, it's a Faija Tepa, it's a Karatepa and the Faija Tepa. The top in the two sides. In the side they are chanting at meditation. Outside that chanting. There's the left upside is Karatepa, and on the side is Fajatepa. So he explained the Karatepa first and second, 3rd century AD, and the Fajatepa 1st century to 2nd century AD, because the Ashoka experienced Ashoka. But it's not correct, because the Venerable Junjay Theravada explained that the Buddha times only the merchant give his hair and hand give them, and they built. And already the Chinese monk Huinjiang proved that. And the Samarkand, you know that Alexander Macedonian conquered that Samarkand. And then she going to India, border of India. And he died after his Seleucus dynasty in Greco-Bactria, south part of Uzbekistan, and at this moment Afghanistan. And Pakistan, you know that Miranda Panga, who make Miranda Panga? The Greek, the Greek general we write Miranda Panga. So the 1st century and 2nd century, 3rd century is like the Russian, Soviet times, Russian prophets said, but it's not exact, because that time is Buddhism always very glorious. Because why I can say, in the AD 56 years, the great UH transferred to Buddhism to China. So origin of China Buddhism came from not India, at the Central Asia, great UH. So they give to, they transfer to statue of Buddha and Buddhist Sutra and two monks going to China, and they built the China in Xi'an, city Xi'an. They built the huge Buddhist temples. And statue of Buddha, please. It's at Islamic, you know that the Sanskrit Shivaka also, you can show that, you can know that. It's many part of Islam's medress, they are a symbol of symbolized Buddhist relics. So, another, yeah, it's a statue of Buddha. The statue of Buddha is the who make, what times the system styles different. The first system, first systems, the haircut is very natural, and the earth and the look has a hand as another is natural, but they change before they make natural. It's we believe that his face is Alexander Macedonia, and AD, 1st century, 2nd century, the 3rd century, the statue of Buddha is changing like gods. Some supreme, like the decoration, more the not humans being, not human face. There is so the not at this moment. At this moment is they say that AD, but exactly we can exact research that is BC. So maybe my time's finished. I'm a very poor English, so I cannot explain exactly. So excuse. So I'm not experienced explain. I'm only a farmer, like a farmer. I'm working, not explain. So very excuse. Thank you so much.
I thank you very much, Venerable George Seyun. And I think I also thank you all the speakers for the enlightened talks. And I guess there will be some announcements. So our session is finished now.
Thank you very much. I will invite Abhijit Haldarji, Director General IBC, to felicitate the honorable speakers of this session. We are very grateful to you, all of you, the moderator and all the speakers who participated in this session and gave us an insight about the heritage and traditions of Buddhism in the Central Asia region. And it was a very enlightening session. So I would like to request DG Sir, Director General IBC, to felicitate all of you. So we can start with Venerable Dr. Yonseng Yi from Cambodia. Please accept the Venerable Dr. Yonseng. Okay, next is Mr. Pari Jimpa Gyat. Sorry, this is the second different session. I may be excused. Professor Surat Kubayev from Uzbekistan. As a first speaker, he participated in this session. Professor Surat. Reverend Junsei Terasawa, who is a Buddhist expert working in Kyrgyzstan and is founding teacher of the Buddhist community in Moscow, Altai, Ukraine, as well as in Central Asia. May I request Director General, sir, to felicitate Reverend Junsei Terasawa. In this session from Tajikistan, we had Mr. Yakubov Nabi, and I will be requesting DGIBC to felicitate Mr. Yakubov Nabi for participating in this session. And yes, please put your hands together to express our gratitude. Geshe Lama Yonten from Russia, who participated in this session. He is the Chairman, Central Spiritual Administration of Buddhist in Russia. Geshe Lama Yonten, thank you very much for joining us and participating in this. And the next is Mr. Ruslan Kazkhanov from Kazakhstan. Mr. Ruslan Kazkhanov. In this session, we had a special address. Venerable Dr. George Hussein, Buddhist Advisory Member, Religious Affairs Committee of the President Cabinet of Republic of Uzbekistan. As a special speaker, he was here. May I request Venerable Dr. George Simon, please come forward and accept this khatak and memento on behalf of IBC. And we are especially grateful to the moderator of the session, Mr. Ricardo Sasaki from Brazil, who was here with us as a moderator of the session, founder and director of Nalanda Center for Buddhist Studies in Brazil. He is a founder and director of this Studies Institute. Thank you very much, Mr. Ricardo Sasaki. Thanks to all. Thanks to DG IBC. And now we will. I will invite you for the lunch also. Now our next session is scheduled at 12:30 p.m. We will try to be here, but thank you very much for the timing and join us for the lunch and try to come back as early as possible so that we may cover up the delay which we had already witnessed. So the next session is a special session, Relevance of Pali Language and Literature in Understanding Buddha Dhamma, and that will be half an hour session, special session. After that we will have a session on Southeast Asia. So thank you very much. We express our gratitude to all of you for being with us in this first session of today. Please join us for lunch and try to come back as early as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very good moderator. Thanks.
कितना छुट्टी रहेगा?
Buddhaya Namah. Once again, I welcome you all on behalf of International Buddhist Confederation, Ministry of Culture, Government of India. In our post-lunch session, we have a special session, and that we are going to start. So I will request all of you, please take your seats so that we can start it, and we may invite the speakers on stage. But at the same time, I would like to inform you that we have parallel sessions also, and those parallel sessions are being conducted in room number 294 on the second floor of this same hotel. So any of you who are interested to attend that session are requested to be there. The speakers for the parallel session are also requested to be present there in room number 294 as per the schedule. So now we are going to start the post-lunch session with a very special session which is devoted, and the theme of this session is relevance of Pali language and literature in understanding Buddha Dhamma. This is the topic of this special session, and for this session we are privileged to have as a chairperson of this session Venerable Bhikkhu Sangha Mahathera from India. May I request Venerable Bhikkhu Sangha Mahathera from India to come on a stage and take his seat, please, sir. And I would like to inform you that the Venerable Bhikkhu Sangha Mahathera is founder, president, and spiritual director, Mahabodhi Meditation Center, Leh, Ladakh. He is here. May I request all of you to please put your hands together to welcome the speakers and the chair of this session. So, Venerable Bhikkhu Sangha Mahathera is here. As the speakers of this session are Venerable Bhikkhuni Lui Phap from Vietnam. May I request you, Venerable Bhikkhuni Lui Phap, to come and take a seat on the stage. She is lecturer, Vietnam Buddhist University, Vietnam. And the second speaker in this session is Professor Radha Krishna Gattuji. Professor Radha Krishna Gattuji. May I request Professor Radha Krishna ji to please come on the stage and take his seat. He is a very famous, renowned Pali and Vipassana expert, and he is also going to be part of this session, special session, which is on the relevance of Pali language and literature in understanding Buddha Dhamma. So all the three eminent personalities are on the stage for this session. Without any delay, we would like to start this session. So once again, I will request all the speakers are here. So please put your hands together to welcome all of them in this session, special session. And I would request the chair of this session to start the proceedings with his opening remarks. Honorable Venerable Bhikkhu Sangha Mahathera.
Buddhang saranang gacchami, Dhammang saranang gacchami, Sanghang saranang gacchami. May all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, Devas and Nagas, saints and sages from all the directions of the universe may kindly look at us and shower their blessings upon all of us for the success of our coming together in this beautiful place, beautiful city, beautiful country, India, Bharat. Most venerable sirs, brothers and sisters in Dharma, distinguished guests, it is a great honor and privilege for me to moderate these important sessions. The relevance of Pali in today's time. As you all know, this great religion known as Buddhism was born in this great country. From this country, the message of Mahakaruna, message of love, compassion, wisdom spread in all directions. But unfortunately, after some time, it's declined and disappeared from his own birthplace. Today, again, the revival of Buddhism in its birthplace is taking place with so much enthusiasm. This is a great news for all of us, great hope for the future. And before I proceed further, I also like to remember Most Venerable Lama Lobsang, the founding General Secretary of the IBC, and I was closely associated with him while it was started with great difficulties. Now it is well-established IBC. I want to request you all just half a minute, 30 seconds in silence in remembrance of Most Venerable Lama Lobsang, the founding General Secretary of the IBC. Can you please, just half a minute. Thank you so much. Most Venerable Lama Lobsang made a great contribution for the establishment of IBC and in revival of Buddhism in India and for the Buddha Sasana, Buddha Dhamma. And I also like to take this opportunity to express a profound gratitude to our beloved Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, and his government for recognizing the Pali as a classical language of this country. This is truly, truly great recognition, great encouragement for all of us. Please, no, not satisfied. One more loudly, please. Thank you. Thank you. I also like to express my gratitude, thanks to the IBC, the General Secretary Rinpoche and our director and all other staff for organizing this fantastic, this wonderful, the first Asian Buddhist Summit, which brought the followers of Buddha Dhamma from across Asia and beyond. Thank you so much, IBC, for organizing this. And today, now, for our session, the relevance of Pali, we have two distinguished scholars with us to share their profound knowledge, wisdom on this theme. And as you have heard from the Honorable Prime Ministers yesterday through the video, what is Pali, importance of Pali. Pali means Buddha Vachana. Buddha Vachana means the teachings of the Buddha. So without the Pali language, it is difficult for us to conceive and understand the profound teachings of the Buddha. To understand the Buddha's teachings is that the language of Pali language is so important. The teachings of the Buddha has been preserved in the Pali language. And from Pali, of course, it has been translated to various languages. Very important. And I'm not here to talk about the importance or relevance of the subject. We have here two distinguished scholars. I'm not the best person to introduce such a scholarly person here, but however, since I have been given this post, I have to try. Please forgive me for not being able to do justice in introducing our scholars, our speaker on this topic. Venerable Bhikkhuni Liu Ping, the lecturer, Vietnam Buddhist University, is currently a lecturer of Vietnam Buddhist University. Besides teaching Buddhism, Pali, and English at the university, she regularly conducts the weekend meditation courses for adults and annual Dhamma summer camps for the children. She was fully ordained in Sri Lanka in 2002 and was one of the first Theravada Bhikkhunis in Vietnam. She did her diploma in Pali and got recipient of the gold medal. Wow. MA, MPhil, PhD in Buddhist studies, the major in Pali and Abhidhamma at University of Delhi. It is such a wonderful to hear that though Lord Buddha have established the Bhikkhu and Bhikkhuni Sangha at the time of Buddha himself, unfortunately slowly decline and disappear. But here again, we have a very dynamic young bhikkhunis, who was one of the first Theravada nuns, bhikkhunis. And please clap one big hand. No, I hope you had good lunch, please. One more strong. Yes, thank you.
Namo Buddhaya, Namo Dhammaya, Namo Sanghaya. Respected Mahasangha, distinguished scholars and Dhamma friends. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the IBC for inviting me to present my paper on the session of the significance of and relevance of the Pali language. And I also would like to express my congratulations to the Minister of Culture, the Government of India, and the IBC for successfully organizing the first Asian Buddhist Summit. And my topic today is the importance of Pali language and literature. The Pali language, an ancient Indo-Aryan tongue, serves as the foundational medium for the scriptures of the Theravada Buddhism, encapsulating the teachings of the Buddha in the Pali Tipitaka. This paper explores the importance of Pali language and literature in comprehending Buddha Dhamma, emphasizing its role in preserving and transmitting the core principles of Buddhism. 1. Pali is the language that preserves the Buddha's teaching. The Buddha attained enlightenment in the kingdom of Magadha and spent most of his time traveling and teaching in the kingdoms of Kosala and Magadha. For that reason, evidently, he expounded his Dhamma in the language of that region. Mention was made by authors of Atthakatha in Sammoha Vinodani of the Avittamavitaka Vipanga as follows. Samma Sambuddhopi te pitakang buddhavachanang tangtin aropento magata phasayameva aropesi. The Buddha used the language of Magadha to disseminate his words, his doctrine, that is, the Tipitaka. So, according to the tradition current in the Theravada Buddhist countries, Pali is Magati, Magatanirutti, Magatika Phasa, that is to say, the language of the reason in which Buddhism had arisen. The Buddhist tradition makes the further claim that the Pali Tipitaka is composed in the language used by the Buddha himself. Well, for this reason, Magati is also called Mula Phasa, the original language. Despite being called Mula Phasa and very close to the demotic speech of the Buddha's day, the Pali that has come down to us had changed quite a bit from its 5th century BCE usage by the teacher. This is only natural, as change is a fundamental law of Buddhism and the world, and language is no exception. Brian G. Levman, in his book Pali and Buddhism, Language and Lineage, remarks, Pali is a mixed language containing elements of the various vernacular dialects of North India, which evolved over many centuries from the late 2nd millennium BCE. It was early known as Magati, named after its place of origin in modern-day Bihar. As the language began to travel through the different regions of the country, slowly spreading to the rest of the continent, it was renamed as Pali. Originally, Pali means line or text. Later, in the 4th and the 5th century, Acharya Buddhaghosa used the term Pali as Buddhavachana, the teachings of the Sakyamuni Gautam Buddha. About the origin of the Pali word, it is said, Paleti Rakatiti Pali. That which protects, preserves, is called Pali. What is protected and preserved by it? It is Buddha Vachana, the teachings of the Buddha. Thus, that which protects, preserves the whole teaching of the Buddha, of Buddha Vachana, is called Pali. There is a saying, Buddha Vachanam Paleti iti Pali. The Buddha himself encourages the monks to learn the Pali language. The Buddha Vachana was already available in a specific core language. Then the monks were reinterpreting and sometimes misinterpreting the text based on their linguistic understanding. This was related in the Vinaya that two bhikkhus from the Brahmin caste came to the Buddha and said, Etarahi Pante, Bhikkhu Nana Nama, Nana Gota, Nana Zacha, Nana Kula, Papachita, Sakaya Nirutiya, Buddha Vachanang Dusenti. These days, sir, mendicants of different names, clans, lineages, and families have gone forth. They degrade or distort the Buddha Vachana into their own interpretation. What is implied here is that the social diversity of the monks, with their prior education and linguistic comprehension, could not be taken for granted, unlike that of the Buddha and themselves, the Brahmins. It seems the Brahmins, as per their own estimation, could understand the Buddha better than the monks who are accused of spoiling the Buddha Vachana. Then they suggested, Buddha Vachanang Chandaso Aropema. Let us decorate the Buddha Vachana into Sanskrit verses. The solution being proposed here is to elevate the Buddha Vachana linguistically by reformulating it in Sanskrit verses, as that would make it as linguistically rigorous and unchangeable as the Vedic hymns, which has been preserved exactly for centuries by the Brahmins. It is in this connection that the Brahmins suggest to the Buddha that they could collectively, including the Buddha himself here, elevate the Buddha Vachana, which was in the common language and subject to misinterpretations and mispronunciations, to versified Vedic, as it would enable Buddhists to pass the Buddha Vachana down for thousands of years, like the Brahmins has done for the Vedas uttered by their ancestors. The Buddha, however, refused to grant the request and added, Anuchanami Bhikkhave Sakaya Nirutiya Buddha Vachanang Pariyapunitung. Rhys Davis and Oldenburg translate this passage by, I allow you, O brethren, to learn the words of the Buddha, each in his own dialect. This interpretation, however, is not accorded with that of Acharya Buddhaghosa, according to whom it has to be translated by, I ordain the words of the Buddha to be learned by his own language, that is, in Magathi, the language used by the Buddha himself. In my opinion, both ways of translation are reasonable, because when we study Buddhism, it's easier and more accessible if we use mother tongue. But we also need to know Pali to refer to the original version when the translations are ambiguous and contradictory. The Sanskritization of Buddhist literature. Clearly, the Buddha opposed the use of Sanskrit, a learned language, as a vehicle for his teachings and encouraged his followers to use vernacular dialects. Sanskrit was a Brahmanical liturgical language that was basically only utilized by Brahmins when the first Buddhist literature was being composed. The Buddhist literary tradition started out as oral compositions in Middle Indo-Aryan languages, with Pali is an example. However, as developments in Indian culture occurred, Sanskrit became the language of the educated and elite. There is a great deal of literature that displays the transition from Middle Indo-Aryan language to Sanskrit, which has been referred to as Buddhist hybrid Sanskrit. The Sanskritization of Buddhist literature was particularly influenced by the northwestern Indian Buddhists, especially those of the Sarasvativada tradition. During the reign of the Kushan Emperor Kanishka, a major Sarasvativada Buddhist council seemed to have been held either in Gandhara or Kashmir. During this council, some work was done on the Sarasvativada canon, which by now was being transmitted in a form of Sanskrit. The main commentaries of the Sarasvativada, Vaibhasika, were also composed in Sanskrit. An influential and large Sanskrit commentary known as the Mahavibhasa was also composed around this time. According to Maurice Witness, numerous fragments of the Sarasvativada Sanskrit canon have survived, especially from the archaeological findings in East Pakistan and also from quotation in other sources. Other Indian Buddhist schools like the Mahasangika, Lokottaravada, and Dharmaguptaka schools also adopted Sanskrit or Sanskritized their scriptures to different degrees. According to the Johannes Bronkhorst, part of the reason for the Buddhist adoption of Sanskrit was due to the cultural and political influence of the Brahmanas. Since Buddhists became reliant on the support of the royal and elite classes, the adoption of Sanskrit became a matter of adjusting to the exigencies of the day. Bronkhorst argues that the use of Sanskrit would have eased the interactions between Buddhists and the Sanskrit-speaking royal courts, which the Buddhists relied on for material support. The Sanskritization of the Buddhist text is also on the basis of the felt necessity to challenge the Brahmins' monopoly on conceptually and formally well-formed language and eloquence. In other words, what these Buddhists were up to might have been self-authorization, didactic skills, and superiority in debate. In this view, the practice of Sanskrit was adopted by the Buddhists in order to legitimate their teachings as authoritative. Fortunately, the centers of what became Theravada were far away from the cultural and political centers of northern India, so didn't have the incentives to transition to Sanskrit. Additionally, there is an aspect of identity, of institutional conservatism within the precursors of Theravada and Theravada itself. The canon of the Theravada Buddhists is the oldest literature preserved in Pali. It is the only Buddhist canon extant in its entirety in the language used in India. Consequently, it can be said that it is linguistically the oldest form of Buddhist scriptures ever known, and therefore, Pali is the greatest medium to understand the original teaching of Gautama Buddha. And Pali is quite easy as compared to Sanskrit. We all know that knowledge of Pali is necessary for understanding the Buddha Dhamma. And the good point is that one can get on not in terms with Pali without much struggle. It is quite easy as compared to Sanskrit because the number of characters in the alphabet is less. It does not use the dual number in its declensions and conjugations. In declensions, the dative has almost lost its separate existence. The number of cases with separate terminations stands greatly reduced. Two of the tenses, the periphrastic future and the benedicative, have fallen into disuse, and the rolling compounds of monstrous land have given way to the smaller ones of reasonable land. The Pali language holds significant importance in Buddhism. According to the Buddhist scholars, the Pali language holds significant importance for several reasons. One, Buddhist texts. Pali is primarily known as the language of the Theravada Buddhist scriptures, particularly the Pali Canon. These texts are foundational for understanding early Buddhist teachings, philosophy, ethics, and practices. Two, cultural heritage. Pali is a crucial part of the cultural heritage of several countries in South and Southeast Asia, including Sri Lanka, Thailand, Myanmar, and Cambodia. It plays a role in rituals, chants, and traditional practices within these cultures. Three, linguistic studies. As an ancient Indo-Aryan language, Pali is important for historical linguistics. It provides insights into the development of languages in the region and helps scholars understand the evolution of Indo-European languages. Four, philosophical insights. The texts written in Pali contain rich philosophical discussions, making it a vital resource for scholars studying Buddhist philosophy, ethics, and psychology. Five, interfaith dialogue. Pali serves as a bridge for interfaith dialogue, particularly between Buddhism and other religious traditions. Understanding Pali texts can foster greater appreciation and insight into Buddhist thought and its influence on other religions. Six, academic study. Pali is taught in various universities and institutions around the world as part of religious studies, linguistics, and cultural studies programs, contributing to a broader understanding of Buddhism and its impact on global culture. Overall, Pali is not just a language, but a key to understanding an entire tradition, its texts, and its cultural practices. In short, Pali is a repository of supreme knowledge because it is concerned mostly with the words of an enlightened person, or detailed explanation of his teachings in the form of commentaries and sub-commentaries and kindred literature. The content is so inspiring that even a Western scholar, Newman, had to admit, he who knows Pali needs no light from outside. And that is the end of my paper. Thank you for your attention. May you be well, happy, and peaceful.
Thank you very much, Venerable Bhikkhuni, for so beautifully and precisely explaining the relevance of Pali language and the literature in understanding the Buddha Dhamma. Thank you so much. Now we have our next speaker, Professor Radhakrishna Chattu, Pali and Vipassana expert from India. Professor Radhakrishna Chattu is qualified mechanical civil engineer by profession and work as a professor in the Indian Railways Institute of Civil Engineering at Pune. While serving in Indian Railways, he qualified himself in Sanskrit language, and due to his keen interest in the ancient Indian philosophy, he did in-depth study of the literatures and philosophy. In the course, he learned and practiced and taught Vipassana meditation as his experience and his interests further deepened. He learned Pali language, and since he has written several treatises on Abhidhamma, his books on Abhidhamma, Artha Sangaraha, are published in Telugu. He has delivered several lectures and talks on Abhidhamma in Delhi University, Banaras Hindu University, and Central University of Higher Tibetan Studies in Sarnath. Currently, he is engaged in the conducting in-person and online classes of Abhidhamma and sutras on the Patisambhida Magga Sutta. We are very fortunate to have such a great scholar, learned person to share his profound knowledge with us, the importance and the relevance of Pali language and literatures in understanding the Buddha Dhamma. May I remind Professor Sir, as we are already nearly 1 hour behind the schedules, so before somebody rings bell from somewhere, so may I request you to kindly be aware of these limited times. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Abhivandaniya Bhikkhu Sangha, Vandaniya Vidvat Sangha, Samadharaniya Atithi Sangha, Adaraniya Vyavasthapak Sangha, Antarrashtriya Bauddha Sasana Mahasangha, and Saha Shravaka Sangha. At the outset, may I confess before this august audience that my understanding of Buddha Sasana is very, very little. And with that little knowledge, I would like to say what I have gained from learning Pali. But I'll speak, whatever is written is already written there, but I'll speak from my experiences. Buddha Vachana is handed over to us in a language which is called Pali. And in order to understand Buddha Vachana, we must understand Buddha Vachana as Buddha is understood. We must experience the Buddhistic concepts as Buddha has experienced. Then only there is a relevance. We can experience as we want, we can understand as we want, but that's not what is meant. So in order that we understand the Buddha as he has understood, experience as he has experienced, we have got to learn the original language in which he spoke. From the original, the derived languages is okay, that's very good. But certain languages, particularly the European languages, they don't have equivalents. And in English, when we are speaking and teaching, when we are making an effort to teach Buddha Vachana, we use Pali words. And slowly, it is becoming popular. The Pali words are becoming popular in European languages, particularly in English. In time to come, I can foresee that English will be polished. It will become Pali-centric, because the way they are showing interest. And Pali, from the time of Buddha, when he was speaking, it has in itself contained all the aspects of a full language with Vyakarana, Chanda, Nirukti. It has got all the aspects. And it is spoken as, what is that? You have got to speak Buddha Vachana, Pali in its original form. Therefore, Pali is supposed to be an vowel-ending language. Each syllable has got to be pronounced fully mouthed, completely and totally. And then only it's very good to the ears. Sweet language, very sweet language. And while reading also, when you read, it has got padalalityam, the flow of words, arthagambiriam, depth of understanding, and upama kaushalyam, similes. When you read the Athakathas, the language written in Athakathas is so enchanting. Earlier, I didn't know Pali at all. I learnt all by myself. When I was writing and translating the books, I was impressed by Pali. It's so very good. And therefore, the relevance of the Pali. And rightly enough, the Pali has been recognized as the classical language of the world all over. Now it is necessary to give the Pali its relevance and popularize this. While popularizing Pali, we are popularizing Buddhavani. Buddhavani in its original form. That's what my understanding is. And then, Pali, what Buddha wanted to say in Pali, what he wanted to tell us, Satocha bhikkhave sampajano kalam magameya ayam vo amhakam anusasani. What Buddha wanted to tell was anusasana, a discipline, a life which is beneficial to us. And then another instruction what Buddha wanted to say was his last vachana, handadami bhikkavo amantayamivo vayadhamma sankhara appamadena sampadeta. This is what Buddha wanted to share with us. And what Buddha wanted to say was, as I understand, Vedananan parinyeya Vedananancha sambhavo kayasya veda dhammitho sankyam nopeti vedagu. While understanding, studying and practicing what Buddha has said, one becomes dharmist. That Ishta word, dharmist he becomes. And therefore, it is relevant. And nowadays, as I understand, I may be totally wrong, but what I understand is ism. The human mind now today is caught up in some ism or the other. When you are caught up in an ismistic approach, you become isolated, singlified, and then you become separate. And Buddha never wanted the separatism at all. He wanted a universal. Therefore, well, the scholars here and other people may think that what Buddha said is shasana, not an ism, not an isolation. This aspect may have to be looked into. Another thing I feel is, when we speak Pali, when we chant Pali, it should be intelligible. It should not be only present to the hearing, but each syllable, each word. So it is now necessary to make arrangements that Pali is spoken as it should be spoken in an authentic manner. The August gathering here may decide on that. And these are the few views that I wanted to submit it to you. And I thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you very much, Professor Radhakrishna Gattuji, for the wonderfully explaining the importance of Pali language and literatures in understanding the Buddha Dhamma in such a short time. So thank you so much. As you are all followers of Buddha Dhamma, Pali language is not something new for all of us. Without the Pali language, Buddhism would have not survived. We would have not come together here. It is because of the wonderful teachings of Lord Buddha, and which he delivers in the Pali language. And these two learned scholars have explained very precisely why Buddha chose the Pali to transmit or to teach the people. That time, most religious teachers, gurus, were using Sanskrit to teach the Dharma. But Buddha rather chose Pali because Pali was the language of the common people, and he wanted his message to reach to all the common people, not only the scholarly people. Sanskrit was limited to confined to the scholarly people. So that is why Buddha chose in Pali. And this, from Pali, of course, translated into numerous languages. And today also, in many Buddhist countries like Sri Lanka, Burma, Thailand, they do the chanting in Pali. They have Pali university and colleges. Palis are taught regularly. All the monks and nuns in Theravada countries, they learn Pali. And so now it is good that the Pali language will be restored in its mother land, the birthplace of Buddhism. I'm so happy to hear that Government of India, the Ministry of Culture, is considering to establish an Institute of Pali Studies and Pali Research. And already several organizations is working, like the Mahabodhi Society, Bangalore. Our Guru, Venerable Acharya Buddha Rakita, had started long back Pali Tripitaka Grantamala projects. And so many books, volumes from Pali to local languages have been translated. Already, I think 30 books have been published, and now they are working to publish, do this translation from the Pali to local languages like Kannada, like Telugu, and Maharashtra, and other languages. And hope, once again, the light of Buddha will shine in his birthplace. And for our followers of Buddha Dhamma, the whole world is facing so much challenges, crisis. War is going on. Bombs are being dropped like a rain. Thousands and thousands of human beings, including innocent child and mothers, being killed brutally in many parts of the world. We know that Western countries have done great things in the field of science and technology, which brought comfort to humanity to a great extent. But I think they failed to lead the world peacefully. Now it is the time of Asia. This century is the century of Asia. Within Asia, it is the century of Buddha Dharma. It's the century of Buddhist monks and nuns to take up the study seriously and carry the message of non-violence, the compassion, and the wisdom in every nook and corner of the world. The whole world is now looking at Buddhism as the last hope in this war-torn world. So I hope, our Buddhism, the follower of Buddha Dhamma, particularly the Sangha members, will play a great role in reducing violence, war, and promoting peace and harmony and compassion in the world. Buddhism have the largest number of ordained Sangha members, friends. No other religion have it. Only Buddhism, largest number of ordained Sangha members. So Buddhism can perform a miracle. But our Sangha members have to learn Pali and one more language, English, please. So this English, if we can learn the Pali and English, our Sangha members really can do a miracle in bringing peace and harmony in this world. So without taking much time, I would like to express my sincere thanks to our two distinguished scholars. So wonderful. Last time also in the same place we had the opportunity to share the same platform. Last time we spoke in the issues of bhikkhunis, right? Yeah, it was another interesting subject for me. I've been taking great interest in the revival of bhikkhuni tradition. Bhikkhu and bhikkhuni are the two wings of the birds that has to be in balance to fly in the sky. So wonderful. You are playing great role in the restoration of bhikkhuni tradition. Once again, thanks to IBC, thanks to Ministry of Culture, thanks to Government of India for providing such a wonderful opportunity to come together. For the first Asian Buddhist Summit, we will look for the next one now. Thank you so much. With this, please allow me to close down here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are grateful to Venerable Bhikkhu Sanghasena Mahathiraji from India, who chaired this session. And we are grateful to speakers Venerable Bhikkhuni Leifa from Vietnam and Professor Radha Krishna Gattu from India. I would like to request Venerable Ananda Bhanteji to please come on a stage, who is General Secretary, Mahabodhi Society of India, Bangalore. I will request him to felicitate the chairperson and the speakers of this session, who gave an insight and dealt with in detail the importance of Pali language and how it is in today's life we can adopt, we can expand, we can use this language for the benefit of the whole humanity. So please put your hands together to express our gratitude to Venerable Bhikkhu Sanghasena Mahathiraji for chairing this session and giving us important insight about the subject. Venerable Bhikkhuni Leifa from Vietnam, thank you very much for joining us and being part of this session. This is a memento and a certificate of participation in this first Asian Buddhist Summit. And Professor Radha Krishna Gattuji, who is a very renowned Pali and Vipassana expert, was part of this session. So we are grateful to all the three dignitaries, eminent personalities, to be part of this session and to be part of this Asian Buddhist Confederation's Asian Buddhist Summit organized by the International Buddhist Confederation, Ministry of Culture, Government of India. Thank you very much, and we are grateful to Venerable Ananda Bhanteji for doing this felicitation. Thank you very much. Now we'll proceed to the next session, which is focusing the Southeast Asia. But before, in the meantime, the stage will be arranged. And in the meantime, I will like to request Venerable Nyamsambu Dondov, the representative of His Eminence, the Humble Lama, to come on stage, please. We have received a message from His Eminence, the Humble Lama Java Zandorji, the head abbot of the Gandanteng Chenling Monastery, the center of Mongolian Buddhist Mongolia. So may I now request the Venerable Nyamsambu Dondov to please come on a stage and read out the message received from Mongolia. Please.
Message to the First Asian Buddhist Summit. pay homage to the three jewels. Dear eminent Buddhist Sangha, dignitaries from the Indian government, and honorable guests. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the members of the International Buddhist Confederation and the Ministry of Culture of the Republic of India for organizing this first Asian Buddhist Summit under the theme of Role of Buddha Dhamma in Strengthening Asia. This pivotal moment lies with a global redefinition of the role of religion. The first Asian Buddhist Summit is timely and a significant opportunity to unite Buddhists and harness collective wisdom and practices to promote peace and prosperity during these challenging times. Mongolia has maintained a profound spiritual and cultural connection with India since ancient times. These influences of Vedic literature and Buddha Dhamma are strongly evident not only in our religious practices, but also in various aspects of Mongolian history, culture, and daily life. Numerous Buddhist artifacts, some dating back over 1,000 years, have been unearthed from Mongolian soil, attesting to a historically important bond that extends far beyond the last few centuries and cultures that are many thousand miles away. This enduring historical connection continues to flourish, offering invaluable opportunities for Mongolian monks pursuing their studies in India. Ganden Monastery, the center of Mongolian Buddhists, wishes to convey its profound appreciation to the people and government of the Republic of India. We also extend our deepest gratitude to His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama and our other esteemed venerable teachers for their invaluable guidance and support. Today we are experiencing a significant historical period of revival for Mongolian Buddhism. This revival is marked by recognition of the 10th Bogd Gigeng Gyabtsen Damba, the leader of Mongolian Buddhism, who is deeply dedicated to study and practice. This special event is particularly important for preserving not only Mongolian Buddhism, but also Nalanda tradition of India. I extend my heartfelt wishes for the great success of the first Buddhist Summit. I am confident that this esteemed gathering will lay a robust foundation for Buddhists worldwide to unite their collective effort toward fostering global peace and harmony. May all sentient beings find peace and prosperity. Thank you very much.
We are grateful to His Eminence, the Khombo Lama Javadan Dzogchen, the head abbot of Gananteng Chelning Monastery, the center of Mongolian Buddhist Mongolia, for this message. And we are grateful to Venerable Yamsam Bodondov, the representative of His Eminence, the Khombo Lama, for reading out this message. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have the next session, which is focusing the region Southeast Asia, and I would like to invite the speakers and the moderator of this session. Dr. Ruth Gamble from Australia the Deputy Director, La Trobe Asia and Australian Research Council, La Trobe University, Australia. She will be the moderator of this session. We welcome you, ma'am. And the speakers of this session are Venerable Dr. Yonseng Yat from Cambodia, who is Director Phra Sihanouk Raja Buddhist University in Cambodia. May I request Venerable Dr. Son Yang Yit from Cambodia to take his seat on the stage. The next speaker is Mr. Pari Jinpa Gyatso from Singapore. I will request Mr. Gyatso to be on the stage. He is coordinator of Southeast Asia HHDL office, and he is part of this session. The next speaker, Mr. Lokang Saikai from Malaysia. Lokang Saikai from Malaysia, who is President Selangor Buddhist Development Council, Malaysia. May I request him to come on the stage and take his seat. And the next speaker, Professor Philip Konchoro Widjaja from Indonesia. Professor Philip Konjoro, yeah, please come. Professor Philip Konjoro Widjaja from Indonesia. Mr. Widjaja is the General Chairman, Central Board of Perambodi Indonesian Buddhist Association. And Venerable Sayadej Wongsofa from Laos. I will be requesting him also to be on stage as a speaker of this session. He is a member of the Supreme Sangha Cabinet, Laos. So may I now request all of you to please put your hands together to welcome the panel, the moderator and the speakers of this session. And now I will request Dr. Ruth Gamble to start the proceedings of this session.
Namaste, everybody, and I'm honored to be on the stage with such esteemed speakers. I'm going to not speak very much because I want to hear from them. I'm really happy that I'm going to be moderating talks from people who I consider neighbours to the north of Australia. And I also wanted to ask all of you, because I've been asked to ask you, if we can keep it to 15 minutes. And I particularly wanted to do this because I was brought up to be respectful of monks and representatives of His Holiness the Dalai Lama and leaders in the community. So if I have to tell you to be quiet, I'll get bad karma, right? So I need you to please keep to the 15 minutes. So, yeah. So the first person we have to speak is Venerable Dr. Yonseng Yit from Cambodia. And Dr. Yonseng Yit is a Cambodian monk. He has earned a postdoctoral degree in philosophy from Harvard Divinity School, focusing on the Noble Path. He began his research in 2016, supported by a university scholarship. He is committed to advancing Buddhist studies in Cambodia, and he serves as Vice Rector at Phra Sok Raja Buddhist University. His research emphasizes mental healing methods used by Phra Maha Ghosananda during the Khmer Rouge regime. And today he's going to be talking about Buddha Charika and the dissemination of the Buddha Dhamma. Thank you.
The most Venerable Mahasangha, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to share a few things from the context of Southeast Asian, the perspective on the Buddha Charika and the dissemination of the Buddha Dhamma. Yesterday, I attended the session, and there was a presentation done by Venerable Arya Wangso from Thailand, where he talked about how the Buddha spread the Dhammas, how he practiced his own routine. So what I have written is already talked by the Venerable monk from Thailand. So I decided to share with you my personal observation on how Buddhism has been practiced and how it had been brought to the Southeast Asia. I think most of you know that Buddhism had been brought to Southeast Asia by the missionaries and by the Ashoka. So I don't want to talk about that anymore because everybody knows about it. So I just would like to talk from my own perspective how Buddhism is practiced right now, my personal observation. And Venerable monks, please bear with me that I'm gonna talk from a very negative perspective on how Buddhism is practiced. Okay, thank you. This is the Buddha statues. Most of them worship in Southeast Asia. How to do this? Okay. And this is the first day that the Buddha told the monks that Jaratha Bhikkhave Charakam. This is the first statement that the Buddha requests the first 60 arahants to go out for the benefit and the happiness of many, out of compassion for the world, for the welfare, advantage, happiness of Deva and human. May not two of you go into the same direction. Let each of you go alone in particular direction. Teach the Dhamma, which is beautiful in the beginning, in the middle, and in the end. So this is the core practice, or it is a sort of the first statement that given by the Buddha. So the missionary carry a very big message, or I can say a big burden. We don't work only for the happiness of the human beings, but the Buddha told us to work for the happiness of the Deva, of the God too. It's not that simple responsibility, sir. It's a big responsibility. So, I don't know whether we in the 21st century is ready to work for the happiness of the God, of the Deva or not, I'm not sure. So this is the first day that the Buddha told the 61 Arahant. And then I would like to just touch very briefly on the history of the Buddhism in Southeast Asia. Used to be known as Suvarnabhumi. So within these 10 countries, currently known as the Southeast Asian country, everybody tried to say we are the part of the Suvarnabhumi. But recently, like in January 2018, there was a discovery of the inscription, the Khmer inscription written here within the red bracket. There is a term called Suvarnabhumi. So the whole inscription saying that the Khmer king, known as Suryavarman I, ruled over the region of Suvarnabhumi. So we also just came to know, and we just got the archaeological proof a few years ago. And you can Google it. I don't dwell deeply on that. And this is the day 900,000 days after the Buddha Parinibbana. This is the day 1. And this is today, 900,000 days after the Buddha said something to the 61s. The world has changed a lot. Here, the Buddha statue sits in front of the TV, which is a reflection. The question is, are we able to work for the happiness of the human beings and the Deva today. In today's world, I'm talking about the today's world. Okay, let's go together and see how. The question is how. Why I'm talking to you, so my students and some of my friends are watching me from Cambodia live. So this is today's world, not 2,000 years ago world. Today's world is very fast, very modern. And I would like to start from a very negative side. As missionaries, right now we do have a misconception among the Buddhist world, especially from the non-Buddhist. They find it very difficult to understand what is Buddhism, because we do have many kinds of Buddhism. We say there are three: Theravada, Mahayana, and Vajrayana. And this is, in the reality, the non-Buddhists always had a doubt. What kind of Buddhism? When I was in US, the common question imposed on me is, what kind of Buddhism are you practice? So this is a misconception which had been widely in the public. So as missionaries, as a Buddhist monk, Venerable Sir, please try to study each other. Theravada, Vajrayana, and Mahayana. During the Buddha's time, one Buddha, one Buddhism. Nowadays, one Buddha, many Buddhism. And we Buddhists do not know each other well. We know, but not deeply. To be honest, I really don't understand deeply what the Vajrayana practice. I don't understand. I read, but I don't go deeply as mine. So we Buddhists do not each other. My suggestion is, it's better to understand each other well, learn from each other in order to expel this sort of conception. This is all monks recently in China. And one of my senior monks who extremely rare get out of the country and he joined this conference, he asked me, are all these monks? I say, yes. And he say, they are different from us. I say, yes, they are different from us, but they are monks. He say, oh, Buddha, what's going on? This is happening on the ground. So please try to know each other better. And here, today, today's world is secularism, materialism, skepticism, distractions. So in today's world, people like to be free. They're free. So some people like to be free from religion attached to that. They don't want to have the religious identity too. They say it's free. So I think we should try to understand today's world in order to bring Buddhism to the society. We cannot just ring the bell and ask people to come and sit and breathe in and breathe out. No. For the old generation, maybe yes, but for the young generation, no. That's why I'm follow the Venerable Rinpoche always talk very practical to the young generation. That is what is needed this day. Thank you very much for your effort, Venerable Sir. And one thing is, I feel that we Buddhist monks find it very difficult to adapt into the culture and the language. I'm talking about the context of Southeast Asia. Singapore is, comparing to other countries in Southeast Asia, is less religious country, but the only country which they have more Buddhist missionaries. And most, I might be wrong, but I experienced it, many monks who went to Singapore doesn't speak English. Even regardless Chinese, they don't speak English. And I don't know how can they propagate Buddha in the country where they don't understand the language. So, and our Buddhist monks find it's very difficult to adapt to the local culture. That's why I appreciate the Catholic Church. They have the principle of inculturation. You have to inculture, you have to follow what the local culture do. So this is a big obstacle. And in Southeast Asia, we see a lot of things. That if I cross from one country to another, I find it's very difficult to understand the local cultures too. Here, lack of resource and support. For the Buddhist missionary, I think we do not have whatever we may call the funding for missionary. We don't have that kind. It's very individually, it's based on individually. Any monks who are committed, who try very hard to propagate Buddhism, it has to go by himself. There is no big organization that can do it, that can support it. So we are lacking of resource and support. Here, in order to bring the Buddha's teaching, one of the suggestion is, I think that we Buddhists should engage socially. But it was this picture took in 1994, and the monk who sit there, his name was Mahakosananda. He gave a Dhammatisna in the battlefield between the Khmer Rouge and the government. And this was the Dhammatisna. The preaching lasted only around 10 minutes in the midst of the fierce battleground. I think it might be the second Dhammatisna given by human beings in the battlefield after the Buddha. And I was very lucky to present at that moment. And this is the place, the Dhammatisna, where the soldiers lay down their weapons and listen to the Dhamma. So to be a Buddhist, I think we Buddhist monks should engage. We cannot sit in the temple while there are so many things, a lot of troubles happening around our temple. We must get out of our temple and get into the temple of the human sufferings. And that human suffering is our real temple. Okay. So, and this, give me 1 minute. Just 1 minute, okay. This picture is in that picture there was a march called Dhammayatra. This morning, Venerable from Japanese Namnyo Ohorengcho, he also helped us to walk for peace during the Civil War. So before I end my speech, I just would like to say a few words that as a Buddhist monk, I think we should socially engaged. So we should teach the people to live on earth, not to get ready to live in the heaven. Thank you.
Thank you. As someone who teaches university students, I really appreciated that, and I can see them really responding to what you were saying. And our next speaker is Mr. Parijimpa Gyatso, who is the coordinator from Southeast Asia for His Holiness the Dalai Lama's office. And Mr. Parijimpa Gyatso was born in Amdo in eastern Tibet in 1976. After finishing his high school in China, he came to India and studied at TCB school for 3 years. In the year 2000, he went to Singapore and pursued his 2-year diploma degree in business administration. And currently, he serves as the coordinator for Southeast Asia for His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Thank you.
Thank you, our chairperson. Namo Buddhaya, Namo Dhammaya, Namo Sanghaya. Good afternoon, most respected Mahasanghas, dignitary guests, dear Secretary General, Khensu Chanju Rinpoche, dear ABC board members, Dhamma brother and sisters. I thank the organizer for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to be the land of Buddha. Before I address my topic, I would like to share some information on the Buddhism current situation in Singapore. So actually Singapore is part of Malaysia in last time. So the historical past, I think the brother Loka will share in the later. I will share in the current situation. Buddhism in Singapore is closely connected to Chinese Mahayana from Guangzhou, Fujian, and other regions of China. In 1898, Master such Xian Hui, Hui Hui, and Zhuan Dao, many of them come from China, promote Buddhism, and build a first Buddhist Chinese Buddhist temple in Singapore. This is the first temple in Singapore. It's called Lianshan Shuanglin Temples. So it's built by 19. So in 1926, Master Yuan Ying and Master Tai Xu visit Singapore and promote Buddhism, where thousands of people attend the ordination and the lectures. During the 1950s, Buddhism in Singapore was primarily influenced by the Buddhist community in Taiwan, with both regions still remaining to exchange each other. While Buddhist Chinese Mahayana Chinese Mahayana in Buddhism in Singapore, also the Theravada tradition first arrived in Singapore in 1918s, with their build a first temple in Singapore. Singapore, despite a small size around 700 square meters, and the population around 5 million, and they will have 31.3% of Buddhists in Singapore. 100 of Chinese Mahayana temple and around 20 Theravada temples. They came from Sri Lanka, Thailand, Myanmar, and Vietnam. So, of course, they have about 50 Buddhist societies and 2 temples following by the Tibetan Buddhism. So the Tibetan Buddhism came to Singapore later in 1980s, although His Holiness the Dalai Lama also visited Singapore in early 1982s. So I'm not a scholar. I will do my best talk about today's topic, the significance of Buddha Dhamma in the scientific research and well-being. Buddhism was taught by Buddha Sakyamuni around 2,500 years ago. It has become even more relevant in today's world. Lord Buddha emphasized that Buddhism is based on analytical wisdom rather than faith. When establishing Buddhist teachings, Buddha investigated the ontological reality of all the phenomena, including his own body and mind, through pure rational inquiries. The Buddha used his mind and body as an object for all the investigation, and then investigate the cause of all the suffering through logic and reasoning. He discovered the affliction, and more precisely, ignorance is the root cause of those physical and mental sufferings. Out of his great compassion, he taught the way to overcome those suffering. The path which he taught include noble eight path. And developing bodhicitta, cultivating compassion, and understand emptiness, and depend originations. All those he first taught the Four Noble Truths. Also, Buddha encouraged his followers to examine his teaching critical rather than accept through blind faith. He said, "O monks and scholars, just as gold testing by burning, cutting, and rubbing, examine my teaching careful, examine through investigation, not of weird devotions." Well, Buddhist practice and concept can explain well logical addition of scientific research, especially in the field of neuroscience and quantum physics, provide an excellent way to explain Buddhist concept to the general public and non-believers. Based on this reason, for the 30 years, His Holiness the Dalai Lama His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama has been engaged in dialogue with modern science, philosopher, and scholar with over 30 major conferences held. I think many of our audience here attend or differ mind life, So, based on this reasoning, now the day this platform, which known as Mind and Life Institute, it has gained great popularity and serve as a global platform to discussion, which continues to produce mutual benefit and has significant impact global understanding of mind and body connections. This dialogue aligns His Holiness four main commitments. The first, promote the universal human value like love and compassion. I think the first day in Albany, they have some performers talking about love and compassion. The violence cannot. So we need to love each other, be compassionate to each other. His Holiness always said that, we can reach to the moon, but we don't know our neighbor, who is our neighbor. So second, fostering religion harmonies. I think this is very important, the second point. This world, today, I think in the previous speakers talking about we have so many wars happen in this world. So fighting cannot solve the problem. We can harmony together, talk together, then we can live peaceful. Preserve Tibetan religion, environment, and culture. Here, I will talk about environment in Tibet. In Asia, The Tibetan is mentioned as a third pole of the world. So all the Asia depend the water from Tibet. So it's very important to preserve the environment. The secondary culture, I think in today's topic, many people talk about the Bali. I'm very appreciative in the government, recognize Bali as classic language, but we don't forget the Tibetan language. Buddha, I think the Buddha's commentary and the Buddha's teaching, they have 300 of values translated in Tibetan language. So if you want to start deep teach and discussion about the Tibetan the philosophy of the Buddhas, I think in today's world, only the Tibetan language can, maybe, I don't know, maybe, I'm not the scholar I mentioned before. So I think the Tibetan language is the only language can deep discussion with the scholar, scientists. So the fourth one is preserve and revive Indian Asian wisdom tradition. So as mentioned, Bali, Sanskrit, all these things. Also, I think that before one of the speaker talking about the technology in Western countries developed very much. But the Asian wisdom is very important to today's world. That's why His Holiness always mentioned we preserve and revive Indian wisdom, Asian wisdom. So Office of His Holiness built a very big university and center in Bugaya. The construction already started. To promote the universal human value in the line with the vision of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the Office of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, in collaboration with the Emory University, and develop the C learning, social, emotional, and ethic learning. This program was officially launched in Delhi on 2019. It has been implemented in Delhi school and numerous countries worldwide. I think in the first day, some people talk about how to reach in the school and the society and to know monks. I think this platform is very useful for the today's moderns, with the children, parents, and teachers. So use scientific research, explain concepts like compassion and mindfulness. Make human wisdom accessible to the world without religion contact. So this is without religion contact. In Singapore, the Tibetan Buddhist Center has facilitated this program into many institutes and other regions in Southeast Asia. It benefits many children, teachers, and parents. As I mentioned before, while Buddhism doesn't encourage scientific validation to explain its teaching, but if we use scientific research, it has several advantages. Make Buddhist concept more accessible to modern audience. Provide empirical evidence to traditional teachings. 3, help bridge the gap between Asian wisdom and modern scientific discipline. Make Buddhist practice more appealing to the younger generations. Offer a secular framework to the practice Buddhist principles. As His Holiness the Dalai Lama always said that Buddhism is science of mind, also that the teaching offering times giving the metaphor of doctor to the Buddha. Dhamma is medicine, and Sangha is a nurse. Therefore, Buddha Dhamma is a medicine of a mental illness. The modern science research is useful for the contemporary audience to get better idea of Buddhist teachings. Through the experiment and research, modern science also shows the benefit and impact of meditation for the physical and mental well-being. Scientifically, it is seen that mental well-being directly impacts physical health. Even with a good physical health, mental distress can lead to body illness. Anger weakens the immune system and can cause digestive problems. Practice like compassion and love-kindness have been shown to strengthen the immune system, increase longevity, improve overall well-being, reduce stress and anxiety. To conclude, the Buddhist wisdom with scientific research has helped in teaching Buddhist concept to modern audience. Second, demonstrating the practical benefit to Buddhist practices, make ancient wisdom relevant to contemporary life, building bridge between traditional Buddhist teaching and modern scientific understandings. Once again, I thank the organization, all the IBC team members, also the Ministry of Culture, Government of India, and all the participants and all the donatories. Once, thank you so much.
Thank you. And from Singapore, we're now going to cross the strait to Malaysia and hear from Mr. Loka Nga Saikai, who's the president of the Selangor Buddhist Development Council. And he is also from the Malaysian Buddhist Festival and holds a Bachelor of Arts from the National University of Malaysia and has been an advocate for research on the development and contribution of Buddhism in Malaysia. He's currently undertaking research on the local history of Buddhism in Malaysia and is spearheading the Buddhist Heritage Malaysia project. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Moderator, Dr. Ruth, respected members of the Mahasangha, fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Namo Buddhaya, Namo Dhammaya, Namo Sanghaya. This is the story of Malaysia and of all of you. The story is because, thus have I heard. 2,000 years ago, there's many ships from Jambu Dwipa sailed all the way and landed somewhere in Suwana Bhumi. Where is it? We have another conference to discuss about this. Members, brothers and sisters in Dhamma, when we discuss about the arrival of Buddhism 2,000 years ago, most of them are traders and some of them are missionaries. Today I'm going to share with you a quick story in 15 minutes about Buddhism in Malaysia, which also include all of you here. Can I have the slides? Okay. Now, 2,000 years ago, when the missionaries, traders from India, they arrived, they landed in a place called the ancient Kedah. Now, this place, what to prove of this place is that we've seen many archaeological artifacts. And these archaeological artifacts, we can see it at a museum, and also you can see it at the Kolkata Museum. Because long ago, during the British period, in Malaysia at that time, we don't have a museum. So in 1834, when they found an important artifact, they sent over to India. Because that time, in that time they called the Peninsula Malaya, they sent over here because it's under the British. And later stage, when archaeologists actually they start excavating, they found numerous artifacts. And this artifact shows some of them actually was brought from India, because based on from the Gupta period and all those design and those structures of the Buddha image. And some of them are locally made because of the material. Now, what we see also recently, if you all have watched some international social media, the latest they found was the Buddha's Rupa, which is a human size, is about 8th to 9th century, in a place they call Bukit Choras. Now this is very important. It shows that Buddhism in Malaysia, especially in the northern side of the peninsula, has been there for centuries. And this shows that the importance of the missionaries, as what all of us, many speakers have spoken earlier. What are the tasks and responsibilities? The Bhikkhu Sangha, the lay people, is to propagate the Buddha Dhamma every corners of the world. Now, when they arrived in Malaya at that time, this is where you can see, they see the peak, or they call it Mount Jerai. This Mount Jerai, oh, okay, it came. Now, okay, this is to show the earlier story, okay? I'm going to go straight. And you see the various countries. This is the Mount Jerai, where the ships actually, they can see, and then they landed this area, okay? And if those have visited this place, you can see a lot of sites. Next. It doesn't work, huh? Okay. Okay. Now, there are many sites in that area. There's the next slide will show you that. Okay, and there are also a lot of archaeological sites from the coastal area of the peninsula. And this area we found the Buddha images, even the Aurkiteswara, some those tablets, some those engraved with the, engraved with Buddha's messages, all those. These are points that you can see those, the sites that they excavated, the artifacts, okay? And mostly you notice this area are near to the Straits of Malacca. And this is where the ships from India came. And at the same time, these places actually is also the meeting point of traders from India and also from China, because they found those items of economic value, like those beads, those type of ceramic wares from the Tang Dynasty, the Song Dynasty, all those. Now, and this is peninsula. This is what you're looking at. This particular map is the red dots. Those are actually the sites. And some of friends, you all have visited that, and they are still excavating. And we believe that there are still many, many sites that has not been touched yet, because based upon archaeologists from the olden times by the British, they have actually maybe just superficially looking for some important things. After that, they left, okay? Now, the other part of Malaysia, we have the West Malaysia and the East Malaysia. They also found some artifacts, a place in region they call Sarawak, that this is where, or they call it the Buddha image. Now, you're looking at, now, on your left-hand side, bottom left, the last second one, that one you can go to this Kolkata Museum. The original one actually is in India. They sent over from Malaya that time to here. So when I want to see the original one, I must come back to India to see this. Please open the door for us, okay? And the one that on the right-hand side, that is the artifact actually they found in one of the older sites with the particular teaching on a Sagara Mati Paripacha, is one of the old sutta, especially from Mahayana, okay? The original one is still in Malaysia, is in the Heritage Department. Yeah, these are things that actually they found, and some of those artifacts on the second one that they found it recently in August. Okay. Now, these are the Buddha images that we found in Malaysia. On the top left, you can see, but this is the replica. If you want to go and see the original, you need to go to Singapore. Brother Jimpa, please open the door. Why is it Singapore, not in Malaysia? Because Singapore was part of Malaysia last time. Okay. And you're looking at actually on the top right, That is a Buddha statue that found recently in May 2024. Now, this is now under study by the university team, archaeologists. Okay, it's not open yet. They are studying it, and they have found 3 pieces. 2 of them without a head, and they have to put all the parts together because it's broken. Now, you look at the bottom right, that is actually at Bukit Choras. They excavated, and they are still doing the excavation, okay? And on the top left, that is the stupa, which is about 2nd century, early 2nd century. Based upon this, we are saying that Buddhism in Malaysia actually arrived about 1st or 2nd century, based on facts. When we talk about actually facts, we have to look in literature, we have to look into these stories, the oral tradition, and most important, we need to base on archaeological facts. Because sometimes you doesn't have that, it's very difficult. Like when Venerable Yongxie mentioned about the Suwana Bhumi, the artifact they found by in about 7th century, that one, about King Isana Wamanwan, that is important to prove the name of Suwana Bhumi existed. Although we know that actually in the Mahavamsa, the Chronicles of Ceylon, they mention, we know about King Asoka, the 3rd century BC. But it needs to be proven. Now you're looking at this, the sites, which is on the top right, is still under excavation. 3/4 done. So the next one, they'll be doing the other final part, or be in next year, April. Now, Malaysia, Buddhists actually, can consider sizable. We are about 19% out of 32.5 million. And we have that to show that. Okay, I'm going to quick. Now, who are the Buddhists? The Buddhists are all of you, all of us here. You can look, we have the Myanmaris, we have the Thais, and we have the Chinese. And most important, all of us are united together under the international Buddhist flag. That is the story of what Buddhists are about globally. Now, brothers and sisters, and we have tradition, Mahayana, Theravada, and Vajrayana. So it's very normal for us when we see Sangha members of different one, okay? Now, and you have many temples. We have actually about 2,000 Buddhist temples and centers in Malaysia, okay? Those by lay people. What is most important is that in Malaysia, we have this type of cooperation between the Bhikkhu Sangha and also lay people. You are looking at some of those monks that has contributed towards Buddhism in Malaysia, all the tradition. And the organization set up by lay people, which actually are very active. Why? Because they are working together between the monks and the lay people, working together for the Dhamma work. Buddhist education is mentioned by many people, and we are talking about working together with the Dhamma teachings and also the meditation classes is growing actually. And this we have to thank to all the friends from different parts of the country, because all the countries people send their representative, the monks, to teach Buddha Dhamma in all these 100 years. This is very important. And what we are looking at, charity and welfare, now Malaysia are quite helpful in a sense, because what you take, you must give back to help each other as brother and sister. Okay, now, and governmental affairs, I want to highlight, Malaysia, even though 63% are Muslim, Vesak holiday or Vaisakha is actually a public holiday in Malaysia since 1962, because the monks and the lay people work together to lobby the government to declare it a national holiday. So this is something that we are very proud, because we work hard and the government recognize our presence, right? And publication, we have a lot, multilingual, okay? And we sing songs, we sing hymns, we perform. We also, as Buddhists, we also enjoy ourselves, because all of us, as lay people and the Buddhist Sangha, we have a symbiotic relationship, working together for a Buddha Dhamma now and future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I didn't even have to check my clock, and there was so much information. Thank you so much. Very good. Very impressed. And now from Malaysia, we're going to cross the Malacca Straits again and travel to Indonesia. We've got Professor Dr. Philip Kucharo Wijaja, who's the General Chairman and the Central Board of Perma Buddhi, the Indonesian Buddhist Association. He has been actively involved in higher education, religion, interfaith harmony, environmental issues, social matters, and more. And he's currently, in addition to serving as the General Chairman of the Central Board of Pema Buddhi, also active in many other organizations, such as Religions for Peace, which is headquartered at the UN, and as the Executive Committee and Governing Board of the Asian Conference of Religion for Peace. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Namo Buddhaya. Buddha Dharma is a profound philosophy that's focused on self-awareness and the interconnectedness of all being. It's significantly role in shaping scientific research and well-being. Particularly throughout Indonesia, it's becoming increasingly evident. And the current era marked by rapid technological advancement and environmental degradation. The principles embodied in Buddha Dharma offer his holistic and ethical framework. This aligns well with the cultural value of Indonesian society while addressing unique social and ecological challenges. In the realm of scientific research, the teaching of Buddha Dharma emphasizes a holistic and integrative approach to exploration. Concepts such as mindfulness, compassion, and interconnectedness empower researchers to consider the broader implication of their work. For instance, the environmental student, the understanding that all entities are interconnected and cures touch examination of how human activities impact ecosystem and local communities. Indonesia, situated along equator, renowned for the rich biodiversity. Currently, our country faces critical challenges such as deforestation, habitat loss, pollution increase. Pollution issue itself exacerbated by unsustainable development practice. By integrating insight from Buddha Dharma into their research methodology, researchers can develop innovative solutions that honor ecological balance while also meeting the need of society. Although the influence of Buddha Dharma on researcher has yet to be fully realized, considering that the Buddhist population in Indonesia is only 0.8% of the total population. So we are moving toward more tangible field practice. For instance, I have co-founded the Interfaith Rainforest Initiative alongside leaders of various religions in Indonesia, collaborating with NGOs that protect forests across the country, contributing that visit to the forest in Indonesia to raise awareness about the danger of deforestation. Also influencing government policy, educating entrepreneurs connected to forestry. Furthermore, we have been actively planting trees and on a small scale in various regions of year. The organization Perma Buddhi, which I lead, serves as an umbrella organization of various Buddha sects in Indonesia. Our organization is supported by 3 major Sanghas, Grand Sanghas, Theravada Sangha, and Mahayana Sangha, as well as 8 of largest Buddhist organization in Indonesia currently. Our organization has administrative office across all provinces in Indonesia and hundreds of offices in city. Returning to the escalating environmental crisis, urgent action is needed. The teaching of Buddha Dhamma emphasized the necessity of ecological awareness that can inspire researcher and policymaker from government to prioritize environmental preservation, sustainable practice rooted in ethical practice such as community-based resources management, are very much aligns with the value of interconnectedness and compassion. By advocating for the balance between human need and environmental management, Buddha Dhamma provides insight that can be used to address pressing issues such as climate change and biodiversity loss. Our organization is not only involved in reforestation, but also in food waste reduction, decreasing plastic use, converting food waste into ecoenzyme. We have implemented this program throughout Indonesia and even received recognition from the Vice President. Other nationally conducted movement include the anti-stunting program that provide nutrition to needed children irrespective of their religion. We promote vegetarian food that aligns with the halal principle addressed by Muslim. As a result, vegetarian restaurants are thriving in Indonesia. Simultaneous mindfulness and an essential element of Buddha Dhamma effort a solution for the increasingly precious mental health challenge. Urbanization, ecological change, and social expectation have led to rise in stress and anxiety, and the depression was happen. Mindfulness practice such as meditation and self-reflection help individuals develop resilience and emotional stability. This strength empowering them to face challenge and without resorting to unethical or harmful cupping machines. When individuals can manage stress with awareness, they are more likely to seek loving and constructive solution for both personal and communal well-being. In the environmental context, individual practice mindfulness may develop a greater sense of responsibility toward ecosystem. This awareness can spark community initiative focus on sustainability and preservation. As previously outlined, while highlighting the collective responsibility that arises from a deep connection with the earth. The value of compassion, deep rooted in Buddha Dhamma, also serve as essential tools for promoting social harmony in Indonesia multicultural landscape. As a country rich in diversity, building dialogue and understanding among various religious, ethics, cultural groups is essential. The compassion nurtured this teaching can bridge differences, create inclusive societies, and collaborate toward common goal. Our organization and the Buddhist community in Indonesia are always involved in society and social service, both on a large or small scale, such as distributing rice, food, essential goods, assisting with educational costs, and providing free medical care, all for the wider community without discrimination. The teaching of Buddha Dharma are not limited to social welfare. They also reinforce resilience. Emotional resilience or allow individual to respond to stress without resorting to harmful practice. Develop ethical and moral consideration. In the environmental context, this resilience translates into the proactive behavior such as conservation, waste reduction, and advocacy for renewable energy. By cultivating this responsibility, community can be addressed ecological issue ethically. Various mindfulness programs derived from Buddhist teaching can help raise awareness of environmental issue and promote effective behavior change. Workshop, community talk, and education program can be designed to integrate mindfulness practice with ecological education, guiding individuals to recognize their role in environmental protection. The integration of this teaching can be led to community-led environmental initiative, aligned with ethical and practical solution. In conclusion, the importance of Buddha Dharma in scientific research and well-being in Indonesia is multidimensional and increasingly urgent by weaving together values such as mindfulness, interconnectedness, compassion, and resilience. Indonesian society can develop a deeper understanding of the challenge it's faced while enhancing its capacity to address them effectively. The teaching of Buddha Dhamma serves as a timeless guide that's direct academic, injury, and daily practice. Furthering the ethical approach to knowledge development and nurturing the well-being of individual and community. Thank you very much. Sabe sata bhavantu sukhitata.
Thank you so much for that. That was absolutely fascinating. And now we're going to travel north from Indonesia to Laos in the Mekong River system. And we've got Venerable Saya Date Vong Sofa, who's a member of the Supreme Sangha Cabinet of Laos and is an experienced educator and officer based in Chantaburi district. He serves as a teacher at Ong Tu Teacher Training Sangha College and has previously held a position as an officer with the Central Buddhist Fellowship Organization of the Lao government. He holds a high diploma in linguistics and Buddhism from the Ong Tu Teacher Training Sangha College and a Bachelor of Business Administration from the Lao American College. That sounds about right, and is currently pursuing a Master of Arts in English for Communication and Management at the National University of Laos. Thank you.
Namatu Latanatanyasa. Here I pay homage to Most Venerable Mahasangha and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Today I would like to talk about the That Luang, which is the great stupa in Laos, in my country. Before I come here, I was wondering what I am going to talk about, because it's a very short time to prepare. So, few days before this, I thought about this topic. And of course, it's related to India, to the king, the great emperor Ashoka. That Luang. This is in Lao language, That Luang. But actually it has a Pali name, Loka Jula Mani Chetiya. This is called in original story of the stupa. But it's known as That Luang stupa in Lao language. The That Luang stupa is the most sacred monument, stand as the golden symbol of Buddhist devotion and national pride in the heart of Laos, in the heart of Vientiane and Laos. This is a great stupa believed to enshrine the relics of the Buddha, serve as the tangible links to the Buddha's teachings and profound source of inspiration for Lao Buddhists. And it is not just the religious monument, but it's deeply intertwined with Lao culture, identity, historical continuity, and the pursuit of spiritual liberation. See, it is the very own That Luang before that. This is constructed or established in the time of King Asoka, or in the 3rd century BC, which is that time, in the time of Bulijan, or the one who ruled Vientiane capital at that time. It is believed that at that time there were 5 Lao monks or 5 Lao Arahants who came to India and studied in India and brought Buddhism into Laos at the same time and construct the That Luang Stupa. But it has been, it was destroyed many times through the history. And it was renovated in the time of King Sethathirat, who relocated Lao capital to Vientiane. And it has major restoration in the 16th century BC. It was destroyed by many foreign invaders as well, by Myanmar, by Thai, and in time of war. But however, it was restored many times to the history since the time of Lao Kingdom and through the French colonial. We have restoration as well. And after that, it has become the national symbol of Laos. Sorry. It can be the religious significance and Buddhist practice for Lao Buddhists, especially the That Luang Stupa. We believe that it enshrines the Buddha relics, but when it's come to be destroyed by invaders, I am not sure whether the relics was taken to somewhere else or not. But still nowadays, Lao people still respect and pay worship and venerate to the That Luang Stupa. As we have it at the symbol of nation, national symbol. Every year, Lao people come together to have the annual festival to worship to the stupa. I have to move. I don't want to talk much about this. Actually, when we talk about the architecture, we have the meaning inside the architecture in here. We have the 30 small stupas surround the statue. It means or represent the 30 paramis. 30 paramis. Actually, we have 3 levels of the parami. We have 10 and multiple by 3, and if we have 30 parami or perfection. And actually, at that time, according to the history, in each of the small stupa, the 30 stupa, it inscribed the Pali stanza like Nye Dhamma Hetu Papava Tesang Hetung Tathagato Aha Tesan Jayo Niroto Ja Evang Mati Mahasamano. In each of the small stupa surrounded the great one. And of course, it has the Naka symbol and the tallest, it tall 45 meters, representing the 40 years of the Buddha mission when he was alive. It became the national symbol and culture of Laos. Like this, even in the money, banknote of Laos, we have this. And of course, after we gained independence, since 1975, or more than that, or beyond that, we have celebration of the That Luang Stupa every year during this time. This year we will begin on the 11th to 15th of November, on the 12th lunar month of every year, to worship the Buddha and to be harmonized. Because That Luang is the national symbol and spiritual hub of Lao people, especially Buddhists, around the country, across the country. See? We have the celebration every year since the ancient time up to the present. So thank you very much for your presence.
Okay, we're catching up with time. You all did so well, and we got to hear about such a diverse and interesting part of the Buddhist world with so many connections between cosmologies and ecologies and engagement between the Sangha and lay and young people. There seems like Southeast Asia is really where the Buddhist world's happening at the moment, so it was really a pleasure to host this panel. And in the interest of catching up with time, I'm going to pass back to our central MC, who's going to tell you about a special speaker.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ruth. Before we conclude this session, I would like to invite Most Venerable Bhadant Rahul Bodhi ji, Most Venerable Bhadant Rahul Bodhi Mahadhira, who is President of Bhikkhu Sangha, United Buddhist Mission Mumbai, who is gracing the occasion. And I would like to invite him as a special speaker in this session. We have a limitation of the time, so I would request maybe within 10 minutes if he will be concluding that, because we have one more session after that, and then after we will have a valedictory session also. So with this special address and as a special speaker, Most Venerable Bhadant Rahul Bodhi Mahadhira ji is here for his address.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa buddhaṃ saraṇaṃ gacchāmi dhammaṃ saraṇaṃ gacchāmi Sanghaṃ saraṇaṃ gacchāmi. Most Venerable Bhikkhu Sangha, the organizer IBC International Buddhist Confederation, who have organized this very historical and important Buddhist Summit at the Ashok Hotel in Delhi. More than 30 countries, Venerable Bhikkhu Sangha and dignitaries, Upasak, Upasika, participated in this conclave, in this summit, and share their valuable experience, how they are practicing Buddhism in different countries, different traditions, and different cultures, different habit of this taking dinner, lunch, and everything is different in every country we see. But still, we believe in Buddha's teaching, because Buddha's teaching is mostly for the peace and happiness, and how to reduce our pain, our suffering, our difficulties, our problem of any kinds, which can be reduced, which can be eliminated. Because many problems, many difficulties being created by us, by human being. And why they are being created by human being? Because of misunderstanding, because of polluted minds, because of anger, hatred, lobha, dosa, moha, and these kinds of pollution, when person attached to that, then always they become king in our mind, on our head, and they control us, and we don't know how we are behaving, who is making me to do this thing, that thing, that thing. And that's the Buddha's first stanza is, Mano pubangama dhamma mano siddha manomaya manas sache paduttena bhasativa karotiva tato nang dukkha manveti chakkang vahato padam. So in our day-to-day life, the mind is more important. Whatever we do, good or bad things, it is created by our minds. But the pathetic situation is, many of us, we don't know our own mind. We don't know how the mind functions. Who makes the mind active or inactive? Who makes mind polluted or pure or impure? That many of us don't know. And for that, the Buddha's unique teaching is, first of all, understand yourself. Understand reality. Reality are many kinds. There are many kinds of reality. We are staying here, we are now sitting in the hall. It is reality. There is a river flowing near my house, reality. Millions of times of reality is there. And they are useful. But the most useful reality is to understand first of yourself, my own mind, own panchaskandha, these 6 indriyas, how they are functioning, how they are working in my mind and in my body. So that is the basic teaching of Buddha. We don't have to just make Buddhism, this ism, that ism, that ism, Theravada, Mahayana, Vajrayana, this and that. This is very minor differences. But main teaching is same. The teaching is Four Noble Truths. Every sects believe this in Four Noble Truths. The Arya Ashtangika Magga, Eightfold Noble Path, 10 Paramitas, compassion, liberation, and these kinds of very unique, valuable things, basic things, which needed by every human being. Some people say that I don't believe in religion. I don't believe this sect or that sect or that sect. But that means, I think, they have not understood really what is the religion is. Religion means truth. Religion means law. There are many kinds of law. Country cannot progress without law. Country can progress with laws. Some laws must be there. In our family, we have to follow some laws. In our corporations, we have to follow some laws. Laws are required everywhere. So Buddha taught those noble laws. The laws of your human body, how your body is functioning. The laws of your own human mind, how the mind is functioning. The laws of 5 skandha, 5 faculties, 6 indriyas. This is the law. And if someone says, I don't believe this law, he is living in the dark. He is not following the law of the human body. When we become hungry, we have to eat something. When we become thirsty, we have to drink the water. This is the need of the body. This is the law. To drink the water when you get thirsty. You have to specify your hunger when you become hungry. You have to eat something. This is the law. Body needs it. And if someone says, I don't need it, I don't like to do this thing, he is ignorant person. So Buddha taught very basic laws. Whatever language we speak, whatever ism we follow, but always we have to respect our own body, our own mind. Find out the reality of our own mind, our own body. That is the real truth. We cannot run away from that. And if somebody wants to run away from that, he is not a normal person. He is missing something. So like that, Buddha taught the Dhamma. Buddha understood. Everybody will know that. There is no need to believe it. Need to understand it. Need to realize it. The truth has to be realized. Truth has not to be believed. You have to see face to face. So like this, we have to understand mind. Mind cannot be find out in the scriptures. It is not in the temple. It is not in the stupa. Where is mind? Mind is in your body. Mind is in me. So if I have to understand my mind, to self-introspection is needed. To understanding of this human body and human mind is needed. And that there are 3 ways of understanding. By listening also we can understand. By reading also we can understand. That also helps. This is called Srotamayi knowledge. This is called this reading or listening. We get some knowledge, get some idea. That is also useful, needed. But Buddha gave us the super knowledge to go beyond that and just realize it yourself. When there is pain in our body, We don't go in the book and look how pain is. We just experience the pain and try to get rid of the pain. That is the reality, that is the Dhamma. When there is happiness in our body, we don't have to see in the book or in the scriptures, happiness is this kind, that kind, and that kind. We have to feel the happiness. Yes, I am feeling the happiness. I am feeling the release from defilements. So that is the basic thing Buddha taught, and that is a need of each and every person. So today we learn many, many kinds of things. Really we enlightened, I was observing since yesterday, recorded also many dignitary speeches. We enlightened here because we have to come together and we have to break the wall and divisions and make our Buddha community one, because Buddha is one. Why there is ism? Dr. Baba Sahib Ambedkar, when he was the most learned person in this age, he studied very deeply of all religions which were prevailing on the earth. He read Buddhism also, and he got convinced that the Buddha's message is universal, because what is the Buddha's message? Understand the suffering, the cause of suffering, and try to remove it. When there war comes, war becomes without reason. There is no war, no conflict. There must be some reason. And when we found that reason and solved the reason with dialogue, with compassionate minds, with understanding, with wisdom, so problem can be solved. That is the message of Buddha. So I am very happy, and I express my heartfelt thanks to the Government of India, the Ministry of Culture, who has sponsored this summit, and mostly the Government of India, the Prime Minister, very compassionately, he gave the Pali language as the classical language status, and now people will learn Buddhism, try to understand the original Buddha's language. I congratulate the Government of India, and I congratulate the IB team also, and all organizers, and all the participants. I congratulate. Thank you very much. Be happy, be happy, be happy. Thank you very much.
So grateful. Please stay for a few minutes on the stage so that we can felicitate Sir, you and along with other speakers, and for that I will invite Most Venerable Mingyur Rinpoche from Nepal. I will request Honorable Most Venerable Mingyur Rinpoche to come on the stage and felicitate the learned speakers, scholars, and those dignitaries, eminent personalities who came here from different parts of the world and participated and are participating in this 2 days Asian Buddhist Summit. So we are going to start with the Most Venerable Bhadant Rahul Bodh Mahathera Ji, and I will request Most Venerable Mingyur Rinpoche Ji to felicitate all the speakers one by one. Dr. Ruth Gamble from Australia, who moderated this session so beautifully, and we are grateful to you, Madam. You came here and participated in this. Most Venerable Bhadant Rahul Bodhi Mahathera Ji, President Bhikkhu Sangha, United Buddhist Mission, Mumbai, who very briefly but very meaningfully explained why Buddha is the need of the hour, why Buddha is so important, and why Buddha's messages are so important. We are grateful to the other speakers also, Venerable Dr. Yonseng Yi from Cambodia, who is Director of Pre Sihanouk Raja Buddhist University, Cambodia, Thank you very much for being with us. From Singapore, Mr. Pari Jinpa Gyatso, the coordinator of Southeast Asia HSDL office. He was also the part of this session, and he spoke about the Buddhism prevalent in Singapore, how old and how at present it is being practiced. We also had Mr. Lokanga Saikai from Malaysia, and His Venerable Sayadech Wangsofa from Laos being felicitated. From Malaysia, we had Mr. Lokang Saikai, who very beautifully presented the Buddhist tradition and the archaeological evidences available in the country. From Indonesia, Professor Philip Konchoro Widjaja, the General Chairman, Central Board of Paramabud, the Indonesian Buddhist Association. He was part of this session. So we are grateful to you. We are grateful to the Most Venerable Mingo Rinpoche for felicitating the guests and speakers, and thank you so much. We are so grateful to all of you. We will have a break of, you can say, 15 to 20 minutes for the tea, because we are already running late, and we will try to compensate that. We will try to manage that. And the next session, that is focusing on East Asia region of the Asia. So that will be the last session, and after that we will have a valedictory session. So please, I will request all of you, please, on your backside, you exit from your backside, and then through the gallery from left side you can enter that part of the place where the tea arrangements has been made. It is just behind this wall, but you have to be from the backside, and then move left, then again left, you will reach there. आप सभी बिल्कुल चाय के लिए आप सबको हम आमंत्रित करते हैं, और अपने जो हॉल के बैक साइड में जो एग्जिट है वहाँ से आप निकलेंगे और लेफ्ट साइड से होते हुए दूसरी एंट्री से उस एरिया में पहुँचेंगे जहाँ पर चाय की व्यवस्था की गई है. तो आई विल रिक्वेस्ट ऑल ऑफ यू, प्लीज जॉइन अस ओवर ए कप ऑफ टी. that we can start the last session, which is 5th session in the series, and which will be focusing the region of East Asia in Asia. So I will request all the speakers, all the guests, please come back to your seats, and we will try to start it as early as possible so that we can finish it in time. After this, we will be having the valedictory session also. So it's important to manage and compensate the time, so please take your seats. Please, everyone who are outside of the hall, either in the gallery or in the area where tea is served, are requested to be back to their seats as early as possible. There is an important announcement and information for all of you. The guests who have flights today, they are requested to report at the ABS help desk, which is in the lobby of this hotel, 4 hours before their scheduled departure time. So I will request all of you who have the flights today, please report to the ABS help desk 4 hours before the departure of your flight. That is very important. All of you, please, who are outside the hall, please come back and take your seats. We are going to start our next session, 5th session in the series, and that will be the last session of this 2 days first Asia Buddhist Summit. And after that, we will have a concluding valedictory session also. This session is focusing on the East Asian part of the Asian continent. And in this session, the speakers and moderator, which we are going to invite on stage, first of all, the Venerable Lama Arya Drolma from USA. I will request her to please be on stage. She is going to moderate this session. And she is a Buddhist meditation teacher in USA, and she has come here to attend this Asian Buddhist Summit. We have, as speakers, we have Professor Hitoshi Yoshimura from Japan. Yeah, please come. Professor Hitoshi Yoshimura from Japan, who is a researcher, Eastern Institute, Japan. I will request him to please come on stage and take his seat. We have Ximing Shi from Taiwan. May I request Ximing Shi, Associate Professor and Director, Graduate Institute of Religious Studies, Nanhua University, Taiwan, to come on stage and take a seat. Please come. In our speakers, we have Mr. Tenzing Lexia, Central Tibetan Administration, his spokesperson and Additional Secretary, Department of Information and International Relations, CTA. So Mr. Tenzing Lexia, please come on stage. Venerable Chongdong C.H. Park from Republic of Korea. If he is here, please come on stage. Venerable Chongdong C.H. Park from Republic of Korea, who is Professor, College of Buddhist Studies and Director of Buddhist Culture Research Institute, Dongguk University, Republic of Korea. And Mr. Shirindev Dorling. Mr. Shirindev Dorling from, yeah, please come, Mongolia. He is Director, Vipassana Research Center, Mongolia. So these are the speakers who are going to participate in this session and will be discussing and presenting their point of view and their experiences and the ground reality of their countries related to this Buddhism, its expansion, its traditions, and its heritage. So I will request all of you, please put your hands together to welcome the panel here. Very distinguished scholars, guests, lecturers are there, and venerable monks are here. So I will request Venerable Lama Arya Dorlma, the moderator of the session, to start the proceedings, please.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome, venerable Sangha members, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is an immense honor to participate in this inaugural First Asian Buddhist Summit and to join in dialogue on the profound theme of the role of Buddha Dhamma in strengthening Asia. My sincere gratitude goes to the International Buddhist Confederation and the Ministry of Culture, Government of India, for organizing this remarkable gathering and historical event, bringing together 30 countries with diverse voices of Buddha Dhamma. In light of today's dynamic social and cultural landscape, this summit holds exceptional relevance as it brings forth India's ancient and rich Buddhist heritage into the modern world. Fostering unity and insight, the summit aims to contribute a more compassionate and peaceful and kinder world, and ensuring its enduring relevance for future generations. So the speaker's order has changed a little bit due to logistics. So the first speaker I would like to introduce is Mr. Sirin Devi Dorlig, Director of Vipassana Research Center in Mongolia. Over 20 years of working experience in educational and social service sectors, and experienced in training of meditation retreats. He has good communication skills and ability to work in a multicultural environment with advanced computer skills, excellent presentation and writing skill, both in Mongolia and English. Welcome, Mr. Dev.
Namo tasso bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Distinguished Bhikkhu Sangha and all the scholars who gathered here, I am very happy to be midst of you and present how Vipassana meditation is benefiting real time in Mongolian community, in Mongolian prisons. A short story about Vipassana. As you know, Buddha went in search of the truth, and then he met the Acharya Alar Kalam. He practiced meditation, samadhi, Lokiya Samadhi meditation, and then he reached the 7th stage of absorption samadhi. And then after reaching that stage, he analyzed his mind, and then he found that his surface level of the mind was very much cleaned by this Lokiya Samadhi. And then he found out that on the depth of the mind, still karma sankharas remain. So he asked Acharya Alar Kalam, the other way, is there any other way that I could eliminate remaining anushaya kilesha, which is in the depth of my mind? And then he said, I thought whatever I know, now you have to go to Acharya Uttagaram Putra, who reached the 8th absorption samadhi by that time. He went, he met Acharya Uttagaram Putra, and then by practicing with him, he reached 8th absorption samadhi, which is the highest stage of Lokiya Samadhi at the time. But by reaching in this stage, he also realized he is still not able to penetrate to the depth of the mind and to clean the depth of the mind of the karmas of the past. So he considered himself is not enlightened. He went also and then practiced 6 years of ascetic torturing his body, so that if you, at that time, belief was that if you practiced austerities, your mind, you will reach the depth of the mind and then clean the depth of the anushaya kleshas, which is in the depth of the mind. But he spent 6 years. After 6 years, he was not able to penetrate in depth of the mind. He couldn't clean the anushaya kleshas of depth of the mind. And then at that time, he practiced all Indian meditation techniques at that time, prevailing at that time, and he couldn't reach enlightenment. And then he remembered when he was 5 years old, you could see that a little boy sitting under the tree practicing anapana meditation. Whatever meditation he was practicing till now was cleaning the surface of the mind, not penetrating to the depth of the mind. But by practicing anapana, he penetrates to himself, goes to the depth of the mind. So he remembered whatever practice he was doing while he was 5 years old, and then he found this way, and he started practicing anapana in Bodh Gaya, Niranjana river for 14 days, and then samadhi was perfect, and then he went to the Bodh Gaya and meditated for 1 day, and then he himself, anapana practice, if you practice, and then it brings you to vipassana, leads to vipassana, which leads to the depth of the mind, to clean the anushaya klesha of the mind. So he practiced under the Bodhi tree, and he was enlightened as a Buddha, as you know. And then he taught this meditation for the benefit of others, starting in Sarnath, first 5 disciples. And then you remember this Angulimala story. What today my topic is about how Vipassana is being practiced in Mongolian prisons, how to clean the mind of criminals who's been lifetime in the criminal world, and then their mind is very much in cruel stage. So clean that mind is not easy. But then, as you know, Angulimala, who killed 999 people, and then he met Buddha, and then practiced Vipassana. He cleaned his mind, not only cleaned the mind, but he get enlightened by practice of Vipassana. So this practice, Vipassana, still remain now. Now these teachers, as you know, Ashoka's time, Ashoka sent at that time many arahant who are masters of theory, masters of practice. Ashoka sent many learned and enlightened arhants to many countries. And then also in Mongolia, we have a saying that 2 acharyas, in Mongolian we call azar, but it is word acharya, which means meditation teachers, even now called. So 2 acharyas Ashoka's time also came in Mongolia. And then the Dhamma flourished in Mongolia from the Ashoka's time in ancient Hunnu Empire time in Mongolia. So now, because Ashoka sent many teachers different different countries in the world, spreading Dhamma, and then the practice of Vipassana eventually lost many other countries, even in Mongolia also. And then Myanmar, I'm very grateful to India, where the Buddha has born, and by practicing Vipassana, getting enlightened. This wonderful technique he's taught for many centuries for students, and then helping. And also very grateful to Myanmar, who preserved this technique in pristine purity till now. So 2 arhants from India was sent to Sona and Uttara to Myanmar, and then from generation to generation, they preserved Vipassana technique in pristine purity. And you see Lady Sayadaw, who was in the 1900, very learned monk of Myanmar, practiced Vipassana. He taught Sayateji, who was a farmer. And then Sayateji taught the Sayagyi Ubakin, who was a finance minister of Myanmar. And then Sayagyi Ubakin taught Sayagyi S.N. Goenka this Vipassana technique. And Goenkaji practiced 14 years, and then he arrived in India 1969, started spreading Vipassana in India, and eventually whole world. Now within this generation, Vipassana has reached in about 120 countries around the world. Almost 300 Vipassana meditation centers is running courses around the world, free of cost. Now about Vipassana in prisons. Goenkaji started Vipassana in 1975, September 1975, first course, Vipassana course in Jaipur Central Jail, Rajasthan. This is how Vipassana started, also helping people in prison who are suffering. And then you see in November 1993 in Delhi, Tihar prison hosted first courses. And then 1994, Goenkaji organized Vipassana meditation course for 1,000 prisoners. And this way it went. Now this Vipassana courses in different countries, also in prisons in United States, Sri Lanka, Mongolia, Myanmar, Colombia, Britain, Taiwan, New Zealand, and other countries. They have courses in prison. Now, Vipassana has arrived in Mongolia in 1997. We started having courses in Mongolia. Now we have established 2 Vipassana meditation centers in Mongolia. And then courses run in the city, suburb center and the city center both. And then we have courses around the year. And so far, 45,000 Mongolians have practiced Vipassana and benefiting enormously. Also, we have started organizing children courses because I went to prison and I saw in Mongolian prisons about 6,000 inmates there. Out of 6,000, most 98% of prisoners in Mongolia, very young people, 18 to 35 years old. By seeing this, I thought we should reach out to children in young age so that they shouldn't, when they grow old, they shouldn't go to wrong direction and then suffer in the consequences. So we started organizing children courses. Last year in Mongolia Central National Wrestling Center, we organized children courses for 1,000 children participating in the Anapana meditation, which was Buddha practiced when he was 5 years old. Now, other Vipassana brief activities, we translated, we brought Buddha's teaching, Vipassana, the practical aspect, and also we also brought Pali Tipitaka, published by VRI India, 140 volumes, and we translated 13 volumes into Mongolian language already. And first 8 volumes been published, remaining 5 we're going to publish in near future. So practical aspect Vipassana, also theoretical aspect, the Buddha's teaching from the Pali to Mongolian language. So this will benefit enormously. Theory and practice must go together. So that's why we translated this many volumes from the Pali language. Now this future centers, we are making new design so that other 21 states of Mongolia will same design centers in the future. And also we have, this practice of Vipassana. If you go practice 10-day course, and then if you don't meditate, practice at home, no benefit will come. Without practice, if you don't apply, no benefit at all. Just nice memory of 10 days will remain in you. But practice is most important. That's why we're planning to build in Mumbai, Goenkaji built global Vipassana pagoda. Hollow, inside 10,000 people can meditate. But we are also planning the same to build in Mongolia. This is because we want those 45,000 students of Vipassana to practice, come, meditate anytime they want. Because centers have course after course. And then those who have practiced, they have no time. They couldn't come whenever they have time. They cannot come to meditate because the course is running. But if we build this nice pagoda, hollow inside, so that 24 hours it can operate, then those who have practiced, they can, whenever they have free time, they can come and meditate. It will benefit for them. That's why, for the benefit of those who have practiced, so that they continue meditating, enjoying peace and happiness in their life, we are planning to build this big, not big as is in India, Mumbai. It will be a little lesser, so that minimum 5,000 can meditate together. So now Vipassana, we have started in 2006 until 2008. This 2006, first prison course in Mongolian female prison was conducted. And then remaining three years, we continued. About 300 inmates, female inmates practiced. It was the first ever our trial course in prison. And then it has very good benefit, but we couldn't continue. Certain circumstances of financial and other, and at the time, the prison officials were not understanding the benefit because they didn't practice themselves, so there were obstacles. So we stopped continuing prison courses. But, this, on this slide, you can see Mr. Dorligjau. He's Minister of Justice of Mongolia. Because he practiced himself 10-day course twice, and he saw the benefits in him, how the happiness bringing Vipassana. So he asked me, now in 2014, he approached me, he said, you should start prison courses. And then I said, yes, I would like to, but there are certain things I want to ask before I'm starting. Because the certain things of the rule was that they should send first from all 23 prisons, at least 3-4 prison officials, social workers, they must send to prison so that they can, to course, so that they meditate, they see benefit themselves. And then all the prisons, these 4 or 5 prison officials have done course with us, and then it was easy for me to go there. So he started sending prison officials with the salary given, 10-day course salary given to them, and they practiced in our centers meditation. And then when I was going to the prison, it was very nice because already there are people who understand me, what I am teaching, and then who benefited, so that they will start helping me to organize courses in prison. So because by initiative of this minister, we started planning to organize courses in Mongolian prisons. And then officials at the Prison Authority of Mongolia, in the beginning, because the minister ordered them to start conducting courses in prison. But they have not believing it will be really benefiting, because there are many programs, many meditation, many yoga, thing happened in prison, but no benefit at all. And then they thought, there's another one coming, and again he will try something, and it will not benefit. Then I was asked them, send me to the worst prison. Then you will see this meditation who changed Angulimala, who killed 999 people, same meditation is still here, same effect is still there. They can change your hardened criminals. I asked them to send me to the worst prison. And then they sent me to prison for 15, which is mind, which is the worst prison in Mongolia, because there are people who commit many crimes. Some of them have been in prison 13 times. The people are living in prison because once you are in prison, and the community, family don't accept them. So when they go out, and somehow they come back. So they sent me to maximum security prison in Myanmar, and then this benefit was enormous. And then because when I started first, agreement was that when I go there, conduct the courses, after the course, those inmates who have done course, they must practice daily, morning 1 hour, evening 1 hour. Without applying in life, without continuing practice, no benefit will come. And then I asked the minister to tell the prison authority people so that they should implement in daily program of prisoners, so that morning 5 to 6, they must practice Vipassana. Evening 5 to 6, they must practice Vipassana. So this was implemented. It was signed by warden and put on the wall, and that's it. In prison, whatever is written there must follow. So this agreement was there. First course was in minute. I could see the magic of Buddha's teaching, Vipassana, how they change in people. In the beginning, first 2-3 days, it was very scary. But eventually, these people, I could see they're changing. Their attitude is changing. They're feeling happy inside. And then the benefit was there. And then they continued daily meditation morning and evening. And then next year, prison authority people start calling me, come again. Yes. What happened? And they say, this course which you have done, and they continued meditating morning and evening. Those troublemakers who have done course, they have not.
Yes.
Sorry. Okay. So basically, prison course very successful. So far, 2,000 inmates have done course with us. And then those the prison people who have done course, inmates, they don't, when they are in prison, they don't create any trouble to the prison authorities. And then many of them went out of prison. Now they are not coming back. This is a good result of Vipassana in prison, Mongolia.
Thank you, Mr. Seren.
So in here you could see the Vipassana documentaries, Vipassana in Mongolian prisons here in YouTube, and also doing Vipassana documentary made by the Israeli filmmaker. Is very, very famous about Vipassana in Tihar jail. It's very, and then Dhamma Brothers documentary about how the prisoners in USA practicing Vipassana is getting benefited. Very famous 3 documentaries that you can watch in, also especially Vipassana in Mongolian prisons. If you watch, you will really understand what the changes, magical changes happening in Mongolian prisons. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Seren Dev Dollage. Thank you so much. That was wonderful about Unglima and the prison system. Thank you for the insightful talk. Pardon, but there has been a little shift and change. So now we will introduce Venerable Chu Mingshi. an associate professor, director of Graduate Institute of Religious Studies in Naho University, Taiwan. She was appointed to India to propagate Buddhist education, under which she established FGS Buddhist Institute at Kolkata under supervision of Master Sin Yun. Many young Indians completed Buddhist training under her guideline. During 2002 to 2011, Dr. Chu Ming moved to Delhi, the capital city of India, and then she was awarded Master of Arts, Masters of Philosophy, and PhD degrees from the Department of Buddhist Studies, Universities of Delhi. She stayed in India for more than a decade and studied Indian culture, religion, and propagated the concept of humanistic Buddhism in India. Welcome, Venerable Chu Mingshi.
Chairperson of the IBC and ABS Conference Committee, speakers and moderators and participants from around the world. This is Jue Ming from Foguangshan Monastery and Nanhua University in Jiayi. I am grateful for this wonderful opportunity to represent Taiwan in delivering a brief report during this final section for Eastern Asia section. So today, I just simple talk exploring Master Xing Yun humanistic Buddhism and insiders' analysis of theoretical and practical aspects. Master Xing Yun, in the early life, he was born in 1927 and grew up in a devout Buddhist family in Jiangsu, China. He was ordained as a monk at the age of 12. Beginning his journey into monastic life, Master Xing Yun journey took him through various temples and monasteries where he deepened his understanding Buddhist teaching and practice. He later found Foguangshan, a renowned Buddhist temple complex in Taiwan. That's why here I welcome you all come to Foguangshan. I will serve you all. Master Xing Yun viewed himself as a humble servant of Buddhism, dedicated to spreading its teaching and promoting harmony. He emphasized the importance of compassion, wisdom, and self-reliance, believing in the Buddhism should be accessible and relevant to everyone. The construction period of blueprint of humanistic Buddhism, there is 3 ideas. Guiding principle. Master Xing Yun outlined 20 guiding principles for humanistic Buddhism, providing a framework for integrating Buddhist teaching into daily life. The blueprint aims to bridge the gap between traditional Buddhist principles and the modern life, making them relevant and accessible to everyone. Master Xing Yun envisions a revitalized Buddhism that embraces social engagement, education, and compassion. The gestation period of humanistic Buddhism, Master Xing Yun early experience in monasteries and his exposure to diverse Buddhist traditions shaped His understanding of the Dharma during his time in Taiwan, Master Xing Yun began to develop his idea about humanistic Buddhism, emphasizing his relevance to modern life. Master Xing Yun's speech and publication in the 1960s and 1970s introduced the concept of humanistic Buddhism to a wider audience. About the Master Xing Yun's vision for reform in Taiwan in the first time, and Master Xing Yun advocated for redirecting resource and attention towards the collective good. He emphasized the importance of education in promoting Buddhist value and fostering personal growth. Master Xing Yun encouraged Buddhists to actively participate in society and address global issues. In the maturity period, about the doctrine of humanistic Buddhism, Master Xing Yun addressed criticisms of humanistic Buddhism, clarifying its connection to traditions, teachings. He presented 20 insights to illuminate the essence of humanistic Buddhism, addressing contemporary concern. The essence of humanistic Buddhism, there is a 3 points of view. One is a Buddha nature, the inherent potential for enlightenment within all things, interconnectedness. All things are interconnected and interdependent, and self-reliance, taking responsibility for one's own action and well-being. Okay. Master Xing Yun's explanation of humanistic Buddhism. He said, emphasize the relevance of the Buddhist teaching to the modern life, making them accessible and applicable to everyone. Master Xing Yun served as a prominent advocate and interpreter of humanistic Buddhism, promoting its universality and practical application. Inclusivity and unity in humanistic Buddhism aims to bridge potential divides between tradition and modern interpretation of Buddhism. Master Xing Yun presented humanistic Buddhism a natural evolution of Buddhist thought, avoiding personalization and emphasizing its universality, modernization, and adaptability in humanistic Buddhism. Humanistic Buddhism adapts Buddhist practice to contemporary contexts, make them relevant to modern life. It maintains core principles while evolving with changing society, ensuring its continuity, relevance, and humanistic Buddhism address changes facing Buddhism in modern globalization. So the impact of humanistic Buddhism, there is 100 countries has spread over about the worldwide, and also over 300 temples and centers have been established. There is millions of the people have embraced his teaching. The future of humanistic Buddhism, Humanistic Buddhism has potential to shape the future Buddhism by adapting to changing culture and encouraging with social issues. It can be compared to other contemporary Buddhist movements such as Engaged Buddhism and Vipassana or mindfulness, which also emphasize social action and personal transformation. The power of education in humanistic Buddhism, Master Xing Yun emphasized the transformative potential of education in fostering personal, familial, and societal change. Educational initiative. Bo Guangsan established numerous education institutions, including schools, universities, and cultural centers, promote Buddhist value. Social engagement and compassion. Humanistic Buddhism encourages Buddhists to actively participate in society and politics. Buddhist principles can be used to address global issues like poverty and climate change, promoting equality. Humanistic Buddhism promotes equality and justice for all beings. Environmental protection and sustainability. Master Xing Yun recognized the importance of protecting the natural world, emphasizing its interconnectedness with all beings. He encouraged integrating environmental consciousness into Buddhist practice, promoting society living and responsible stewardship of the planet. The role of Buddhist institution, Bo Guangsan served as a model of how Buddhist institutions can adapt contemporary needs. Other Buddhist institutions are also adapting to serve contemporary needs, maintaining spiritual integrity while responding to social changes. Legacy of Master Xing Yun. Master Xing Yun's innovative approach to Buddhism, known as humanist Buddhism, has a profound impact on practice and understanding Buddhism worldwide. His teaching continues to inspire and guide individuals, shaping their perspectives and fostering a more inclusive and compassionate world. The value of personal experience. Master Xing Yun's teaching has a profound impact. Countless individuals shaping their perspectives and guiding their life. So, come to conclusion. He said we should looking ahead. So, cannot. Okay. Humanistic Buddhism has a potential to remain relevant in a rapidly changing world. Its emphasis on compassion, social engagement, and personal transformation resonate with contemporary concern. Humanistic Buddhism faces change in navigating cultural shifts and maintain its core principles. However, it also presents opportunity to engage with new generation and embrace the issue. This is the master give the last words with a compassionate bow to very old beings, like an unmoored boat upon the vast sea of Dhamma. If you ask of my life and what I seek, it is peace and happiness shining across the 5 continents. I speak Chinese. 心怀度众慈悲愿，身是法海不系舟。问我一生何所求？平安幸福照五洲。Venerable Master Xing Yun, he is my teacher, ordained teacher, passed away on February 5, 2023, last year, the day of the Lunar New Year Lantern Festival at the age of 97. So, his passing brought deep sorrow to followers across the globe. His teachings and philosophy will continue to guide future generations. Thank you for you pay attention. Thank you so much. And welcome to Foguangshan and Foguangshan Buddha Museum. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Venerable Chu Mingshi, for the recollection and the legacy and spiritual journey of Mr. Xing Yun and his insight of interconnectedness and unity and humanistic Buddhism. And so from Taiwan to Japan, I introduce Professor Hitoshi Yoshimura. Professor Hitoshi Yoshimura is a respected researcher and lecturer at the Eastern Institute, Tokyo University in Japan, with an academic career dedicated to exploring Eastern Asian philosophy, and he specializes in the field of ethical thoughts in Buddhism. Professor Yoshimura has published numerous articles and books on Japanese Buddhism. He is the author of Ethical Thought of Shinto and Buddhism, Introduction of Buddhism Based on Kukai's Thought, author of Introduction of Tibetan Buddhism, published by Chikamoa Shinasho, author of The Traditional Japanese Culture That Every Japanese Person Should Know. Welcome, Mr. Professor Hitoshi Yoshimura.
Buddhism in Japan has a long history. It is said that Buddhism was introduced to Japan from Korea around the 6th century. In ancient and medieval times, a number of monks went to China to study Buddhism. Among them, most famous Buddhist monk is named Kukai. He went to China and successed the tantric lineage and came back to Japan. His lineage is still alive now. He also wrote on the 10 stages of the development of mind, Japanese word jujushin. In Buddhism, there are many different kinds of teachings. He wrote from basic to the higher one. The first three is the teaching for the person who seeks the worldly happiness. The next four is the person who wants to liberate from samsara. these are the three vehicles, the teaching by Buddha Shakyamuni, Nirmanakaya Buddha. And there are more higher one called one vehicle, like Lotus Flower Sutra and Flower Ornament Sutra. Kukai wrote, these are the teachings of Sambhogakaya Buddha. And the last one, highest one, is Tantric Buddhism, and it is, he said, it is the teaching of Dharmakaya Buddha by Rochana. He wrote, basically, the first step is mind like a male sheep, and he doesn't doubt that what he's seen, perceived is real, and he does bad karma by getting what he wants, try to eliminate what he doesn't like, and getting used to it. But such a person, for some reason, may do a good deed, and if it is repeated 2 or 3 times, his heart will change, good one. And the third, the ordinary person, when he experiences such a change of heart and hears that there is a world of heavenly deities more wonderful than the present, he wished to practice and be reborn there. This is as a third one. But the happiness in world of heavenly deities is not eternal one, but comes to end. And when he realized this, the desire to escape from samsara arises in his heart. And after that is specific to Buddhism. Buddha Shakyamuni taught 3 different paths according to the quality of each deviant. The path of becoming Arhat, Ashurabhakayana, the path of becoming Pratyeka Buddha, Pratyayana, and the path of becoming Buddha, Bodhisattva, Yana. And there are mind-only school, there are mind-only school and mid-way school. And Buddhism does not end when which goal is reached, but there is a boundary that is also free from the shame of self and the goal one is striving for. This is one vehicle, and he said these are the teaching of Sambhogakaya Buddha. And the last one, Tantric teaching, and he wrote previous teaching were given by an external Buddha, Nirmanakaya Buddha and Sambhogakaya Buddha, who guided people with words. But 10th one, Tantric teaching, is Dharmakaya Buddha's teaching. Dharmakaya is heart Buddha, and Vairocana preaches his teaching to Vajrasattva, who is no other than himself. The Acharya has already experienced a state of beyond words, and the disciple given by the master temporarily experiences that stage, he wrote. And I think Kukai's books are a masterpiece of Japanese Buddhism. Now, some large temples are registered as World Heritage Sites, including Koyasan, which Kukai founded. And however, I am not optimistic about the future of Buddhism in Japan. There are about 77,000 Buddhist temples in Japan, but in rural areas, the population is shrinking, and it is not uncommon for a single priest to serve as the abbot of several temples. The main activity of Buddhist temples in Japan has been ancestor memorial service, but with a declining birth rate and simplification of rituals, especially during the corona epidemic, there are fewer opportunities for the monks to interact with lay people. For Buddhism to develop in the future, it is important for monks and Buddhists from different countries to interact, deepen mutual understanding, and help each other. Here, I would like to list one by one what Japanese Buddhism can contribute to the future of Buddhism in the world and what it needs to help with. Point of contribute. There are many rituals in Japan that have been passed down precisely. When one Tibetan high priest came to Japan, he was interested in Japanese tantric Buddhism and wanted to receive an abhisheka, a tantric empowerment. However, according to Japanese tradition, one could only receive abhisheka after completing all preliminary practice. So when he came to Japan, I guided to him a Shomyo concert. Shomyo is a traditional chanting by monks. I was looking for the program and explaining to him what they were doing, but he said, that's not necessary. He said, because he understands what Buddha's mantra is being chanted and what rituals are being performed. Some monks have met monks from India in China, but no one have studied in India from Japan. But for more than 100 years, the pronunciation of mantra and rituals practice have been transmitted correctly. Another example, in the Tibetan tradition, during prostration, the palm, both hands were placed on the ground, but in the Japanese tradition, the palm of the hand is turned upward and placed on one's head. This is keeping with Indian way of worship, which represents the highest respect. In the Japanese tradition, many tantric rituals that have already been lost in Tibet and China are still carried on today. Point to need of help. As Japan has adopted Western knowledge and technology over the past 150 years, the original concepts of Buddhism have been lost. Modern Buddhist universities teach philology, which came from the West, instead of common traditional Buddhist philosophy such as Abhidharma, Yogacara, Madhyamika, and so on. In Buddhist universities, monks are taught by scholars of philology that samsara is merely a superstition, and Mahayana Sutra was not composed by later people. Therefore, even monks, many of them do not believe in previous life or next lives. They study the teachings of the founder of their sect, but if there are no next life teaching that generate bodhicitta for the sake of all beings, or a teaching that wish to born in the Pure Land is almost impossible and become meaningless. So, for the future of Japanese tradition, I think it is necessary to learn Abhidharma, Yogacara, Madhyamika, and so on. Because Buddhist philosophy is not merely a philosophy, it is a way to change one's mind. So we Japanese must study Indian Buddhist philosophy, I think. I would like to express my sincere thanks to the organizers for this opportunity to speak and everyone who listened. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor, for sharing these profound teachings of Kokai, who founded the Shingon, the Japanese branch of Vajrayana Buddhism, and the 10 stages of the development of mind. Thank you very much. And so from Japan, we have Mr. Tenzin Lekshe. Oh, I'm so sorry, my apologies. So sorry, we've had a slight, the order of speakers had changed. And so, thank you, Venerable Chongdok Park, Professor of College of Buddhist Studies and the Director of the Buddhist Culture Research Institute at Dongjuk University in Seoul, Korea. He received his Doctor of Philosophy in Buddhist Studies at the University of Oxford based on his research, a translation and study of selected avadanas of Mola Sarvasti Vadin Vinaya. His main research interest is the Buddhist narratives. Currently, he is also working on his research on contemporary Korean Buddhism. He has written a paper on the narrative of Apalala in the Mola Saraswati Vada Vinaya, Baisa Ajya Vastu. He has also researched and published the results of a survey on the attitudes and the role of the laity in Korea Jogye order. He also has worked on editorial consultant of the collected works of Korean Buddhism by the Jogye Order of Korean Buddhism. Welcome.
Hello, I'm Jongdok, and this is my pleasure to introduce Korean Buddhism to you and how Korean Buddhism is doing effort to propagate Buddhism abroad. So the title of my presentation is Korean Buddhism Abroad, a critical examination of overseas propagation strategies of Jogye Order's Hanmaum Son Center. So, first of all, I'm going to introduce about my Buddhist order, Jogye Order. The Jogye Order officially founded in 1962 in the celibate monastics as a monastic monk-oriented order. So my order does not monks marry. And Jogye-Odo, we have 3,000 temples and monasteries, and staffed by approximately 12,000 estimated monks and nuns, and almost half of whom are female, means Jogye-Odo has 12,000 monks and nuns, 6,000 monks and 6,000 nuns. And since the peak of 532 new postulants in 1999, the number of annual monastic recruits within the order has progressively fallen to just 63 in 2022, means the number of the newcomers to Jogye-Odo has been decreasing dramatically. So in 1999, we had more than 500 a year new newcomers to become monks and nuns. But 2 years ago, only 63 came to temple to become monks and nuns. And this is their ceremony to become monks and nuns. And why the number decreases so dramatically? There are, we can say, some reasons. That first of all, problem is that the South Korean birth rate has dropped by over half since the 1990s. So now Korean birth rate is less than 1%, 0.6%. So no babies to send the temples. And another point is that Korea's 2015 census, only 15.5% describe themselves as Buddhist, compared with 22.8% a decade earlier. Means that for over 10 years' time, the number of Buddhists also decreased in Korean society, and 56% of all South Koreans and 65% of young adults claim no religious affiliation at all. Means that, that Korean society is becoming less and less religious. Nobody wants to be serious to get attached to one religion. And this trend is further reflected in the order's overseas temples. Only 84 temples listed in the 2020 edition of the Handbook of the Korean Temples Abroad, a reduction of 57% in temples over the previous decade. So, that in case of Jogye-Odo, for over 10 years' time, the number of temples abroad decreased more than 50-half. And now I'm going to introduce the brief history of how Korean Buddhism tried to propagate Buddhism abroad. And first of all, I'm going to introduce the first Korean monastic to propagate Buddhism among non-Koreans in the West was Venerable Seogyeongbo. He's between 1914 and 1996. He was the first monk to went to America and tried to spread Buddhism in the United States. And this is the picture taken sometime in 1960s, and he tried to teach Buddhism to his American disciples. But there are some, even though he tried a lot, there are also some limitations, because even though he tried a lot, his English was not good enough to mentor his American disciples. And furthermore, he didn't stay a long time in the United States. He stayed just a couple of years in the United States. So even though he tried, he did not much in the United States. Anyway, he was the first Korean monk who went to the United States. And second one is the Venerable Gusan. He was another pioneer to propagate Korean Buddhism abroad. Venerable Gusan, he established his temple in 1974, first of all in United States, and he traveled over Europe and United States to propagate Buddhism there. And during his lifetime, he had many foreign disciples. But problem is, after his passing away, most of the temples abroad just closed and then disappeared. This is the Master Gusan, his foreign disciples. And another Korean master is maybe the most impactful individual to promote Korean Buddhism abroad was Zen Master Sungsan. Maybe he was the most famous Korean monk in abroad because to propagate Buddhism to the West. And he was the first official, official missionary appointed by Joge Odo, and also he was the founder of the Kwanam School of Zen. And Master Sungsan, he understood that, propagating original Buddhism to the West is difficult. So he changed a little bit his direction, and so he just he allowed his disciples that they do not really shave their heads, and they also could marry, and also there is no discrimination between men and women. So even his women disciples, they went to the positions of authority. So his Buddhism in the West is in a way very adapted to Western style. So the Westerners could accept Buddhism in their own way. It was his way. And this is the picture of the Kwanam School of Zen. So during his lifetime, he had many disciples abroad, many Western disciples. But the same problem happens that after his demise, most of them just disappeared. That's the limitation of his, his effort. So today, I'm going to introduce one Buddhist nun master. She Son Master Daeheng and his Hanmaum Son Center, and I'm going to introduce how she did and how her center did to propagate Buddhism abroad. And Buddhist scholar and former Buddhist monk Robert Boswell had described Son Master Daeheng as one of the most renowned and respected figures in modern Korean Buddhism, and one of the most influential nuns in the whole of Korean history. So I can say that she is the most famous nun in Korea. And she founded her temple in 1972, and since then, for over 40 years, for over 4 decades, now her center has more than 150,000 members, and they have 15 temples around Korea, and they have 9 temples abroad. And this is their main temple in Korea. And this is Master Daeheng in the center and her disciples. And this is whenever she gave her talks, thousands of people came to listen to her Dhamma talk. And then Daeheng's propagation strategies, Daeheng implemented numerous innovations in Dharma propagation, successfully reaching a diverse spectrum of Korean society and launching wide-reaching trends within the Korean Buddhist community. So what she tried is to popularize traditional Zen teachings and practice among the laity, and also translating key minor texts such as Heart Sutra from classical Chinese into Korean vernacular for use in the center's Dharma service. It means that, still today, many Korean temples, they use classical Chinese book for their rituals, but then she changed the classical Chinese into modern Korean so that everybody can understand and everybody can read it together. And this is her book written in English and Korean. And so now the Daeheng and Master Daeheng and her Hanmaum Son Center, they have several foreign branch temples. What they are doing is that promote Korean culture abroad, and typically by celebrating traditional Korean holidays and providing Korean language education, to second or third generation Korean immigrants and to promote Buddhism among their local communities through various forms of outreach and to adapt their activities to local context. So, the Hammam Sontes, the foreign branch temples, what they are doing is translating Deng's books and providing bilingual services, sponsoring Buddhist cultural events, and engaging in academic and interreligious dialogues, and providing Buddhist education and volunteering in local communities. Such outreach has proven successful, as the Hammam Son Center's total overseas membership is comprised almost equally of ethnic Koreans and non-Koreans. It means that the Hammam Son Center foreign branches, their members, half are Koreans, half of them are Koreans, and half of them are foreigners. And the Hammam Son Center, they have several North American branches. According to the South Korean government figures of 2021, in North America, about 3 million Koreans are living there. But despite the widespread proliferation of Korean, so many churches in North America, but very few temples in the North America. So many Koreans in North America, they have limited access to Buddhist temples, Korean or otherwise. So Hammam Son Center, they started in 1987, San Jose, California. Then, since during the 1980s and 1990s, Hammam Son Center, they opened the temples in Alaska, Ohio, Colorado, New York City, Los Angeles, Chicago, and Washington, D.C., and Toronto. But there are some problems. Some centers had closed due to various reasons, because including financial or legal difficulties, or lack of trained monastic staff, and inadequate cooperation with the main headquarters in Korea. But still, half of them survived, and the remaining North American branches overcame these difficulties and to become firmly established within their local communities. This is their center in New York City. And they have also a Thai branch temple in Asia. Thai is a Buddhist country. So instead of propagating to Thai society, their main, they focused on Koreans living in Thailand, and they try to promote Korean Buddhism and providing Korean classes and providing a training school to Thai people, and also they are doing charity and volunteering work. And this is their Thai branch. Okay, and they also have a German branch in Europe, and what their German branch is in Europe is they are doing things as at other temples. Also, they are doing, this is German branch, and they are also doing interreligious meetings. Okay, also they have centers in Argentina. Okay, so conclusion. The factors of the success of the Daeheng Snim and Hammam Son Centers, international centers, their branches were founded on the initiative of local actors, and yet were funded and supported by the Hammam Son Center's headquarters in Korea. And Hammam Son Center also dispatched well-trained monastic leadership and staff to its centers who taught Buddhist practice that could be easily adapted by local urbanities anywhere around the globe. The Hammam Son Center requires its centers to adopt standardized teaching methods, materials, rituals, and also they are trying to adapt the local cultural context. Furthermore, they are doing, there are many other activities. So now, the centers, they are providing Dharma services in local languages in addition to those in Korean. So that's why, the Hammam Son Center and Daeheng Snim, I can say they are most successful case in Jogye-Odo to propagate Buddhism abroad. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Venerable Chongdok Park, for the recollection of the works of the Jogye order and Korean Buddhism. Thank you for the insight of the venerable monks and nuns for propagating and spreading Korean Buddhism abroad. Thank you. And from Korea now to Mr. Tenzin Lekshe, origin of Tibet. His additional secretary, Mr. Tenzin Lakshe, is a senior Tibetan civil servant who is an alumnus of Tibetan Scholarship Program. He graduated with a master's degree in international relations from New York University. He also has a master's degree in economics from Madras Christian College in Chennai. Tenzin Lakshe joined the Central Tibetan Administration as an undersecretary at the Department of Information and International Relations. He served in the DIR till 2008 in various capacities, most notably as the liaison for Tibet support groups. From 2008, he served as the coordinator of India-Tibet Coordination Office based in New Delhi. Welcome, Mr. Tenzin Lakshe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In this August gathering, on behalf of Central Tibetan Administration, I would like to pay my deepest homage and obedience to the most venerable Rinpoches, Mahasanghas, scholars, and participants in the audience. I'm not a Buddhist scholar, neither I am a leader, but I'm an ardent follower of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, and I'm a Tibetan Buddhist. So let me start with one of the statements of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. In 2004, His Holiness the Dalai Lama gave a keynote address in Delhi at the Buddhist conference. So amongst the Buddhists, generally speaking, there is a Pali tradition and a Sanskrit tradition. In the latter tradition, which flourished in the great and famous ancient University of Nalanda, the subjects of philosophy and logic were highly regarded, highly developed by the Buddhist scholars at the time. Therefore, the Sanskrit Buddhist tradition became extremely important. In the recent past, there has been a lack of contact and interaction amongst the Buddhists ourselves. In the future, we need to exchange knowledge and experience amongst different Buddhist traditions themselves and improve communication amongst ourselves. So it's been 20 years now since that statement, and I would like to congratulate International Buddhist Confederations for the continuous efforts in bringing all the Buddhist communities and the scholars and leaders from the Asian countries. And in order to, when you look at the theme of this conference, it is about the role of Buddhists for strengthening Asia. So, as I being a Tibetan, let me go back. In order to strengthen Asia, we need to understand who we are. We need to understand each other. Without understanding each other, we will not be able to strengthen ourselves. And at this polarized juncture, there are so many disinformation and misinformation about Tibet. So, as I being a Tibetan Buddhist, I would like to present you the map of Tibet. And this is the map of Tibet. And we have borders. In the south, we have India, Nepal, Bhutan. And in the east, we have China. On the west, we have Mongolia, Russia. And in the on the south, and then in the west, we have East Turkestan, right? So, in all, when you look at the map, you will understand what Tibet is. So, if you try to understand, if you try to look into the Tibetan Buddhism, first thing you need to understand is who are the Tibetans, where they are, and then only you'll understand what are the Tibetan Buddhism. So, I will briefly introduce about Tibetan Buddhism, how it originates. In the 7th century, the 33rd king of Tibet, he sent his students to India, and then, let me go back, and then introduced the Tibetan scripts, and the translation of Indian Buddhist texts into Tibetan has started. And then he married the Chinese princess and the Nepalese princess, whereby both princes brought very important Buddhist statues, Cho Shakyamuni and Cho Mikyu-Doji. And then the construction of the Chogang Temple, Ramoche Temple, and then the Toru Temple happened. Even now, we can see Chogang Temple and Ramoche Temple in Tibet. Then in 8th century, the 38th king of Tibet, Trisong Devutsen, he was instrumental in establishing Tibetan Buddhism, whereby he was the one who invited Shantarakshita, Mahasiddha, Guru Pema Sambhava, and Mahapandita Vikramala Mitra. And then the first monastery, the Buddhist monastery, was built in 8th century. And that monastery was modeled, right, as the Opandapuri in Bihar. Many young Tibetans were sent. Many young Tibetans were sent to India to study. Many translation works were done. Many Tibetan scholars and translators emerged at that time, like Kawa Peze, Chokrolu Genze, and Ma Jinjin Shaw. There are many, hundreds of them have emerged and started the translation works. Right now, when we see hundreds of volumes of Tibetan texts, they are the efforts by the Tibetan kings, Tibetan masters, Indian masters. So they are the ones which are the gems of the Tibetans right now. Then after that, we have the revival, because after a span of in around 10 centuries, we were disintegrated. The kingdom was disintegrated. And then there was a revival of the Buddhism. There were issues which happened inside Tibet. There were crises happening inside Tibet. And then Buddhism nearly died. But somehow, over the years, the revival has came into Tibet with a second phase because of Adisha Tibankara. The Tibetan king, Chengju Yue, sent the Tibetan scholars to India to invite Adisha Tibankara. And there, you will see the message by his uncle to the niece, to the nephew. What he said was, please take the gold you have already collected and offer to Dibankara Sripana. Please tell them of Tibet's need of his help. Tell him of our need is so great that I have given my own life in the hope that he will come to Tibet and teach the pure Dharma. There are sacrifices for the revival of the Buddhism inside Tibet. And there, Adisha came to Tibet. And when he went around Tibet for 17 years, he found that in Samya Monastery, the first monastery, when he looked at the library, he was amazed. And then he told that Adisha discovered the store of Sanskrit texts, the library of Samya Monastery. He said that the degree to which the Vajrayana had spread in Tibet was unparalleled, even in India. After saying this, he reverently folded his hand and praised the great Dharma kings, translators, panditas of the previous centuries. There was so much efforts over the centuries that Tibetans had kept the Buddhism alive. Now, in order to let you understand about the Buddhism, we have His Holiness as our supreme leader. Then we have sects, 4 sects, and Chonang, and Pern. So these are the subsects and categories of the Tibetan Buddhism, which you will easily see in the websites. In 1950s, when Chinese occupied Tibet, Mao Zedong told His Holiness, just as Karl Marx talked about religion, Karl Marx talks about religion as opium to the masses. And Mao Zedong told His Holiness that religion is poison. Soon after, Tibet was occupied and more than 6,000 monasteries were destroyed. Monks and nuns became a prime target and suppressed, tortured, and killed, and they are still continuing to be suppressed by the Chinese. The monasteries are still being continued to be destroyed by the Chinese government right now. And in 1959, that led His Holiness to flee, followed by over 80,000 Tibetans in India, Nepal, and Bhutan. And all the heads of the 4 different sects followed His Holiness to India. So, after we came to India as an exiled, it became a blessing in disguise also. It was a revival of Buddhism in India, in the land of Buddha, where His Holiness also talked about Tibetan being a chela and India being our guru, where His Holiness also said that Tibetans are the faithful chela of India. So this is a message that His Holiness says. Our relationship is not just a matter of few decades, but a few thousand years. I view this relationship like a guru-chela relationship in the greatest Indian tradition. India as our guru and we as our chela. So this is, we brought Buddhism back to India after the China occupied Tibet. So soon after His Holiness came into exile, His Holiness established the Council of Religion and Culture, Religious Affairs, in 1959. And the mission was that the Department of Religion and Culture is a ministerial department or office established with an executive order of the Central Tibetan Administration, whose function is to overlook religious and cultural affairs in Tibetan exiled communities. It has a responsibility of supervising works aimed at reviving, preserving, and promotion of Tibetan religious and cultural heritage that is being led to the verge of extinction in Tibet. It was established in 1959 in Mussoorie, then shifted its base in Dharamsala later in 1960, and soon became a major department. Under the affiliation of this department, there were 192 monastic institutions and nunneries in India, Nepal, and Bhutan, and 5 cultural centers in India. So these are the numbers. Under all the monastic institutions in India, Nepal, and Bhutan, there were more than 40,000 monks and nuns. These are the records which were presented in the website of the Department of Culture and Department of Religion and Culture. Now, the spread of Buddhism. It is not that Tibetans just got the Buddhism from India and we just kept it within ourselves. The Buddhism flourished far away, even in Central Asia and China, Mongolia, Bhutan, Nepal, even in Russia, Russian federations, even in India also. Now, after coming into exile, the Buddhism also flourished into West, and then in the Southeast Asia right now. So right now, as per Buddha.net, there were more than around 2,500 Tibetan Buddhist centers flourished all over the world. Now, let me because Buddhism is very complex, right? But I want to make it very simple, as per the vision of His Holiness. 3 things about Buddhism, Tibetan Buddhism, 3 jewels. We bow down to the 3 jewels. Tibetan Buddhism, it is not just about Vajrayana, it is about Mahayana, it is about Vinaya. So the combination of 3 vehicles are there. And then His Holiness talks about the 3 composition of Buddhism, making it very simple for us to understand Buddhism. Buddhism as the value, Buddhism as the science, and Buddhism as the religion. So as you have seen the message of His Holiness before the conference started, His Holiness emphasized on these 3 values to make it very simple. As per the 4 commitments of His Holiness, as being a human being, His Holiness talked about human values, promotion of human values. As being a spiritual master, His Holiness talks about encouraging interfaith dialogue. As being a Tibetan, His Holiness talks about preservation of Tibetan culture, identity, and also the ecology. And as being a chela of India, His Holiness talks about ancient Indian knowledge system. So this is a very important mission that His Holiness has taken for the lifelong. And he has been not just talking about it, but also consistently working on these 4 commitments. Now, again, to make it very simple, now the purpose of, as His Holiness said, the purpose of Buddhism is to serve and benefit all sentient beings, including human beings. And therefore, it is more important to think of what contribution we Buddhists can make to the human societies according to our own ideas, rather than trying to convert other people to Buddhism. The Buddha gives us an example of contentment and tolerance through serving others selfishly. And this was given during the International Conference of Buddhism and Literature at Banaras Hindu University in 2001. Now, at the last, since I've been the last speaker of whole session, so let us absorb ourselves by saying that Buddhism is not complex, but Buddhism is very simple, as His Holiness said. My religion is very simple. My religion is kindness. So let us work for the kindness of all human beings. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Tenzin Lekshe, for this profound knowledge. The noble land of Tibet and India, the land of Buddha, for over 1,000 years has had a deep spiritual connections and will always continue in the land here where the Tibetans practice and give us the most advanced spiritual knowledge. My own guru was a Tibetan master, Namo Guru. From Marpa, the master translator who took the Buddhist knowledge to Tibet, and now the Tibetan masters here in India imparting the highest Buddhist knowledge. I bow to you with all reverence. Thank you, Mr. Tenzin Lekshe, for this wonderful knowledge. And thank you for all the speakers. I'm so honored to be with you all. And thank you to the audience who have stayed with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Venerable Lama Arya Drolma, and all the speakers on the dais. May I now request His Eminence Gabchu Chaicham Debril from Mongolia to please come on the stage and felicitate the speakers and moderator of this session. This was our last session, 5th session in this series, and which was focusing on the region of Asia that is known as East Asia. So please put your hands together and express our gratitude to the moderator, Venerable Lama Arya Drolma from USA. She is a Buddhist meditation teacher in USA, and she came here on our invitation. We are grateful to her. We had Professor Hitoshi Yoshimura from Japan, who is a researcher, Eastern Institute, Japan. Thank you very much. We are grateful to Professor Hitoshi for joining us and participating in this session, especially as a speaker. We had in this session Shui-Meng Shi from Taiwan, Associate Professor and Director, Graduate Institute of Religious Studies, Nanghua University, Taiwan. We express our gratitude to Shui-Meng Shi from Taiwan. Mr. Tenzing Lekshia, Central Tibetan Administration, who is a spokesperson and Additional Secretary, Department of Information and International Relations, CTA. Thank you very much for joining us in this session. And may I now request His Eminence to felicitate Venerable Chondok C.H. Park, Republic of Korea, he is a Professor, College of Buddhist Studies and Director of Buddhist Culture Research Institute, Dongguk University, Republic of Korea. Thank you very much. We are humbled, we are grateful to His Eminence, Kobju Chaijam Debril, for his blessings and honoring the speakers and the moderator of this session. And ladies and gentlemen, just after this session, we are going to have the valedictory session. We will conclude with that, the 2 days first Asian Buddhist Summit, which was very meaningful, very useful, and very important. So it's great honor for all of us to have you all here. And with the valedictory session, we will, with a lot of good things and good decisions, we will be proceeding further. So thank you very much. There is, we will just take 5 minutes to make the changes on the stage for the valedictory session. And after that, you are requested to remain in your seats. One information for all of you, the guests who have flights today or maybe tomorrow, they are requested to report at the ABS help desk, which is in the lobby of this hotel. You are requested specially to inform us 4 hours before your departure time of the flight. So 4 hours before the flight time, you please contact us on our ABS help desk in the lobby of this hotel. That is very important, so that we can arrange and coordinate your drop-off at the airports. So please keep in mind. Thank you very much, all the guests on the stage, speakers. I will request to all of you to please take your seats, and we are going to arrange the stage for our valedictory session. Namo Buddhaya. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of International Buddhist Confederation, Ministry of Culture, Government of India, I feel privileged to welcome all the venerable Sangha leaders, delegates, scholars and experts in this valedictory session of First Asian Buddhist Summit in Delhi, India. This historical summit was inaugurated yesterday by the Honorable President of India, Srimati Draupadi Murmuji, in the august presence of Honorable Union Ministers Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat ji and Shri Kiren Rijiju. The theme of this summit was Role of Buddha Dhamma in Strengthening Asia. Under this theme, we had very meaningful sessions focusing different regions of Asia, and also we had a special session on the relevance of Pali language and literature in understanding Buddha Dhamma. With this valedictory session, we are at the final stage of the summit. May I now request Most Venerable Vaskaduve Mahindavansa, Mahanaike Thero, Mahanaike of Amrapura Mahanikaya, Sri Lanka, to please come on a stage and take your seat. Please be seated on the stage, the Most Venerable from Sri Lanka. I will also request Most Venerable Thich Thinh Tam, Vice President, National Vietnam Buddhist Sangha from Vietnam, to please come on a stage and take your seats. His Eminence Kyabji Yongzing Ling Rinpoche, Drepung Losling Monastery, Dharmashala, is also requested to please come on a stage and take your seats on the stage. And on the dais, we will also have Venerable Kimpo Chimid, Vice Chairman, Lumbini Development Trust, Nepal, is also requested to please come on a stage and take the seats here. And Srimati Ranjana Chopra ji, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Culture, and Srimati Amita Prasad Sarabhai ji, Joint Secretary in the Ministry, are also requested to come on the stage and take their seats. Ranjana Chopra ji, our Additional Secretary in the Ministry of Culture, and Amita Prasad Sarabhai ji, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Culture, are also requested to come on the stage. And Shatse Khensur Jangchup Choiden, Secretary General IBC, is also requested to come on the stage and take seat on the dais, please. So we have His Eminence Most Venerable Vaskaduve Mahindavansa, Mahanaike Thero, Mahanaike of Amrapura Mahanikaya, Sri Lanka. We also have on the stage Most Venerable Thich Thinh Tam, Vice President, National Vietnam Buddhist Sangha, Vietnam. And His Eminence Kyabji Yongzing Ling Rinpoche, Drepung Losling Monastery, Dharmashala. Venerable Kimpo Chimben, Vice Chairman, Lumbini Development Trust, Nepal. And Srimati Ranjana Chopra ji, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Culture, Government of India. Srimati Amita Prasad Sarabhai ji, Joint Secretary in the Ministry. And Shatse Khensur Jangchup Choiden, Secretary General IBC, India. So all the dignitaries on the dais, please put your hands together to welcome all the dignitaries on the dais here. At the outset of this valedictory session, I am inviting Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Culture, Government of India, Srimati Amita Prasad ji, for her opening remarks. In the ministry, with other responsibilities, she is also looking after the activities related with Buddhist and Tibetan institutes. Amita Prasad ji.
Namo Buddhaya. Respected Sangha leaders and members and other dignitaries present here, on behalf of Secretary Culture, Government of India, I would like to extend our heartfelt thanks to over 700 participants, including more than 160 from abroad, for attending this first Asian Buddhist Summit and making it such a grand success. How much pride the Government of India takes in our country being land of Buddha, where he gained enlightenment, spread his Dhamma, and attained Mahaparinirvan, can be gauged from the presence of a special Buddhist Matters Division which functions under the Ministry of Culture. In the last 7 years alone, more than 3,000 Buddhist organizations have been provided assistance amounting to rupees 153 crores, while our 10 Buddhist universities, institutes, and grantee bodies have been provided a grant of over 900 crores. Around 2,753 students, including more than 300 foreign students from various Asian countries, are receiving education in Pali, Bhoti, Buddhist studies in these institutions of the Ministry of Culture. Lord Buddha encouraged questioning as part of the path to spiritual practice with inputs from teachers and wise people. He showed the path of inclusiveness and openness. And no better example of this could be than this Asian Buddhist Summit, which had 6 main sessions, 4 academic sessions, which saw the participation of over 65 speakers from 32 countries. The speakers demonstrated that though Buddhism has branched out in various schools of thought, differing in practices and philosophies, outlooks, but it cannot be denied that they share the same root in the teachings of Buddha. Therefore, the Indian government's decision to confer the classical language status to Pali becomes very important as well as relevant, considering that Lord Buddha's teachings were originally in Pali. As we approach the end of the summit, we once again affirm our commitment to the path shown by Lord Buddha, and we hope to welcome you again next year for the 2nd edition of the Global Buddhist Summit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Amitaji, for your opening remarks. Now I will request Ranjana Chopra ji, Additional Secretary in the Ministry of Culture, Government of India, to felicitate the dignitaries on the dais. And first of all, I will request her to felicitate Most Venerable Vaskaduve Mohindavansa Mahanaike Thero. Ladies and gentlemen, Mahanaika of Amarapura Mahanikaya, Sri Lanka, His Most Venerable Vaskaduve Mohindavansa Mahanaike Thero. Please put our hands together in this felicitation of the Mahanaika. Now, the Most Venerable Thich Thanh Tam, Vice President, National Vietnam Buddhist Sangha, Vietnam, is being felicitated by Ranjana ji. Please put your hands together to applaud and express our gratitude to all these eminent personalities. Ranjana ji is requested now to honor His Eminence Kyabje Yongzin Ling Rinpoche, Drepung Losaling Monastery, Dharmashala, India. And we will also express our gratitude with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Now, Venerable Kimpo Chimmed, Vice Chairman, Lumbini Development Trust, is to be felicitated by Ranjana ji with a huge round of applause from all of you, ladies and gentlemen. So, thank you, Ranjana ji, and thank you, Amita ji. Now, I will request our Secretary General, Shatsek Khensur Jangchop Choidin, to present a memento to Srimati Ranjana Chopra ji, our Additional Secretary, and Amita ji, Joint Secretary. Our Secretary General will be presenting a memento to both of you. Please come in the front. Please. So our Secretary General will be felicitating with a memento to Ranjana Chopra ji, and I will request all of you to please put your hands together to express our gratitude to the Ministry, to the senior officials and the IBC team. Ranjana ji, thank you very much. I will request to present a memento to Amita Prasad ji also by the SG, Secretary General. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. And now I will invite the Secretary General of IBC, Shatsek Khensur Jangchop Choidin, for his address on this occasion in this valedictory session.
Anirodham anutpadam anuchedam ashashvatam anekartham nanartham nagamam nirgamam ya pratitya samutpadam parpancho pashmam shivam deshyamasa sambudastam vande vadatam varam by paying homage to our common teacher, great Buddha Shakyamuni, first of all, I would like to greet all the dignitaries on the dais, Most Venerable Mahinda Vansa Waskaduwe Mahanayaka Thero, Most Venerable Thich Thien Tham, Most Venerable Gyabji Lingchok Durumbuchi Ji, Most Venerable Khenpo Chime Ji, and Mahasangha gathering in front of me, and all the brothers and sisters. We have traveled a very meaningful and fruitful hours since yesterday morning. I believe there could not be any better gathering on this earth than what we are seeing here in this hall, with this theme in front of us, Role of Buddha Dhamma in Strengthening Asia. We discussed about the great contribution that Buddha Dhamma has done to the entire humanity. And throughout the time, we praised the Buddha's guidance, messages, and teachings, and values. But the world is facing a lot of challenges, even at this moment. Just imagine, there are people pointing guns against each other and firing rockets against each other. Very moment while we are peacefully trying to discuss non-violence and peace and care, compassion, kindness, and these values. As a human being, now we are a huge family of more than 8 billion people. Each of us have some responsibility towards safety, security, and well-being of every human being living on this earth. So with keeping that responsibility in our heart, we must do something at everyday level. Of course, as an individual, whatever we do at our home may have insignificant impact on those people pointing guns and firing rockets to each other, but things will definitely have an impact in a long distance in future. Human mental energy has its own value. We need to generate that energy in our heart. And when we have that energy in our heart generated, I think we can radiate it to the other people, and then that other people will generate and radiate it So in that way, it is possible to have world peace. May it appears like it's impossible today, but if we keep doing something towards that goal, it will definitely be achieved one day. So, in our tradition, great masters used to say that when you are practicing, in the beginning, it appears like that's impossible to achieve. But if you keep practicing, training yourself into that direction, in the course of time, things will arise. You get the transformation, and it realizes within yourself. And so that is the possibility. So we have hope because things are impermanent, because things are by nature empty. That is the basis of our hope. That is the basis of our foundation. And human beings by nature are kind, generous, and caring. So that is the basis of our foundation, or foundation of our hope and expectation. We should not be kind of discouraged by kind of a lot of distracted people. Of course, there could be a lot of people, those are distracted from the path, but there are always the opportunity to have a transformation and change and have them coming back to the path. So with this short remark, I don't like to take much time of you because we have listened to all the great kind of, scholars and academicians and practitioners and teachers and masters. So I don't like to take much of the time. So at the end, I would like to do a dedication in Tibetan language. Pende june temba tarshinge tinzin kebu tamje ku kamsa lyujin kunla digi junwe ne sangye temba tadu ge gyuru. Thank you.
We are grateful to our Secretary General, Honorable Shatse Kensur Jangchup Choidinji, for his address. May I now request His Eminence 13th Kondiling Taksak Rinpoche to come on a stage so that we can felicitate him also for his a special address delivered yesterday. And I will request our Director General IBC, Abhijit Haldarji, to come on a stage and felicitate His Eminence 13th Kondiling Taksak Rinpoche. I will be inviting him on a stage. Please. His Eminence 13th Kondiling Taksak Rinpoche has graced the occasion, and yesterday he delivered a special address, a special lecture also. So we wish to felicitate him, honor him in the presence of all the eminent personalities here. And our Director General, Abhijit Haldarji, Director General IBC, will be felicitating. No, felicitations, sir. In the center, please. So we are very grateful to His Eminence 13th Kondiling Taksak Rinpoche for his gracious presence here. And ladies and gentlemen, may I now request Venerable Kimpo Chimed from Nepal to come forward for his address. Venerable Khenpo Mid is the Vice Chairman of Lumbini Development Trust, Nepal, and gracing the occasion here.
닝제 침배 쓰든 닝매신 송내 면함 침보 합자답 백가르다가 천도 칠매도 던바 토지 전라 그 차서 Most respected Mahasangha, senior monks, scholars, dignitaries, friends, brother and sister, and media persons. It is an honor to address this unprecedented assembly of Buddhists from different parts of Asia, organized by the Government of India under the Ministry of Culture. I was equally happy and intellectually stimulated to listen to the enlightening presentations on our themes by esteemed scholars and guests. I really thank and appreciate the effort of Government of India and the respected scholars and practitioners who gives wonderful presentations over last today. Even though the name Asia appears in the writing of Greek historians, Herodotus, the present Asia, in many ways, is shaped by the Buddha and his teaching. Buddhist texts do not recognize this word Asia, but it is recognized to geographical concept. Jambudvipa and Maha Desha. An auxiliary concept adjacent to this concept is the concept of the Chakravati king, a king who rules the entire world by the force of the Dhamma. It is said that Chakravati king rules the entire world because of the accumulations of his immense merit, the kusala karma that he or she collects of several eons. Hence, I think it is important to recognize the importance of such ideas to strengthen our Asia. Buddhism that slowly travels by the virus means from India with the entire Asia within the fabrics of its art, architecture, literatures, different sciences of mind, such meditations, etc. I'm happy that we recognize the importance of such assembly of Kalyana Mitas. What I mean is that it is extremely important to recognize the importance of such gatherings and the coordinations among different Sangha. However, since we have created such a wonderful platform, now time has come to approach this concept in a different way. We now need to highlight the main teaching of the Buddhas, such as Four Noble Truths, the 37 aspects of the Buddhi, the teaching of the different vehicles, so that scholars and practitioners from different traditions could come together to discuss and improve the mutual understanding. It is my humble request to the Government of India and other governments in Asia to establish institutions which can provide more scholar and practitioner in the future, especially monastic educations. We have to include such international platform, which is the tradition of the style of the study, very deep, profound. This day, we have so many monastery learning centers in India and Himalaya regions. All these educations we have to transfer in academic way. With this, I end my speech here. However, before parting as Executive Vice Chairman of Lumbini Development Trust, I welcome you all to Lumbini, the birthplace of the Buddha, our great master. I wish everybody success, enjoy in this summit. Thank you so much. Original Rinpoche Swande Kaljan Parche Minjungsing. Tunjan Samban Robotang Chodang Tumbo, Hurup Saldoso. Gangri Rawa, Kurve Shingamsu, Pendang Tewa, Mali Chungju, Generation, Tenzin Jansoi, Shape City Parto, Dangerchi, Ngabje Suhin, Pension Bimala, Larian Sipa Sultemba, Nimbo Pema, Temba Penla, Dardava, Pema Nurpush of La Sonde. Thank you.
Our sincere thanks to Venerable Khenpo Chimed for his kind words and invitation also. Now I'm going to invite Most Venerable Thich Tam for his address. The Most Venerable is Vice President, National Vietnam Buddhist Sangha, Vietnam. I will be requesting him to come on the podium and deliver his address on this occasion. Please.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo Buddhaya, Namo Dhammaya, Namo Sanghaya. Respectfully to the most Mahatera, Upasaka, Upasika, and delegate from any country participate at this very important conference. On behalf of the Vietnam Buddhism, today I come here with our delegation. On behalf of the delegation, I would like to pay our respect, fully thank to the organizing committee, and pray the Triple Chain always bless for you all, be healthy and in daily life. Dear the most venerable and friends, as we gather here today for the closest session of this History Summit, I am deeply honored to reflect upon the profound achievements we have witnessed over the past day. This summit has truly been a landmark event, not only for the International Buddhist Confederation, but also for the global Buddhist community as a whole. The President of the Honorable President of India has imbued this gathering with the special dignity and reaffirmed India's commitment to Buddhism legacies, legacies rooted here for a million years and one that continues to shape cultural diplomacy and spiritual understanding across Asia. The first Asian Buddhist Summit today under the theme, the role of Buddha Dhamma in the strengthening Asia, has demonstrated the enduring relevance of Buddhism in the addressing the diversity and depth of our discussion have reinforced Buddhism's vital role in United Nations and strengthen our shared commitment to non-violence, ethical integrity, and collective well-being. The Vietnam Buddhist Sangha has been a steadfast pastor of the ABC since its founding in 2011, sharing its commitment to promoting the Buddha's teachings at a foundation for peace and harmony. Through close collaboration, the VBS and the IBCs have worked tirelessly to support spiritual growth, cultural preservation, and community development. This endurance partnership developed Vietnam's dedication to Buddhism as a cultural and ethical force, aligned with the IBC missions to unite the Buddhist community worldwide. The Vietnam Buddhist Sangha remains devoted to strengthening this alliance with the IBC, fostering initiative that furthers the Buddha Dhamma and contribute to regional stability, compassion, and mutual respect. The importance of the cultural diplomacy has been a recurring theme throughout this summit. Buddhism as embodied in the Buddha Dhamma offers a unique forms of diplomacy, one that emphasizes empathy, understanding, and respect for all beings. In a world marked by geopolitical tension, environmental crisis, and social upheaval, the teaching of the Buddhism provides a pathway toward the conciliation and reconciliation. India once again demonstrated its leadership by hosting this summit, underscoring the commitment to fostering a spirit of unity and peace across Asia. These gatherings serve as a testament to India's role, not only as the birthday of the Buddhism, but as a contemporary leader in the promoting values that are critical to both regional and global harmony. India's recent recognition of Pali as the classical language is a powerful reminder of the government's dedication to preserving and revitalizing in ancient tradition. Pali is more than just a language. It is a cultural and spiritual heritage that connects us to the earliest expressions of the Buddha's teaching. The IBC's ongoing efforts to promote peace and spiritual development serve as the beacon guiding us toward the future where the Buddhism's teachings can continue inspire solutions to the complex problems we face. This summit has laid a strong foundation for the continued growth and unity of Buddhism across Asia and beyond. Together, through our shared dedication to the Buddha Dhamma, we can make a lasting impact, promoting a world that values peace, empathy, and sustainability. May the seeds we have planted here flourish in the spirit of the cooperation and the compassion, lighting a path of wisdom and understanding for generations to come. Namo Buddhaya. Thank you very much.
We are grateful to Most Venerable Thich Nhat Tam, who came from Vietnam to attend this summit. May I now request Most Venerable Vaskaduve Mahindavansa Mahanaike Thero for his address on this occasion. Most Venerable is a Mahanaike of Amarapura, Mahanaike, Sri Lanka. So I will be requesting him for his address on this occasion.
Venerable Mahasangha, prominent dignitaries, dear friends, I would like to thank India for organizing this Asian Buddhist Summit. We are happy to see all Buddhist leaders gathered here today. Today, we are celebrating the unity of Buddhist Asia in India. India is the home of Buddhism. Time is very important. Within time is money. At this historic moment, I would like to chant a Pali Gatha to bless all of you. Jayanto Bodhya Mule Sakyanang Nandivadhano Evantuyang Jayotu Jayassu Jaya Mangalang Bhavatu Sabba Mangalang Rakkantu Sabba Devata Sabba Buddhanubhavena Sabba Dhammanubhavena Sabba Sanghanubhavena Sada Sotti Bhavantu Te. Thank you very much.
Our sincere thanks to Most Venerable Vaskaduve Mahindavansa Mahanaike Thero for his kind address. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to invite His Eminence Kyabje Yongzing Ling Rinpoche from Drepung Losling Monastery for his special address on this occasion. tabye tuji shaje rezo chon shenje medo tuye bunjong ba seje lubu tabu jibe shaje jebo shavla kela chatse lo. Most respected Sangha, distinguished guests, dear friends, representatives from Buddhist world. As we come to the end of this important Asian Buddhist Summit, let us think about all the ideas and knowledge shared over the past 2 days. It has been a meaningful time to learn from each other, connect with representatives from the different Buddhist traditions, and discuss the timeless teachings of the Buddha that still have great importance in today's complicated world. In our fast-paced world, with the new technology and many social challenges, the teachings of the Buddha remain highly relevant. Has lessons on the interdependence and the truth of suffering, the path to enlightenment, and living a truthful and ethical life offer practical advice to help us face the challenges of the 21st century. The discussions between Buddhism and modern science show just how relevant these teachings are. Buddhism is a philosophy based on reason and logic, not just faith. The Buddha encouraged questioning and testing beliefs through personal experiences. This open way of thinking makes it possible for Buddhism and modern science to work together, helping us understand the human experiences better, improve mental health, and find solutions to major problems like climate change and social inequality. As we think about the leaders who have helped share Buddhism with the world today, we must recognize His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama of Tibet's tireless work in spreading the teachings of the Buddha across the world. With his wisdom, compassion, and strong commitment, he has become a worldwide symbol of peace. His vision goes beyond culture and national borders, focusing on basic human values that are very important to today's world. Central to the teachings are the promotion of basic human values, dialogue between different religions, preserving Tibetan culture and language, and reviving the knowledge of the ancient Indian Nalanda tradition. As we reflect on those important goals, we must also try to live by the values they respect. We all have a role to play in spreading compassion, understanding, and care for the environment in our communities and beyond. Let's always remember to practice key ethical teachings, such as the 10 non-virtues and 5 patimoksha vows. By following those teachings, we create a peaceful and harmonious society in a world facing violence and conflict. These practices are most important than ever. As we look back on the success of this summit, it is an honor to recognize the contributions of all the speakers. Your knowledge and experiences have helped us learn more and build stronger connections. I would also like to thank everyone who has traveled from more than 30 countries
to join this event. Together, we have created a spirit of collaboration and inspiration, reminding us of our common goal to practice and spread the teachings of Buddha in ways that meet the needs of our time. I wish to express special thanks to the Ministry of Culture and the International Buddhist Confederation for their hard work in organizing this summit. We are also grateful to the President of India attending the opening and shared words of encouragement that supports peace and unity. Also, I would like to express deep thanks to the Prime Minister of India, Sri Narendra Modi ji, for his supporting this event. In closing, let us go forward inspired by the teachings and path shown by Lord Buddha and by the shared dedication of everyone here together. We can build a future based on the ethical teachings of Buddhism, helping create a more peaceful and harmonious world for all. And at the end today, I would like to do a dedication prayer, and I would like to invite you all to recite the prayer with me. Jambe pawe chidar kemba tang kundu sambo tenyang deshin teda kunye jesu dalo je gewa teda tamje rabdo duzum shebe gewa tamje ngowa hanga chokto ngaba dakshin gewe zawa digun sambo jojo rabdo ngowar sho Demba jigden kamso jemba demba niwi shindo sewa tenzin pono shindo neba demba yuri nebe dashi. Thank you.
Our sincere gratitude to His Eminence Kyabji Yongsing Lingden Poche for his special address and blessings. At the end of this valedictory session, now I'm going to invite the Director General of International Buddhist Confederation, Ministry of Culture, Government of India, Shri Abhijit Halderji. The Director General will read out the declaration of First Asian Buddhist Summit, and also he will propose a vote of thanks to all of you. Abhijit Halderji.
Namo Buddhaya. Most respected heads of Sanghas, most respected monks and nuns who have gathered here, academicians, scholars, practitioners, friends who have come from far and wide to be part of this wonderful summit. I'm sure you would all agree with me that the last 2 days of this summit has been a great experience, an invigorating experience with a lot of richness in terms of knowledge, in terms of value, in terms of philosophical ideas, in terms of innovation, in terms of creativity. All of it was visible here, not just in this convention hall, but also in the parallel session which we had separately on the second floor. And also behind the two halls, in the rooms, in the corridors, in the lobbies, there was a lot of conversation, there was a lot of bilateral engagement, a lot of discussion on anything and everything. And I think this was the idea with which we
evinced upon this plan of the Asian Buddhist Summit. A lot of people ask me that, you have conducted the Global Buddhist Summit, and now you are organizing the Asian Buddhist Summit. So what is the reason or the theme or the logic behind it? It wasn't really difficult to come up with a response, which I'm sure all of you will also agree with. And my response is that Asian culture, Asian tradition, Asian value systems, Asian philosophies, Asian civilizations have existed for centuries and have endured themselves, have preserved themselves till date, including the teachings of the Buddha. And this is something which binds us all together, binds us not only in the philosophical term, but also in the practical terms, in terms of human-to-human interaction. When economists and top political scientists do an assessment of the ability of a particular country or a region to sustain itself in the face of some of the worst disasters, it could be political disasters, it could be security-related, it could be economic disasters, it could be environmental disasters, anything. But the ability of a country and its people, or a region and its people, to wade through these difficult times is not easy. The general consensus is that Asian countries, especially countries in Southeast Asia, India, and some countries in South Asia, Sri Lanka, etc., fall in the category of countries which have been able to sustain and defend themselves against some of the worst odds possible, whichever type of tragedy that they may face. And this is primarily because, if you look at the geographical mapping of these countries, these are countries where the teachings of the Buddha is prevalent all across in this region. So this certainly gives a special strength and motivation to the people in these countries, in this region, to hold themselves together. When there was a financial crisis in Asia, the famous Asian financial crisis, the European countries and the US was trying to map out and figure out as to how the Asian countries managed to smoothly bail themselves out of this situation. It was a big challenge, but the movement was very smooth. In fact, it startled the Europeans and the Americans. It's still a classic case study for MBA students across the world. When you had the COVID, and before that you had the SARS virus, people in these countries, in this region, managed to sustain themselves through strong familial value systems, through strong bonds, societal bonds, ability to help each other, ability to go across and solve others' problems. Based on these facts, our Honorable Prime Minister had mentioned last year in 2023, September 2023 in Jakarta, that the 21st century is Asia's century. There's a deep meaning in this. It's based on all of this which I just mentioned. And he said very recently on 10th October when he was in Laos, that the 21st century is the century of India and ASEAN countries, Southeast Asian countries. He reiterated his point of view. Again, these are countries where the footprints of the Buddha is very much prevalent. So we are fortunate to be blessed by the teachings of the Buddha, and we are also fortunate that we are able to enjoy the synergy which is created out of Asian values and the Buddha's teachings. The combination of both, there cannot be anything better than this, combination of both. It's a rare rare occasion for any one of us to be born in a country or in a region which has the footprints of the Buddha. I would say that it's not just the 21st century. Centuries ahead is going to be the Asian century, and for countries like this and this region, because values matter a lot. I was watching, you all must be knowing about the US presidential elections and the outcome, but before that, early in the morning I was watching the run-up, and there was this debate between an Asian and an American. They were discussing about the cause, the issues which affect the elections. So the American gentleman was mentioning that, it's all got to do with money. Personal issues, social issues, ethical issues don't matter. It's all money, And the Asian gentleman very brusquely said that this is the difference. In our region, in our part of the world, it's social values, it's ethical values, our personal issues, which matter more than money. So this actually struck a note since this conference was going on, and I was thinking about Asia and the rest of the world. There is a distinctive difference, and we are all fortunate. When you come to the various aspects we all know, which bind our society together, which hold us together, there are several core issues which all of us are familiar with. One of the important aspects is the family values which we have in an Asian society. Now these are values which are deeply ingrained in Asian societies. A child, as he grows or she grows, they know what is their interaction with the rest of the members of the family. What is it that they have to give to the family? What is it that they can get from the family? And this has been described in many ways by the Buddha in many of his writings. There is something called the Sigalovada Sutta, where this particular aspect is very aptly mentioned. Besides the family, of course, you have the collective harmony, the issue of collective harmony, the ability of going out of your family and helping the society, helping the people around. Not just people, helping the environment around, the trees, the plants, the animals. This is again a value which exists deeply in Asian societies. And in Buddha Dhamma, we all know about the Paticca Samuppada, which is very descriptive of this interactiveness. Then we have respect for elders, respect for parents, respect for teachers. I had the occasion of seeing some young monks here who were meeting very senior Sangha heads who had apparently taught them for years. The reverence, the humility, the respect with which you could see these young monks bowing their head towards these senior Sangha heads was amazing. This, of course, prevails in the Asian society. Even if it is not the monastic system, in the normal course also. I have a student who's, she's a PhD student who works with me, and she was in Taiwan some years ago, and her teacher is visiting this particular conference. And I saw the interaction, the Guru-Shishya interaction. It's amazing. But these are values which we carry in the Asian society, which are deep-rooted, ingrained. When you talk about the process of learning, we have a mechanism of self-learning, self-teaching, and the Buddha always spoke about that. He always said that you are your own teacher. He always said that when I'm not here, you don't have to look at me as a teacher. You are your own teacher. And there's this famous phrase which he said that atta hi attano natho, atta hi attano natho, ko hi natho parosya, which basically means that you are the only person who is going to look after yourself. who else is going to look after yourself? So this is again a phrase which is there in the Buddha's teachings, which is also part of the overall philosophy of most Asian countries, where the concept of self-learning is very much prevalent. I can go on and on about these values, but at the end of the day, I think we here have managed to touch upon every possible topic that one could perceive as part of discussion within the domain of Asian Buddhism. We had topics ranging from Buddhist art and architecture in Inner Mongolia to Turkestan to Kazakhstan to Central Asia to Nepal, Bhutan, just name it, Indonesia, everything. Meditation classes in Mongolian prisons. I mean, subjects like that. So, we decided that at the end of this event, we should have, in all fairness, a declaration, something which we would call the Delhi Declaration. And we have prepared that, which I would like to read out with your permission. It's a little lengthy, I'll try to cut it short, but a copy of this declaration will be given to all of you so that you carry it back with you, and then subsequently you will find it on our website as well. So the declaration has around 8 points covering various aspects of issues which we have discussed here. I will start, quote, "There has been a general agreement that the basic fundamental which can provide inspiration and guidance in the light of Buddha's message of peace, well-being, harmony, and compassion for universal peace need to be highlighted and worked upon for future as follows." Now, as follows, there are 8 points. The first point is the 21st century as Asia's century, which I just mentioned. Here, we believe in strengthening the ties among Asian nations based on the principles of Buddha Dhamma, that is Shila, ethical conduct, Samadhi, which is concentration, and Prajna, which is insight or wisdom. The second point is Buddhist literature, especially Pali literature, about which people have spoken here, that contains the original words of the Buddha, philosophy and its practice. So here we recognize these texts and teachings and continue to inspire the wisdom, compassion, well-being and ethnic living in the 21st century. Third is the exposition of holy Buddhist relics. As you know, the IBC had taken the relic of the holy relic of the Buddha to Mongolia 2 years ago, and this year we had taken the relic to Thailand, where we had a viewership of 4 million people. 4 million Thais actually visited and paid their obeisance to the relic. So the third is exposition of the holy relics. The fourth is engaging the youth. So we identify that the role of Dhamma is pivotal in cultivating a new value-based society involving all, especially the youth, which will help in strengthening and nurturing a new value-based Asian society based on the universal concept of Dhamma and its practice. The fifth point is Buddhist art and heritage. We acknowledge that the evolution and development of rich Buddhist art and architecture that originated in India serves as enduring representations of our shared values and historical journey, fostering cultural appreciation and spiritual growth. The sixth point is Buddhist pilgrimage as living heritage connecting Asian Buddhist circuit. The seventh is scientific relevance of Buddha Dhamma, acknowledging that the Buddha Dhamma is deeply rooted in ancient Indian wisdom, offer profound insights into the realms of modern medicine, scientific research, and well-being. The eighth point is, the last point, is the contemporary relevance. We very much recognize that the Buddha emphasized the importance of his teachings in uniting and binding us together. When he said in the Mahaparinibbana Sutta that whatever Dhamma and Vinaya I have pointed out and formulated for you, that will be your teacher when I am gone. This statement is significant for several reasons and is crucial in building peaceful and harmonious societies, because this statement establishes the Dhamma Vinaya as the supreme authority after passing away of the Buddha. It prevents the rise of personality cults. It emphasizes self-reliance on spiritual practices, and it ensures the continuity of the teaching. So this is, unquote, this is the declaration. It's a little lengthier, which will be given to you. And I, in the end, would just like to say that all of you who have come from different parts of the world, it's your blessing which has made this event successful. I always say that besides the Buddha, it is all the Sangha heads, their presence, the monks, the nuns, as well as the other friends. Their blessings is more important. In India, I can tell you that this is probably a phase which one can refer to as a take-off phase, just as an aircraft takes off, in as far as Buddhism is concerned. I say this because, with confidence, because we have a lot of activities which are planned over the next 1 year, 2 years, which you will see and be able to participate in it. I wouldn't like to discuss them here. The infrastructure has always been a problem in different Buddhist sites. I know many of you from different countries often have issues with the security, the sanitation, the hygiene, and all of those issues. Serious efforts are being made by the Ministry of Tourism under the new Minister of Tourism and Culture, who was here opening this event, which is a very, very dynamic program. I have an idea about the project which he has in mind. It's a fantastic project. Give it about 1 year or 2 years max, and it'll enable you to travel with ease throughout the Buddhist circuit without any problems. So, thank you once again. As you go back to your respective countries, please go back with a smiling face and enriched with knowledge. And I'm sure when you interact and face everybody, your friends, your family members, they're going to say that you were carrying a halo. You're really enlightened going back from here. Thank you very much. Namo Buddhaya. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abhijit Haldarji, Director General, IBC. On behalf of International Buddhist Confederation, Ministry of Culture, Government of India, ladies and gentlemen, we express our sincere gratitude to all of you on stage, off stage. With this valedictory session, a very meaningful summit comes to an end. We have a strong belief that this first Asian Buddhist Summit will pave the way for peace and happiness for the mankind in the future. With this belief, we now conclude this summit. May Lord Buddha bless us all with love, peace and compassion. Thank you very much. We all are grateful to you, and for your presence, your blessings, we express our gratitude. And I will now request you to join for a cup of tea. And after that, definitely we will depart as per our schedule. So thank you very much. Namo Buddhaya.